there, getting the delegates out to vote. How important is that?
Well, Evans, they're probably praying, and so necessarily not doing anything untoward. But yes, I agree with you that the person-to-person contact, phone calls, and the rest of those, it's just open display campaign is what you can't do, but engagements are possible at this time. But the point is clear that it's not an easy choice for the delegates today. And people who are out there, and evidence of what you have seen from the various headquarters shows that there's still work ongoing.
Yeah.
And so this is the seriousness of the decision that has to be made. But I like Winston, I think he came around to the same thinking to say that there's history, behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, but then also there's logic behind Ken's argument to say that, yes, so there are two options, one you elected and this me. But I think that the party often will be guided by history. And if what we have seen is anything to go by, not only in our party, the NDC has the same history as well, where they have repeated candidates over time. So that is not to say anything for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, but I'm just saying that on balance, if you are looking for any indicator going into this election, besides the number advantage that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has from 2023, needing to get perhaps less than what he got to win, actually a lot is going for him.
I want us to look at the hypothesis of repeat until you're successful, right? It comes with a very, very big conditional probability. That is, if you look at the case of Akufo-Addo, for instance, in 2008, that election actually went to a runoff before losing. 2012, that was an election, they wrote a stolen verdict, went to the Supreme Court and all.
But they still believe they won that election.
And so there was that sort of momentum and belief to delegate that we won. This is a man who won, sent the party to a runoff in 2008, even when we became a bit unpopular. 2012, they believed they won. That gave him that momentum in 2016 for the party or the delegate to say that they are going to repeat him. But if you look at Dr. Bawumia, for instance, the dynamics are a bit, different. And for delegates, if you look at the stochastic process, they are able to move between states, right? They move from one candidate to the other. And look at this number. Almost about 72,000 delegates, even when MPP was in power, decided that, look, for us, we will stay with Kennedy Japan, right? You still have a significant component of delegates who have the highest probability of changing between candidates. And we made a case about even the combined third forces and all of that. But I want us to pay attention to this number. That is the new entrants, right? That's about 8,410. And these are majority top brass people of the party. And you know where, they tend to tilt towards.
Establishment candidates.
Exactly. And that, for me, today is going to play an important role, this big number. There's also the number of 2,240 candidates who voted, delegate who voted for either Adainimo or Efiri Akoto. This vote, plus the 8,000 we see so far, that will give you about 10,000 delegate vote for us today, which we think are for grabs. The key question is, who is going to take advantage of this big number and add to their cake?
Yeah, and that's an important point. And there's something I want to circle back on, which, Richard, I want to bring you in, and the question of being opposition and being in government. Because now that you are in opposition, the question, Winston, that we were weighing up before we came on air, for both candidates, is going to be very important for them going into whether they win or lose. It's a subject of, because you are in opposition, you have to do way more. Also because of the historic defeat that they suffered. Because you are a delegate, how are the delegates evaluating the ability to claw back what you lost? Because it's going to be monumental. Nobody had lost election the way you lost and claw back. John Mahama was the 2016, but the margin was smaller compared to now. Are they weighing who is in the, because I've had the argument about we've already marketed one candidate.
Let's go ahead.
And let's sort of bring the candidate back in, because then we are not going to bring a new face. But then there's a conversation about what the other side is going to be doing. The other side will also have a fresh candidate on the ballot.
Right.
Is the delegate thinking about these big questions going into 2020 and making this decision today?
Absolutely, absolutely. And then the context is clear that we're not in power. So there's very little to fight about. Everybody's clear in their mind about the future. So this election is about the future. There isn't anything presently to quibble about why I would vote for A or B. It's about what future we're trying to build for our party. And so that is the preoccupation. And so I think that it's going to be, even though it's a complex and a heavy decision to make, it's going to be one with very limited alternatives to consider. So it's just principally the New Patriotic Party wants to win power. Who is the man to do it? Yeah. But, you know, I want to go back to the 2024 election.
2024.
Yes, and how bad we lost.
Yeah.
For me, I don't believe in that narrative that we lost badly. You know, and you make the point. Before there was 2024, there was 2016.
Yes.
And we're having a conversation about how unprecedented that loss was. Yep. And so if it was 2024, there will be 2028 where we will see unprecedented numbers. So it's a journey forward. Now, if you look at the 2024 election compared to 2020, for example, the turnout declined from 13 million voters, okay, to about 11.
Which tends to happen
about
when
40% of voters actually didn't
go out.
Yeah. Which tends to happen when we're about to
GDP, we should probably do that, and certain other esoteric factors led to their staying at home.
You make an important point that then circles back to a question for a delegate today, which is, which of these 5 candidates can galvanize that base that didn't show up in 2024 to come to the poll now in 2028? That'll be right. So important in the consideration.
Absolutely.
Because the argument is that a huge chunk of your base didn't show up.
Absolutely.
And you say that
very likely, yes.
Very likely, right? And so then it becomes a question of the 5. Are the delegates thinking which of them is in a position to excite that base enough to get them the next time pumped up, excited, looking forward to vote?
Evans. Let's waste the time, because maybe if I answer that question, I'll reveal my choice. I don't that will be campaigning.
But you see, Evans, the difficulty with that analysis, and the NPP has made that analysis. Okay, does the NPP know, for instance? So in the NDC, the Kwesi Botwe Committee, the Kwesi Botwe Committee, when the report came out, they indicated, for instance, that the NDC did not lose the election, but John Mahama lost the election. Why? Because they felt that the party was unhappy with certain things that he was doing. So they knew they could say, our people didn't go out to vote. Can the NPP say same? Can the NPP say that the NPP lost because a certain segment of Ghanaians felt they were not going to vote for the NPP? And these are people that would ordinarily vote for the NPP. Does the NPP know, for instance, whether it was the middle class saying we're not going to vote for the NPP, or was the masses saying we're not going to vote for the NPP? That for me is very instructive, because if the NPP knows that, then it would actually know how it intends to vote in this. And that's why I say the NPP dilemma is the fact that is the party a masses party or still the party for the middle class? Because what you would have seen is that in the build-up to election 2024, the NDC actually did a lot of professionals for NDC thing. The NDC actually, and we've said before that the moment you had the NPP losing Ayawaso West Wogon, you knew that the middle class that hitherto would have always supported the NPP was moving away from the NPP. But they're moving away from the NPP also because the NDC had done a good job in convincing those people that, look, this is the party for you. What does the NPP stand for today? It's not enough saying, oh, John Mahama in 2016 lost by 1 million votes and then he was able to get back. But how did John Mahama get back? Did he get back just because the people showed up to vote for him in the next election? Or it was the governance of the NPP that led John Mahama to get back? If you're able to address that question, then you'll be able to say, this is what we're going to get, or this is what the NPP would get in 2028. So it's not very easy when I hear the NPP do that kind of analysis. So you can make that argument.
And then the question about the middle class.
Yes.
That it's I think largely now people are concede that because of what happened, it wiped out the middle class. In fact, I remember Chime Sabunsu making that point that the DDEP wiped the middle class. The middle class is traditionally pitched their camp with the NPP. Yeah. Then a question about the delegate. Should the delegate be considering which of these 5 will be best placed to win back that lost middle class?
Yeah, well, Richard cannot do that. We can do the analysis. And see, the point is this. The middle class would not only go out there to go and vote, because the belief is that, oh, I am NPP. No. The middle class, if he's going out there to go and vote, first of all, he probably would ask himself, why do I need to go and vote in the first place? Why do I need to go and queue, stand in the sun and vote for someone who's not going to transform anything? Okay, so even the NPP's performance in 2028 depends also on the performance of John Mahama. Okay, not just on the performance of John Mahama, but also how John Mahama deals with the NPP. If he deals with the NPP in a way that gets people thinking, look, we need our party back, then it will galvanize the NPP's base. People will show up there and go and vote. If he governs very well, then people are going to say, well, if the man is doing well, of course, he's not going to be the same person, but it would also then be dependent on who is elected by the NDC to go and represent the NDC in a 2028 election. So a lot of things would come to play here. Sometimes the NPP is engaged in this simplistic analysis, 2 million of people didn't vote. 2 million of your people didn't vote. How did you arrive at the 2 million people? Yes, you can go back to 2012 and 2016 and say that, John Mahama lost some votes, and the votes that he lost, he probably may have gotten them back in 2020. But how do you know where the loss of vote came from?
Let Richard weigh in on that for me, and then I'll come to you,
those
Kofi.
people back.
Richard, weigh in on that.
Yeah, but I think the numbers show. Okay, so for example, the EC defines, they have 2 categories, but they define youth between 18 and 35, and then they have this other smaller group, 18 to 24. Now, when you look at 18-35, they are the constituency that dropped by some 11%, 79 to 67. Now, if you saw our campaign, you saw matters, policies to do with the free SHS, okay? Policies to do with interventions across the country to create jobs. There's one district, one factory targeted at job creation and all of that. These are a group of people who are target beneficiaries of that policy. Now, if that block of voters don't show up to vote, definitely it will affect the NPP, given the free SHS policy. Now, going into 2028 election, if we're making that decision today, thinking about that, I can guarantee you that the governance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not going to address the needs of those people. Number one, all those free SHS students who may have finished school and are looking for employment, the 24-hour economy is not going to deal with anything that concerns them. So they are currently in pain looking for jobs. He's not going to be able to do that, but they trust the New Patriotic Party to be able to do that. And so for us going into this election, we are looking for one who can do that. And then that's getting me close to what my choice would be. Is the best fit person to be able to get us that is one who has been there, who's done it. You understand? And so I think that will preoccupy the delegate. But truly, the argument, or maybe our analysis is not simplistic, I beg to differ, is that because those 2 million people didn't show up, we're believing that those are our numbers. Because from 2020, you compare what Akufo-Addo got, okay? Those people made a conscious decision, assuming that they are MPP people true and true. They didn't show up to vote. The vote Akufo-Addo got in 2020, Bawumia got less. So the collateral effect of our governance, be it challenging, and also added to that is the terminal nature of 2024 election, because it's an 8-year in, 8-year out. So far, that narrative has been true in terms of our political history in the Fourth Republic. You go in 8 years, you come out 8 years. So that terminal election possibility for the NDC to come in played in their favor. So the numbers, if you are analyzing in 2020, 2024 and seeing it as a determinant for the subsequent election, you may be missing the point, because the context will not be the same in 2028 as it was in 2024.
When you say hold it for me, Kofi, too, I want to go to the ground now. I want to bring in my colleague, James Aveji, who I believe is at the Ayawaso West Wagon voting center there. James, what can you report?
Evans, so we're here at the Jolu JHS Park, AstroTurf here, where the polling station is. We have two separate polling stations, A, which is behind me, and then a B just opposite me here at the Jolu JHS Park here in Jolu. And so this is where the Ayawaso West Wuogon election is happening. A total of 1,083 delegates are expected to vote here, including former executives of the party. I'll be giving you some interesting shots. In fact, when we were coming into the inner perimeter, the police, together with the party executives, set up what is a special desk where every single person who would be making their way into this inner perimeter have been asked to submit their mobile phones, every device they have on them, before they get access into this particular perimeter, which is quite unique. I am seeing for the first time as far as elections are concerned. When I had an interaction with the police officer as well as the party executive in charge, she indicated to me that they want to prevent the situation where people will bring mobile phones to be taking videos or even photos of whoever they vote for to cause any form of mayhem as far as this election is concerned. But I am joined by one of the officers in charge of the elections at the polling station B to know the state of affairs this morning as we speak, sir. Tell us your name and who you are to the election.
I am Nanaya Otibuate and I'm the presiding officer for Station B.
Okay.
So polling station B is my polling station.
Okay. How many people out of the 1,083 are you expecting to vote at your end? What's the turnout so far?
We're expecting 552 people at our polling station, and currently we have about 72. The last time I checked was 72, and more people are going through the process, and so we hope that the numbers will increase.
Okay. I mean, looking at the numbers, what is your expectation in terms of turnout today as far as the election is concerned?
I think the turnout is very good because it's an internal election and you expect most people to come and vote. And so far, so good. The numbers are increasing, and then we know there are a lot of people outside who are waiting to be cleared to come inside. And so once they all come, I'm sure we'll have a lot of people casting their votes.
So far, have you encountered any challenges? Your BVD machines and other equipment, are they working as expected?
Everything we are supposed to use for this process is working perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nanayo, thank you. And
You're most
he
welcome.
is the man in charge of one of the polling stations. Evans, you see a long queue here at this particular polling station A. I can count about 30, 40 voters who have been cleared to get into the queue in order to vote. Ma'am, just briefly, I mean, how long have you been here?
Oh, for 20 minutes here.
For about 20 minutes?
Yes, please.
You went through the check at the entrance?
They check at the entrance, and then they check at the police here at the gate before they join the queue. So just 20 minutes. I think the process is going smoothly. It's going too smoothly.
Generally, how do you see the process?
Very smoothly. Nothing like any misbehavior. No, it's okay. It's smoothly.
You are comfortable with the decision to take your mobile phones?
Very comfortable. It's good. That's better.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's a voter there, sir. How do you see the process so far?
Oh, very, very, very good. Very nice. In fact, I can see that we have comfort ourselves now. So it is very nice.
Okay.
We have done well.
Thank you.
Right.
And so, Evans, that is another voter there. You are in charge of the polling station A, ma'am. So far, how many people do you expect to vote? How many have voted so far?
We are expecting about 531 delegates to vote. Yes. And those who have voted are over 60.
Over 60?
Yes.
You are okay with the turnout so far?
Oh, yes. Yes.
No challenges?
No, so far. There hasn't been any challenges.
Your name?
My name is Ruth Arthur.
Okay. Ruth Arthur is in charge of the Jolu JHS polling station A, and she is conversant, comfortable with what has happened so far. Evans, if I can just have a minute, I would want to take you to the entrance where the check is ongoing. You would have to go through a full security check and clearance from the Ghana Police Service, who have their presence here. When we came in, I counted not less than 50 police officers, both inside the inner perimeter and outside, as a long queue is formed out there, waiting to be checked and cleared before they go into the inner perimeter. And so what you have in your shot here is a number of mobile phones which have been taken from those who have been cleared in the line to vote. They are being tagged with numbers, and before they go in, and when they are done, they come out to pick the mobile phones. I'll try and see if I can just have a word with one of the party executive who are in charge. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to us on Joy News. What exactly is happening here? What exactly is happening?
Okay, so basically our work here is to make sure all prospective voters bring their phones or anything that will distract the ongoing process, that's the voting. So basically we collect their phones here. When they are done with the voting, exiting, that is when we give them back their phones, and then we do issue them numbers. Yeah, that will let us identify the various personnel and their phones.
Has there been any challenge so far? Someone come and can't find them?
No, so far we've not encountered any challenge yet. Yeah.
What's your name?
I am Victoria Dakwa. Yeah.
And so there you have it. That is the part of the clearance that is happening here. There is also a special police post that have been put up here. You see there a special police post where I see a dozen of police officers sitting on standby, with a number of them in the inner perimeter as well as outside the voting premises, waiting, keeping the security and safety of the elections in check here at the Jolu JHS polling station. Here you also have a number of the voters who are in line waiting for clearance before they get in there to go and cast their ballot as far as the election is concerned. Ma'am, we just want to know, how long have you been here?
I just came. I'm about voted though.
Okay, what have you been told?
Nothing.
So why are you in the line?
I'm going to vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
You came with your mom?
My auntie.
Okay. You're also casting the vote yourself?
I have voted, so I'm going to help her vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, Evans, that is the situation here at the Jolu polling station here in Accra, where the Ayawaso West Wogon election is happening. Later in the day, we are told that the former MP for the area, Sarah Mal-Hassan, would also be casting her vote as part of the former executives of the party. She was the MP who John Dumelo took over from in the 2024 elections. And so we are here on the grounds to monitor all of the action. So far, it has been peaceful, calm, as security presence is on the grounds to ensure the safety of the elections in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency.
Thank you very much. And I want to take you to Busumtri, where Educhum, Dr. Yause Educhum, one of the aspirants, is expected to cast his ballot pretty shortly. My colleague Nana Boache is standing by for us now from Busumtri, live in the Shanti region. Nana Boache, do you have an indication when we can expect to see the MP, who obviously happens to be running also in this race, casting his ballot? I can see the queue very, very long there. People are really, really up early, ready to vote. Hello, Nabachi, if you can hear me. I can see the queue is pretty long. Any indication yet when Dr. Educhum will be there to cast his ballot?
We are live from the center. And this is St. George's Senior Technical School, and this is where Dr. Osayawa Educhum is expected to come and cast his ballot. Very soon, we would have him come in. We are told that in the next 10 minutes, he's expected to be here. And he was supposed to be here earlier, but then some few things drew him out of the process. He had to go and prepare and come back. And so in the next 10 minutes, that's when we know Dr. Osayawa Educhum is going to be here. But these are two centers, Center A and B. And over here, we're expecting 1,040 delegates to cast their ballot. And then already the queue you can see from the center shows you that a number of delegates, or all of the delegates we have from Bosomtwe are ready to cast their ballot. As early as 7, the delegates were started casting their votes for their respective candidates. We know that this is the constituency of Dr. Oseya Weduchum, and so we should be expecting some of the numbers to at least go in his favor. But that would be the prerogative of the delegates who are here this morning. We've tried speaking to a few of them, but would still do more and then get to hear what they have to tell us about this process and how it has been. Pacha, to say, live or join you so. Oba o dikunim. Emu niema mu to say wa.
Pacha, me adome ho ye. Na se na obisa na e no kre. Eniema koboko usi free kemu a fanse police for gina honom.
Bosomtwe go so Bosome friend very cool.
Ya ma wonwram. Nti uba beto line so ubedi so boko kakra na kwakodu so ya hwe udini ni ama kwan na fe wakwakoto aba. Nti sisi de bibia koboko a asemboni bia NC eye contact ase.
Na wo share o other colleagues delegates na o arehemu se dodo na ba beto aba because ye hwe nipa 1040 omo ba beto aba no.
No kre omo beto aba sanse transportation no aye adwuma kama yakọ baby mebriba ya ma buses no peke wo me se na be ya wo mo ho nkyere wo mo car asɛmti wo mo ebeba abeto aba no pa sanse buses no adi dwuma yie
na oka buses for hwan mo
the transport delegate ni free baby a wo mo won se baby wo ha na car asɛm no ho ode kakra se na be ya be ma ne ma contempt na ma sa adwumadie no ekɔ so nti omo de cases no aboy mebrebe a ede ma nyina yede e bantentem nti na obisa na de tie no
na wo ye coordinator na sa wo ye ordinary delegate ababeto aba
me ye delegate
na ye she me sure say anope wa si wadwen pe onipa ababeto aba ama no ho wo eno a na wo kɔ
eno a adwensisa bi ene ho sanse ya to bi ato nti enim de ye ene enim adwena ewo yetrim ntime de masi mitrim pose me koto aba na ma no ono a na me koto no bia no wabetime asama adwene
na transportations near they were sorted the candidates in sorted delegates and what now they
sanity no sa pepepe de obi anya e bia no mesu manya bi sanity
na obetime ani ache de onya e de
oh sanity no de sebi yes ka enti ka no de mitimi no ncha me ka zanse wo ba no wan frɛ me
ene ka o munyina 5 ni nyina ka
enyina ka keska
obi ama keska
nya keska kura na wo ba wo benum nsuo sebi ya ba ntem ubididi ni nyina nso eboa enti no ye kase keska na asekire no
ene de osika do so pa
oh enti sa se ne bia otete ye na se bia odwene no.
So this is a delegate who's spoken to. He's spoken about the process and how smooth it has been, and then he says that for him, he's made up his mind on the candidates that he's going to vote for. And as at this morning, nothing has changed. He's been through the process before, and he's optimistic of the person that he's going to vote for. We asked him about if he's received any form of transportation. He confirms that yes, from all 5 candidates, he has received transportation from them. And so these are some of the delegates you see in the queue who are ready to cast their votes, their ballots here at the Bosomtwe constituency, Continental St. George's polling station to be specific. Over to you, Evans.
And thank you very much. That's from Bosomtwe. We're expecting Educhun to be casting his ballot pretty shortly. Behind me, you see our correspondents spread across the country. I want to go to Natalia first. Natalia is reporting from the western region. Where exactly are you? And I see the police officers there in your numbers.
Evans, at the moment, I'm at the Sikado constituency, and this is happening at the UMass Railway School of Development. Over here, the voting started at exactly 7 a.m. It is expected that 800 delegates will be voting today. Just like you've said that you see police presence here. There are policemen scattered right from the campus gate to where the voting is ongoing in there. And then the queue behind me are delegates who are being inspected. If you are carrying a phone, they take your phone away from you from the gates before you enter. Though I understand that there was one who was having his phone and it has to be seized. So after voting, they gave him back his phone. From the returning officer, he says that it's promised to be very smooth because 800 by now, they have over 100 voting. And so that's where I am right now within the Western region.
And thank you very much, Ina. And Richard will clarify that phone directive pretty shortly. But I want to take you to the Upper East region where my colleague Abesori is standing by. And Albert, where you are is very important because you also are keeping an eye on Boku for us. Give us a sense of what is happening there. What reports are you getting from Boku? Because that is the only constituency where the police tell the MPP they're going to be deploying soldiers.
Exactly, Evans. What we have learned from the MPP here in the Upper East region is that for the delegates in Boku, 822 of them who are on the roll and expected to cast their ballots in the primary today, escorts will be provided for them. There are those whose residences are in a more volatile area in Boku Central. And for those people, what we are told is that the security has agreed to transport them in armored vehicles to the voting center, which is located directly opposite the Boku police station. For the rest of the delegates, they will be transported in buses, and they will also be moving with escorts to the voting center to cast their votes as well. And so these are the arrangements that they have made. Although the number of delegates there is one of the highest, 822, the fear is that the security situation there could affect voter turnout.
Okay, and thank you very much, Albert. And we'll come back to you because there's a lot happening in the Upper East region, obviously because of the situation there that we'll need some updates on. I want to quickly go to Adobia. And Adobia, you're reporting that the delegates are being served breakfast already. Who is serving the breakfast, the party or a candidate?
Yes, it's the party. I think all 5 camps have set up here. So you see right there, delegates are here serving breakfast. These are there are several posts here. You see, I see 1, I see 2. There's 2 others at the back, and then 1 getting to the entrance. I'm here at the new Bawe cluster of schools, where 14 electoral areas are expected to cast their ballots here for their candidates of choice. About 1,239 people are expected here, and I think food is in abundance. Because not one person is scrambling for food here. Everyone is being served accordingly. That is when, if you want breakfast to be served to you, the moment you come, you just join any choice and then you go for your breakfast. And everything has been smooth here so far. We have about 200 and people who have already cast their votes. Now, one thing I also observed here is that the aged and the persons with disabilities are not allowed to stay in the queue. The moment they come in the yard, they are made to go and cast their ballot. So it's been quite smooth so far, as breakfast is still being served by various camps for the delegates, Evans.
So what it means is that all 5 aspirants have tables set up for breakfast for delegates who are coming in. So you have a choice between going to Baumia's desk for breakfast, Kennedy Japon's desk for breakfast, and the rest of the other aspirants.
Precisely, Evans. I'm told the MP for the area, the constituency, Jerry Ahmed Shai, will soon be passing through to see how the process is going. So we are looking forward to seeing him around here.
Interesting indeed. And I'll ask Richard if this is indeed standard practice. I want to go to Bachi Yadom, who is, I believe, it's in the Ashanti region. Bantama. Nanaya Aljuma, rather. Hello, Nanaya Aljuma. You are in Bantama. What can you tell us? Okay, we'll try and get him to talk to us and fix his audio to us pretty shortly. But the report of the breakfast being shared is not only happening in Wadobia. Join us. Stephen also joined us with an update. And very quickly, whilst we wait to hear from Bantama, again, we have Stephen who's joining us, I believe. Which constituency is that? We'll come to that pretty shortly. But Richard, is that standard practice to be sharing breakfast?
Generally, I think it's good conduct to provide breakfast. You know, in the constituencies, for example, the various campaigns have their team that operated there, and so I think it's just good measure, gesture to actually do that. I don't think I've seen it in other elections, but really it doesn't. But the only thing I'd be surprised about from what you were saying, and we are hearing from the reporter, if they are labeled properly so that this is Baobia, this is Ken and all of that. I doubt it is, but the effort to provide breakfast, I think that is good Ghanaian hospitality.
Okay, quickly, Nanaya Aljuma is joining me now. Nanaya Aljuma, what can you report from where you are?
So we are here in the Bantama constituency. About 899 delegates expected to come in and cast their ballots this morning. When I spoke to the EC official, he told me that they've done over 150 people this morning. And as you can see, a lot of them continue to trickle in to join the queue. And when they get to their turn, go through the process for them to cast their ballots. A lot of people within the constituency comes around, and they are over here, and there's heavy security presence within the polling station, if I should say. I can count not less than 30 policemen, all in uniform, some with rifles and others, here to ensure that the process is very transparent and also things go on smoothly. There's been a lot of friendly talks among people from different camps, people from Kenya upon camp. You can see them having nice conversations with their brothers from the camp of Dr. Mahmoud Bamia. So things have been very, very calm here within the Bantama constituency. Delegates and the representatives of delegates are all on the ground to ensure that things are calm and transparent as expected by their people. So far, there have not been any challenge of people not seeing their names in their albums. There have not been any concerns from any of the delegates who have come in here to cast their ballot. So far, so good. And in Bantama constituency, I can say that the place is sharply divided between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Ken Ejapon. And it's been so for at least in the previous presidential, the flagship election, it was same here for the NPP in the Ashanti region.
And thank you very much. And I want to take you right now quickly to the Bono region where Precious is standing by. Precious, very quickly, how many people have cast a ballot so far where you are? And I see there from the shots in the background that this is a very, very busy center. Okay, we'll fix that. But as you can see, Samsung is joining me pretty shortly. He's going to be taking the baton from here and continuing to bring you our coverage of the MPP presidential primary. Just before Samsung comes in, I want to go to Stephen very quickly. Stephen, from where you are, I also see a report that you shared in our group that where you are, we've also seen breakfast being shared. How is this being shared exactly?
Well, Evans, over here, the constituents or the delegates, once you enter, you are scrutinized, you are inspected by the police, and you'll be directed to where the breakfast is being shared. We understand that this breakfast is being shared by the constituency chairman and is being provided for all camps. So irrespective of the camp you are provided breakfast. And then you proceed to where the voting is being done, and through then you go out. We also understand that there's heavy presence over here. I can count about 30 to 40 police personnel at the center. That's the Okai Queen North Center. And all delegates are inspected before they enter the voting center and given breakfast.
Okay, and thank you very much. And Precious is also joining us now. Precious is joining us from the Bono region. And Precious, what can you report where you are? Very busy polling center.
Yes, very, very busy and orderly, I must also add. Things going on smoothly as at now. Election started as scheduled, 7 a.m. it started. And before you even get to the center where the election proper is taking place, you need to go through 2 security checks before you finally get to the center where you can take part in the exercise. It's been quite orderly. The only thing is that elderly and then physically challenged people are allowed to cast their votes and then quickly they exit the place. Quite some notable personalities have been here. Out of the immediate past MP of the area, Usami Achemeit in the queue, is not ready to engage the media. He has joined the queue up to now, and it's just about getting to him for him to take his exercise. The only challenge here, I must add, is that some regional executives, when they get here, are asked to move to the next constituencies, that is the Sunyani West. Notably, the former regional minister, Awobana Hene, came, and then she had to be directed to the next polling center. As of now, a little over 60 delegates have been able to go through the exercise. It's about security. The police are here in their numbers. Currently, the top hierarchy of the regional police are here to also monitor the exercise, and it's going on smoothly. The anticipation from the EC is that they will be able to go through the exercise even before the 2 p.m. Time scheduled to end the exercise.
Okay, indeed, and that is what appears to be the trend across the country. Some saying there's a lot of enthusiasm. The delegates are showing up in their numbers very early to cast the ballot very quickly. It's been very orderly so far. No major incidents to report, apart from the incident of sharing breakfast, which obviously is still something that the party needs to sort of explain. In essence, whether or not this is in one of the places we've been told that the constituency chairman is providing the breakfast. I guess that is okay. That's fine. But then in Adobia's constituency, where she reported where the various camps have set up their desks where you go, so you decide which breakfast is richer. You know, and then you go and get your share. As I'm saying, that definitely seems to be the trend so far in terms of good orderliness, police completely in charge, delegates excited and showing up early to vote. I wonder what your own expectations are today as you look forward to handling your own team of guests. And I know you have some really, really good individuals who will be helping you navigate the next phase of this coverage.
Right, Evans, and to be frank with you, I've been enjoying what you guys have been doing. I wish I could just sit back, go back home and, watch and listen to you guys. But look, I'm hoping and praying that this thing will end even far before when we are all expecting it will end, so that all of the punditry and the prophetic, pronouncements, people who have put themselves on unnecessary unease, now they have to be going through a headache, anticipating what will happen. So, like I've said, I think the delegates have started well. So the delegates, they should know that only one of the 5 candidates will win. And why will one win? One will win not because of a prophecy or any, projection. One will win because you voted. And especially because you voted nicely, decently, and peacefully to the glory of God. You're a child of God. So let's go do that. And then when you're done, I say, give yourself all the credit. And tomorrow go to church and praise God. Don't give it to any busybody who is invoking God's name noisily because of a needless attention. So Evans, thank you very much. So my team is getting ready. Fatima Abubakar, Esquire, Dr. John Osai Kwapong, who I'm happy because we're going to get him even a lot more because I'll tell you why. Kwame Boafu Akofo, Esquire of Ekropong Ekwapem. Yeah, he is also with us. Kwabena Abankwaya Boa, Sofo Tanko Rashid Computer, and Dr. Arthur Kobina Kennedy.
And the question you should ask Tango for me, why have they set up a collation center?
I asked him
to collate the results of
MPP's intern. I was asking what kind of provocative conduct is this? What do they want?
He's one of the busybodies you are talking about.
I think the main reason is to collect data and also gather intelligence. And so,
don't mind the
it's mischief. So I'm looking forward to him providing the answer on air.
He's such a provocateur. Anyway, okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay. So you're still here. This is your election headquarters. And on your election headquarters, you can be assured of top analysis, the best that you can find anywhere. We're asking questions. The Supreme Court has saved Matthew Yindam. So Pandai, there will not be a rerun. We'll get to understand why that happened and whether or not the Tamale High Court did anathema. What it did was such a travesty in the face of what the Supreme Court is saying. Will the Supreme Court also scrap delegate votes? 3 persons have approached the Supreme Court, including Professor Frimpong Boateng and Nyaho Tamaklo. What are they saying? They're saying that the delegate system is not democratic. It's unconstitutional because the Constitution commands in Article 55 that the political parties, their internal organization, should be democratic. Will this pass will it pass muster? We're asking that question. The NPP also, as you know, they are seeking a leader, seeking to heal and not to hurt for 2028. We'll see how that pans out at the end of today. But whilst the NPP is very concerned about what they're doing now, the NDC is doing something that appears might hurt it, or will it help it? The NDC is barring appointees from contesting for party offices. So we'll be right back.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Avoid gossip. Refrain from speaking ill of others or spreading unverified information. This can damage reputations and undermine trust.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie.
Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. You get everything inside. Champion taste.
What does it take to be Ghana's most useful technology company? Is it the fact that we've been connecting businesses to their customers for over 20 years? Or that we power more than 12% of all electronic transactions in Ghana? Maybe it's that we are everywhere, from Accra to Kumasi to Tadi, Cape Coast to Tamale. Or is it that we safely process more transactions than any indigenous tech company here in Ghana? Or we deliver faster, we transfer safer, or we make businesses and life just a little easier? But what truly makes us Ghana's most useful technology company, it isn't the speed or the numbers. It's the people we connect, the dreams we keep moving, the communities we bring closer every single day. You prove every day what usefulness really looks like. We give you the tools, you provide the proof. Haptel, useful.
Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional experience. The Flight Deck TV show.
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim.
I love it.
Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
No matter where we wander, Africa always calls us home. And here in Ghana, Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, together with clients like Gensa Energy and Goldfields, is driving sustainable growth.
The transition from fossil fuel to cleaner energy is quite imperative for the growth of a continent that we call home.
We want to contribute to delivering affordable gas for industrialization in Africa.
Stanbic is a bank that is focused on impacting lives, and Gensa has the same vision and mission.
Having a reliable source of power has helped our business and our operations in a significant way.
At Stanbic Bank, we bring businesses together, empower communities, and invest in the next generation. Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, driving growth, creating impact.
Still, Misaka, and Namu was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Caro.
Misaka or the Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo fogosuri ye ejumaden di aboye nyina ye sika ho ban se NTN ana momo jumaye ni be frewa or the 0244 300,000 ene be frew na numpo orin bitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma wani na ho na wonsa enka omo.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough. For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Anointed Executive Apartments is a new luxury destination located at Bowway Zero. This exclusive 12-unit apartment complex is thoughtfully designed with ultra-modern finishes and elegant interiors. Anointed Executive Apartments offers a refined relaxation experience, welcoming guests of all backgrounds, cultures, and nationalities. Choose from our spacious 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 3-bedroom apartments, each crafted for comfort, style, and convenience. Enjoy breathtaking moments at our rooftop bar, the perfect space for fresh air, meetings, and entertainment. Whether for a short stay or an extended visit, your comfort is our priority. Book your stay at Anointed Executive Apartments today.
Dream. Life can be giving it to you woto like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pensions trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters.
Nothing wrong with my shoulders. Must be how I they walk into the future. Because Empo Day my back.
Life isn't just about what could go wrong. It's about everything that can go right. At Empo Life Insurance Ghana, we stand with you through every season, giving you the boldness and the power to dream bigger and become who you want to be. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
I think that the Supreme Court has spoken emphatically that the decision of the Tamale High Court was made without jurisdiction, and so the court has quashed it and is hereby quashed. So Honorable Nyindam still remains the MP of the people of Pandai. So we call it still maintained.
To thank my lawyers and also use this opportunity to thank the Supreme Court judges for the ruling, because it's clear that the people wanted to change the will of the people of Pandai, but the Supreme Court has affirmed the will of the people, and I'm most grateful to them. I also want to thank the party from the head to the bottom, that is national, regional, and the constituency, for the support they've given me. And the people of Pandai, I'm sure that when you are in Pandai today, you will see the joy of the people.
Now, as a party, we are aggrieved by this decision, and therefore we will advise our candidate in the matter regarding the next step to take. But the court is a court of equity and of law. We should be interested in the Gazette notification published by the Assembly Press under the authority of the Electoral Commission that was brought to Parliament, for which people like me were sworn in. That cannot be a gazette that will be discounted by the court, because it's a public document. The MPP cannot benefit from that gazette notification and come to court and say that that is not the proper document.
Right. So you heard Gary Nimakomafo, who led the NPP legal team. One of the members of that team is here in the studio to the Supreme Court with a certiorari application seeking to quash, and actually got the Supreme Court to quash, completely annul what the High Court in Tamale did. And you also had Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo, Eche Kwame Dafiamapo, right? He also is in Parliament. He is the Majority Chief Whip, and suggesting, he actually said that they may want to consider the opportunity of a review to the Supreme Court to review this decision. Some say that one, he should forget it because it won't work, because 4-1, if 2 judges are added, it won't change anything. And it's most unlikely that you get any of the 4 judges who held for Yindam change their mind in the next, if a review was mounted. So here in the studio, Fatima to Abubakar, who is former Minister for Information and spokesperson to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Dr. John Osai Kwapong is Democracy and Development Fellow of CDD Ghana and Project Director, the Democracy Project. Kwame Boafo Akufo, Esquire of Ekropong Ekwapim, also joins us. Kwabena Abankwayeboa is Vice Chairman of the NPP and Presidential Elections Committee member, right? He is former National Treasurer of the NPP as well. Sofo Tanko Rashid Computer, the man we spoke about a while ago, who said that they are going to be conducting a parallel, checking of the NPP's results. And I said he's such a provocateur. He's right here. He's Deputy National Director of Elections of the NDC, of Elections and IT. And he's also the CEO of GIFEX, that's the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications. Joining us from his base in the United States of America is the surgeon, Dr. Arthur Kobina Kennedy, physician and political activist. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for making time to join us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right. Because you have to go and vote, this is an important vote for you. Let's begin and see if we can make time for you to be able to go and vote. So this is the outcome of what happened. The NPP has been happy, and people are questioning the NPP's integrity, that when the court held otherwise, you took the judge to the cleaners, particularly Osahe Alex Markin. But now you are happy. You are singing that they have done well.
Anyway, Samson, good morning to you. Good morning to your distinguished panelists who are with us in studio and virtually, those who've joined us virtually this morning, and also to your cherished viewers at home. First of all, the NPP's track record really is the fact that we believe in the courts, and we, at least in our most recent dispensation, starting from when we sent the very first historic presidential election petition to courts in 2013, you would realize that, if you would recall, that His Excellency, the former President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, set a precedent. The world was so proud that the petition that the President sent, the evidence that was adduced, the statements, or what the cross-examination of His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at the time, we were so confident, based on the records on our pink sheets, that we had won the election. But to the admiration of many, when the court brought the judgment, and the judgment was not favorable to us, the grace that was shown by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, even in the face of disappointment, was admirable. We have always followed that footstep and track record. Of course, the story was different during our time when His Excellency Nana Addo became president. the NDC was always up in arms, calling their lordships every name under the sun but the children of God.
Unanimous
they
FC.
called them Unanimous FC. They said the courts were packed with NPP judges, and they needed an opportunity to come and reset the courts and to balance the courts. I don't know what that balancing act meant.
But recently, I think Making did worse.
So it cannot be compared to that, in all honesty. Respectfully, if there is anything following that, probably it is some of the character traits that some of our people have learned from the NDC. But it is not a generic posture of the New Patriotic Party as I know it. We are lawyers when we go to court, just as the farmer goes to the farm and the trader to the market. Our workplace and our business place is the court. So at no point in time would I disrespect or put out certain words that will bring the reputation of the court down.
We're talking about your party as represented by the minority that had a press conference and use unspoken words.
I am saying that was an exception. The judge and the judiciary. I am saying that was an exception to the rule. And if you have followed how NPP treats the courts, that has not been the general rule. I haven't done that. I've been going to court with Gary. Even in when we went to Tamale to move the application for stay, if you follow the proceedings, if you have the record of proceedings, you would realize that we're not even blaming the judge. We said that if the issue of the dates, the facts of the dates of filing the originating petition was brought to His Lordship's attention, we were confident that he would not have entertained the matter in the first place.
So hold on, I'm coming to you, get into the substance, but I just want to get a feel around the table. Yes, Prof, what do you say? Did you expect that this was the likely outcome? The EC had already, started the plans for the rerun.
So, good morning to the co-panelists. Good morning to the viewers. And I realize you're taking
an interest in the judiciary yourself, in the Afrobarometer work.
Yes. So I didn't expect that outcome, but I would also say that I was pleased with that outcome, in the sense that if I go back and look at how we've handled disputes about the outcome of a parliamentary election, there were two cases that immediately came to mind. I think it was the 2004 election. I think it was Akwetia, where there was some violent incidences in a number of polling stations, leading to contestation about who was the rightful winner of that election. And the remedy by the court was, okay, just go back to those polling stations where there were issues and then rerun them.
Right.
And then I also thought of the situation with Ablekuma North, which was, let's go back to the problematic polling stations and rerun them. If you also go back to the Supreme Court decision in the 2012 petition,
right,
the minority opinion said, look, if there are some infractions as part of an election, separate them into two, administrative errors and legal infractions. If there are legal infractions, then your remedy is where those legal infractions or errors occurred, then you go there and you fix it.
Not the entire.
So when I looked at the Pandai ruling, I was quite surprised that if you look at the facts of the case, there was no dispute about the fact that certain polling stations and their results were problematic. So I was not sure why the judge's remedy then was throw the whole thing out and have a do-over, as opposed to let's just remedy the problematic areas.
Nonetheless, did you find the reaction, particularly from the minority group, reprehensible? Now, the Afenyomaking also issues a statement and says this is a victory for the rule of law and for democracy. Some of the judges that they seem to have made adverse comments against them, particularly about Justice Georgina Wood's, Gertrude Tokonu's removal, are in this suit as well and held for their candidate. I'm talking about Justice Amadou Umoro Tanko, for example. So those who held the four who held in favor of the quashing the decision of the High Court, Justices Amadou Tanko, Yoni Kolendi, Samuel Kwame Adibu Esiedu. Does that name ring a bell to anybody? And then Henry Kofi. It was Justice Gabriel Scott Poorman who dissented.
You know, partisans tend to have this love-hate relationship with institutions, right? When the outcome of institutional decisions favor them, they tend to be very happy with the institution. And typically when it doesn't favor them, then they tend to, have issues with the institution. So if you look at historically how they've responded to court rulings or even other kinds of institutional decisions, the institution is great if their pronouncement is in line with their expectations or what they want. And in fact, you also see that reflected in how citizens respond to the question of trust in institutions in the Afrobarometer survey. I always say that when a citizen's party is in power, the party they say they feel close to is in power, you see their level of trust go up a little bit more than when the party they prefer is in opposition.
So what you may find their unprincipled conduct eventually affects the perception of the
precisely
about the judiciary.
Exactly. You see that reflected in various rounds of the survey where trust keeps changing depending on whether your preferred party, is in power or not. To the point where even in one of our Afrobarometer surveys, there is even a high perception that Ghanaians believe judges tend to be very influenced by politics than just looking at the law in their decisions.
All right. Yes, so what do you say?
Well, let me say good morning to you and then my co-panelists and the cherished viewers across the globe. Council, we accept the decision of the Supreme Court. We are a law-abiding political party, but we disagree the ruling. We disagree with the ruling totally. Total disagree. And we are waiting for the reasoning behind of their ruling on the 6th of February. They indicated it will come out on the 6th of February. Then we advise ourselves appropriately. Because if you look at, let's set the business straightforward. The Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction over the substance of the matter. If you look at the Enabling Act, the PNDC law 284, that talks of election petition. Under Article 99(1) of the Constitution, it is only the High Court that goes into election petition matter. Supreme Court doesn't deal with that.
Supreme Court is a supervisor of the realm.
But it doesn't go into
if something goes to the High Court or any other court, the Supreme Court has power to review it.
We agreed. But we are saying that when it comes to the substance of the matter, going to the nitty-gritty of election petition, under Article 99(1), it is the High Court. That one there is I defer that one to you. Now, when you look at the matter critically, what the Supreme Court did was based on technical issue of gazette, not the substance in itself. If you go and look at the ruling of the High Court, page 151, it's very clear that the election was properly rigged. The judge made references to those things. And I have the ruling, I can make it available for you, for them to tease out that portion where the judge, the learned judge, mention of a polling station recording 1,422 votes. Council, you know that we don't have a polling station like that in Ghana. That has a voter population after 1,000. The highest we have is 750. 750. If you have more than 750, it will split into two. But this is a kind of voting that occurred in Pandaya constituency. Now, why are we battling the issue with Gazette? And that is
so for the Gazette, you mentioned the matter of, is it overvoting?
That is what is pointing at.
Okay, that there is a polling station. Which has less than 1,000, but there was recorded over 1,000 votes.
1,000, yes.
That's what do you make of what Dr. Osankwo says? In that case, hold that the elections have been, damaged in this particular place. So go and correct it, rather than say go and do a whole new election.
That was not the only one. Don't forget, Honorable Nyendam won about 3,000 votes. In 2 polling stations, another polling station reported 1,200 votes. So that means in 2 polling stations, you have scored almost 2,000 votes. So what are you talking about?
So impeach those 2
So we are
stations.
saying that is why the judge was looking at it. And we said that when we sent our reliefs to the High Court, we sent 14 reliefs.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the case management, this 14 was consolidated, set out for trial. 3 issues were set down for trial. And one of them was we were asking for the nullification of the entire results because of the infraction of Regulation 37 and 39 of CI 127 by the electoral officer and the presiding officer, the returning officer of the constituency. We gave copious evidence and tendered evidence to show that they violated these enabling 2 regulations of the CI 127. And we convinced the judge to believe that, yes, they didn't do the right thing. They violated those 2 regulations. And those 2 regulations borders on the collation of results of parliamentary election. And it was very clear about it. And so when we did all this cross-examination with them in order to, the ruling came out on 24th November. And it was very clear. I am not surprised my colleague's opponent ran to the Supreme Court because they know if they had gone through the process of appeal, going to appeal court, they were going to suffer another defeat over there. Because I don't know what kind of new evidence they were going to adduce based on what we had cross-examined them and the electoral officer. So they decided to go on this tangent, of which we are saying we will go into it. And when we filed our affidavit in opposition to their application at the Supreme Court, we're citing them for fraud, the 2 of them. And I'll give you the elements of fraud we are going to pursue.
But you know that in your main petition in the Tamale High Court, you were clear about a particular number of polling stations that have been affected, correct?
I said we have set out 14
I understand
and
that.
one of the lists was what we are talking about.
I understand that.
About the number of polling stations.
How many of them?
We had set out about 51 of them.
41.
No, 41 of them, the polling stations.
Right.
Indicating that they should look at this 41. Because we're making reference to the Regulation 37 and 39 of the collation.
The judge was faulted by many members of the public, including some lawyers, that what was before you was to determine 41 polling stations where the voting was allegedly rigged.
Counsel,
so why do you come to a conclusion by saying that let's go have a rerun, I've annulled the whole thing, go have a rerun in the whole constituency?
Counsel, at case management, these 14 reliefs, when we consolidated it into the 3 issues set down for trial, one of the reliefs among the 3 was the nullification of the entire results of the 152 based on the infractions therein. So it wasn't that we were asking the judge to look at only the 41, but we're asking for the judge, which is the 3rd issue set down for trial. The last one, in fact, I wanted to read that one, the 3 issues for trial.
All right.
And the last one was...
You're going to the merits already.
Yes, and that's why we're saying. So it wasn't only that we were going in for only the 41, but we were also asking the judge to nullify the entire thing because it violating Regulation 37 and 39 of CI 127.
You're right, there was a relief like that.
On that.
Now let me go to Dr. Arthur Kennedy. Just, brief preliminary commentary on the decision of the Supreme Court, particularly also looking at the posture of the politicians and their commentaries when decisions don't go in their favor. Some of the judges, they actually pinpoint them, name them, and try to, as it were, pit them against the public. So as you can see, I had mentioned in the removal process, some of the judges sitting in the removal process, at least one is here. And then the removal process, the issues that have gone to courts. Some of the judges who have also, dismissed some applications by, in the process are also here. And somehow, all those people have held for the Matthew Yindam. Of course, with the exception of Justice Poorman, who dissents. And we should get to know his reasons why he dissents.
Good morning to your distinguished panel and to all your viewers. I think that this case, it is not the details that matter with respect to my learned colleagues, even though I'm not a lawyer, I'll call them that. I think that it is the broader context. And Dr. Sekwapon begins to tease out some of them. I mean, these Afrobarometer surveys and the mistrust of the courts and others didn't occur in a vacuum. And it is not just the courts. There is a perception that our institutions, including the police and others, are very political, and that when you are in power, it seems that a lot more things seem to go your way. I think that what happened, the thing that gladdens my heart is that it is a victory for the courts, to the extent that the NDC said there is a need to rebalance the courts or reset the posture of the court. I think this shows that maybe tentatively we are heading in the right direction, because something the history.
But the judges who sat on this, who was appointed by the current regime, I need to check again. They are all from the Akufo-Addo appointments.
Yeah, my point though is that that is why I say we should say that cautiously, because this decision in effect telegraphs the independence of the courts, contrary to the anxieties that a lot of people expressed. Of course, politicians are opportunistic, that when things don't go their way, they call the court names. When things go their way, then they praise the courts. But to be fair to them, the history of our courts have not been good in terms of electioneering ruling, that almost invariably those in power tend to get more favorable ruling. So the doubts that people have, the doubts that the public has some grounding, and even when we can go all the way back, but I don't think we have time. Even in the Fourth Republic, remember the Amo case, 1996 to 2000, when Amo lost a case, I think that Ayawa Sowogon or something like that, and took it to court, and the case took 4 years, and then just before the term ended, the court came back to say that he had won. I mean, such things are blatantly political, and not only that, which is why I said this is not just about the courts. If you recall, there were a number of constituencies that were in dispute just after this election, and there was the question of whether the police could provide security for the counting and other things. It may have been that the excuses were genuine, but a lot of people saw through it and were suspecting that maybe the political winds were beginning to blow in the ranks of the police. So I think that this decision, I think the details are being argued there by the lawyers very well. But I think to Dr. Sekwapon's point, the anxieties of the public and their mistrust have grounding, and particularly if the MPP people are going to be honest, when you look at the kind of things that happened in the last 8 years and how the Supreme Court seemed to respond to certain people's concerns with alacrity. We empanel cases in the morning and hear things the same day, and then other people's cases languish for months. It is very difficult to look at those things and not be convinced that there might have been some element of bias. But I think we should praise the court that what has happened is a good augury for the future, and I hope that it can continue for the sake of the independence of our judiciary and its reputation.
Thank you very much. So I return to Fatih and the question about the substance of what was before the court and the court's decision. Why do you think that the court could not have taking any other decision apart from this one?
Okay, thank you, Samson. When we filed a motion invoking the supervisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court for an order of certiorari to quash the judgment delivered by His Lordship Justice Batland, I had no doubt in my mind that this action will succeed because it ought to succeed. My brother was talking about the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court does not have jurisdiction over the substantive matter, and that we were trying to find some ways and means to use technicalities to reach the Supreme Court.
So this is
that
in fact a technical victory. It's a legal technical victory.
So I am coming to that. But the context in which he made that comment, I just wanted to clarify that your remedy only lies in appeal from the High Court to the Court of Appeal. When the High Court's jurisdiction is properly invoked, if the High Court's jurisdiction was not properly invoked...
Just hold on one second. I want to listen to Dr. Educhum, who has just voted.
Okay.
Suspected. And today history has been made at Bosomtwe. This is the first time a presidential aspirant, a flag bearer aspirant, has voted in this constituency. So it's a historic moment for us, and I'm excited that this day has come. I'm looking forward to good news in the afternoon. But I just want to, you to know that I'm very appreciative of the work that has been done by the leaders of this constituency rallying around me to campaign for me, to do whatever it takes to ensure that we end at the finish line with pride. So we are ending with pride. I'm happy that I'm here today. Tell people that when I was growing up, if somebody had told me that one day you run for the flag bearership of a major party, the New Patriotic Party, even if the person was a prophet, I would have said, no, not me. But today I'm here. Divine providence have taken me far.
Coming in, you saw the mood of the delegates, the kind of appellations they were showering on you. What came to mind?
What came to mind is that even though Sir John has admonished us to fear delegates, I can connect with these delegates. They are my own, and I've served them well, and I hope they will also reciprocate by saying, we thank you for your service to our constituency, and as you aspire to move up, I want to support you.
And have you heard of any situation in any constituency that you are not happy about? So far, is the process smooth for you in the pressing generally after going through same?
None of my reps anywhere in this country has reported to me that there's something untoward. So far, so good. And I hope it continues that way.
Doc, jokingly, who did you vote for?
I voted for Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, son of the land of Bosomtwe.
And is Dr. Osei Yao Educhum winning by the close of polls today?
By the grace of God. Everything is in the hands of God. I've done what human beings can do. The rest is left to divine providence and to the grace of God.
All right, so all the, those who are doing the polls, those who are giving the prophecies, you didn't see that he will win, right? He's going to win, according to him. Yes, so let's get back to Pandai. And you were talking about the jurisdictional question that Sofo Rashid raised.
Yes, absolutely. He was saying that the Supreme Court does not have jurisdiction on the substantive matter, and that we use technicalities to go to the Supreme Court to get a favorable judgment.
And that's law.
If we were confident, why didn't we follow the substantive matter and go through the appellate process, of which the Court of Appeal actually has a jurisdiction when it comes, the final appellate jurisdiction when it comes to parliamentary election petitions. I am saying that based on the facts, we could not have properly invoked the appellate jurisdiction when the High Court did not have jurisdiction. The appellate jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal would only arise when the High Court's jurisdiction was properly invoked and they looked at the substantive matter and subsequently gave a judgment that is not favorable.
But you did both.
As soon as, yes, I'm coming to that.
Both.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
You did an appeal to the Court of Appeal, and then you did a certiorari to the Supreme Court, which you are entitled to.
That is what I am coming to. The respondent, not the petitioner, the respondent applicants changed solicitors and then brought our law firm into the matter. The moment we came into the matter, that was exactly on 24th November 2025, when the judgment in Tamale was delivered. Of course, what were we going to do? To file a motion, a notice of appeal at Tamale at the High Court, and also an application to stay the execution. But whilst we were investigating, it came to our attention that this particular, the originating petition was filed on January 25th, 2025, which was 32 clear days after the publication of the notification of Gazette. And also realized that the security for costs was paid on 27th January 2025, which was 34 clear days after the publication of the notification of Gazette.
Why are these two important?
This is important because of Section 18 of the Representation of the People's Law, PNDC Law 284. And with your kind permission, let me run, if you would allow me.
Yes, please do.
I will run your audience through Section 18 of PNDC Law 284. And Section 18.1 reads, an election petition shall be presented within 21 days after the date of the publication in the Gazette of the result of the election to which it relates. But a petition questioning an election on an allegation of corrupt practice, and specifically alleging a payment of money or any other award to have been made by the person whose election is questioned, or to have been made on behalf of and to the person's knowledge, may be presented within 21 days after the date of the alleged payment. This is in relation to petitions, timelines. But we are interested in the first part, that you ought to gazette, and when the Gazette notification is published, you have within 21 days, because this petition was to challenge the declaration by the Electoral Commission. It did not relate
to when the EC makes a declaration,
yes,
and they have not published a Gazette,
yes,
you can't go to court.
No.
You have to wait until they publish a Gazette.
Absolutely.
And when they publish the Gazette, you have within 21 days.
Absolutely.
If you go after 21 days, you are lost.
And that is what I'm coming to.
Right.
If you look at Section 18.3 of PNDC Law 284, it says 18.3, the time limit provided by this section for the presentation of an election petition shall not be extended.
Good.
This provision is strict. And the Superior Court of Judicature, in their Election Adjudication Manual, the Volume 2, it has also interpreted all the provisions in the Act 284 to say that if you fail to file the petition within time, if you fail to pay the security for costs, there is nothing that the courts can do to salvage your case. The NDC's case, the petitioner and his assigns, their case is that indeed they had filed an earlier petition and they were misled by counsel for the respondents that their petition was premature, and it is on that basis that they withdrew. They said they were informed that the Gazette was on 6 January. And it is on that basis that they withdrew that petition and filed this originating petition. But something, I put it to them that is absolutely false. It is false because their original petition was filed on 23rd December 2024. As at 23rd December, all these Gazette notifications that they are talking about in contention were non-existent. There is no single record of any Gazette notification, not from the EC, not from the NDC, not from the NPP, not from Ghana Publishing Company Limited, shows that as at 23rd December 2024, there was any publication. So if you want to send your case to court and you file it prematurely, it means you have not properly invoked the jurisdiction of the court. And let me also remind you that when they filed in opposition to the application that what they filed was premature, and at the time, the lawyers for the respondent believed that the Gazette was on 6 January. They did not even wait for the trial judge to make a pronouncement, to hear the matter and make a pronouncement on it. They quietly went behind the scenes to withdraw that original petition because they were convinced that it was premature. That being said, if you look at the deposition of Honorable Martin Nyindam, their own originating petition, it should all put together, it should tell you that our contention, even when we wanted to appeal, was that the court is not Father Christmas. The court will not set up a case for you that you have not set up for yourself. You cannot just walk into court and ask for any release at all and they will grant it because you have come to ask for it. You have to show cause. And in a parliamentary election where we have 152 polling stations, both the NDC and NPP polling agents endorsed the pink sheets in 150 out of 152 polling stations. And you go to court stating that there were widespread irregularities in 41 polling stations. That's your contention. And my brother has been making reference to 2 polling stations where they were overvoting. But if you look at the total valid vote difference, which Honorable Martin Nyindam won with 3,734 votes, if you take the entire votes in those polling stations that he's been making reference to out, it would still not be sufficient to change the outcome of the elections.
Which is mostly the principle of election petitions, that if what you are challenging for the other party, if they dash all of it to you and it still will not change the results, then the results will not be annulled.
Absolutely. Okay. And the second issue is that they've been saying our client brought an extract to court showing that the Gazette was on 6 January. Mm-hmm. The majority chief whip, he has also been sitting on TV and showing a Gazette from 6 January, which is a complete book, which is not the extract that they got from the processes that were even filed by our clients. Mm-hmm. That being said, the contention came out of a genuine confusion that the gazetting was done on either 24 December or 6 January. But when in another case that we were working on, which is the Republic versus High Court, Koforidia, the NSC Alkumi case,
right.
The ruling that came out was to the effect that the court was convinced that the Gazette was on that the Gazette notification that was published, which includes Akwetia, which also contains a notification for Pandai, was done on 24 December 2024. So that should have settled the matter. Because if you go to Ghana Publishing today, as the EC has been also reiterating in their defense, that the only Gazette notification you will find on record is what I am holding.
Okay.
And if you open it and you look for Northern
Region... What you are holding is a Gazette dated when?
It contains 2 provisions.
Okay.
We have... I'm trying to open the Northern Region for you to see where we can find Pandai.
Okay. You had marked it.
Okay, I had marked it, but it just it fell off. But if you look at the very last page of this Gazette, on page 35, you would realize that the publication relating to that was done on 6 January relates to only 4 constituencies.
Okay. So, in fact, on the 6th of January,
yes,
there was a Gazette publication.
Absolutely.
But it does not affect Pandai.
No.
Okay.
Pandai
which constituency does it affect?
The 4 constituencies that were published on the 6th of January are Dome Kwabenya constituency, Okaikwe Central constituency, Tema Central constituency, and Techiman South constituency.
Okay.
All others were published on 24 December 2024. And this happened because you realize that when we were working on the Ablikuma North constituency case, the Mandamus application, it got to a time they had to consolidate other similar cases that were seeking such release from the courts. because they wanted the court to compel the EC to complete the collation of the results in some outstanding constituencies. So that is what resulted in this one. But the remaining 272 constituencies, according to the courts, and this gazette shows that they were all done on 24th. And that was that used to be the position of the NDC. And that is why they got a favorable pronouncement so far as the gazetting was concerned in the NSC Alkumi case. But because they want to win both ways, all of a sudden they abandoned the 24th position and rushed back to the 6th January position. And I heard their lawyer in court say that, yes, indeed, the notification of Gazette was published on the 24th, but it was re-gazetted on 6th January. I don't know what she meant by re-gazetting, but I am saying that on record, there is nowhere that you will go and conduct a search and get any notification of Gazette contrary to what is contained in this document. It does not exist. And we are saying we had to go to the Supreme Court because we were dealing with procedural issues.
So the NDC's candidates filed, that is it Bakpao?
Mr. Ansala Wakpao.
When did he file his petition?
First, 23rd December.
Okay.
And withdrew it and filed again on January 25th.
And filed on 25th of January. And by this Gazette notification, what is your calculation?
It was supposed to be within that 24 to 17 January. There or about 17 January. That would have fallen within the 21-day timeline. But they filed on 25th of January and paid the security for course on 27th. So as a matter of fact, if the courts can say that the facts, nothing else, is that the Gazette notification was published on the 24th of December 2024, there is nothing else to be done.
So they missed the timeline by a day.
About 17 to 25th, that should take us to about 1 week.
1 week?
Yes.
And then
the
also miss the security for course, which you must do around the same time.
Around the same time. And there is no extension according to
security. From where you sit, the Supreme Court couldn't have done any other thing than to endorse what you put before them.
Absolutely.
To annul the results.
Because jurisdiction goes to the root of every matter.
Right.
Because even if you go to Antenna, they have jurisdiction. There are cases you will file before Antenna and they will say, oh, this one, then let's go to Ahimfie. Okay. It is beyond that. So they say they will not discuss Yao Sapon because of the weight of the case. How do you expect to go to a competent court of jurisdiction and say the jurisdiction was...
Let's hear from Tanko now. What do you make of this? This is a point you concede and you can't do anything about because the facts are against you.
You see, counsel, my sister has made our work easier. I told you that we have filed this in our affidavit in opposition to the application at the Supreme Court. We were citing them for fraud. The Electoral Commission and the MPP. She has made our work easier. And I'm very happy with her presentation on the element of fraud.
Too late.
Not too late. We are taking that leg. In fact, we are advising our candidate to take that matter up with the CID, to go into the matter of fraud. Look, perjury is a serious matter. They filed on the 6th of January 2025 a motion with a supplementary affidavit on 21st January and attached this 6th January Gazette that my sister is trying to run away from. It is the MPP that brought the 6th January Gazette and swore an affidavit that this Gazette was a proper Gazette of the 2024 7th January election. And in that Gazette that they filed at the Tamale High Court, included Kandaya. I have it. I can give all their dissent. In fact, their motion, their supplementary affidavit, and then the exhibit of the 6th January. They did it. They swore an affidavit. And you know, when you swear an affidavit and you lie before a court, it's perjury. And these people are, otherwise, this thing that is happening, council, we have to take it seriously. Because false representation.
When they filed, they didn't ask you guys to withdraw.
No,
they didn't wait for the court to rule and say, in fact, what they filed was accurate. You decided that, oh, what you have seen looks like that's the correct thing. So you withdrew.
You see, when we filed on 23rd, at that time, Electoral Commission was flip-busting. They didn't want to come out. We know we're forcing them because we conducted the election on the 7th. Up to 20th, and you are not gazetting. 21st, there was no gazette. 22nd, there was no gazette. I would say, what is happening to this EC? We have to go to court and force them out from their slumber. So that was the reason why we filed on the 23rd. And so when we filed on the 23rd, quickly, you know that this electoral commission, I always describe it as crooked electoral commission. Quickly, MPP got hold of a gazette dating 6th January 2025. Where did they get it from? Where did they procure that gazette? That is a question we are going to go in. That is the root cause of the fraud that we are talking of. They fraudulently procured this gazette, attach it to their motion and affidavit, trying to get the judge to dismiss our application.
If you have a document,
yes,
and you believe in that document,
yes,
at the time you had it,
yes,
that will not be fraud.
That is why I'm saying that. But when it turned out that the document was procured fraudulently, that is the element of fraud will arise.
The document that you then relied
on, because the EC themselves was a party to the matter. The EC was silent about the issue. When we withdrew the matter and filed on 25th, because we believe them.
But the substantive point is that,
yes,
in the end, you concede that you were completely out of time in filing and also paying for security for cost. And the law is plain that there will not be extension if you miss the time. So as the evidence go by the Gazette notification that we have seen, which is the only one available, which the Supreme Court has relied on once and then again the second time, you got it wrong.
No, Council, you see, what happened was this. The 23rd one, of which they came on the 6th January to file. I'm talking of their motion that they filed in dismissing our 2013 was filed on the 6th January. Interestingly enough, the gazette that they used was also on 6th January. So where did they get it? The coincidence was so clear. They filed on
you have canvassed that point.
So I'm saying that, yes, we agreed that our 23rd had a problem, so we withdrew that one. And there was a cost against 7,000, so we had to pay for withdrawing that matter. So when we filed the 25th one, then 27, we paid the cost, the necessary, this is based on Section 18 of
those two instances.
Yes.
Those two instances, you were out of time.
We are not out because we're relying on the 6th January Gazette, which they brought, and the court accepted it, and based on that, we filed. So we're within 19 days. That was our point. But because we based on what they had filed before the court.
Right. So my last question I put to you is based on the Gazette that we are now using. You admit that you got it wrong.
No, you see, we are still not agreeing because that is why we are citing the EC. Why would the EC come out with two gazettes? Because they, according to the MPP, when they brought it, they said they got the gazette from the Electoral Commission.
The EC says there's always been one gazette.
So they must come and answer the question before the CID.
Okay.
Because that one.
So you agree that this Supreme Court panel, they had no option on the basis of these facts to hold the way they held, correct?
That is why we want to wait on the 6th of February to see the reasoning behind it. And then because in open court, lead counsel for the applicant, my good friend Gary Nimako, when he made his submission and sat down, the president of the panel asked him question on the issue of the fraud. That first interested party raised issue of fraud about that matter. Why is it that he didn't address the court about the issue of the fraud they raised in the affidavit? And I'm happy my sister added to that. He rose up and said it was a genuine mistake. How can this be a mistake? When you make false representation before a court, expecting to get a ruling out of it. And then the ruling went against you subsequently because one went to case management and all that. At the Supreme Court, you now say it's a genuine mistake. Right. So that matter must be looked at critically.
Let's proceed, but you would recognize that for the party to say that something was a genuine mistake, it would negate your attempt to raise fraud. Or quickly, let's hear from you before I go.
Okay, so Samson, as for the CID investigation, probably they should start from the Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Daffy Amakpo, because the version of the 6th January Gazette he is also holding. Apart from what he is holding, I have never seen it anywhere before. But the most important issue is that in the case of Abebiu versus Kakari, the court said that estoppel of any form cannot override statutes. So if the you know, my brother was trying to dodge whether or not the court only had one option. If it was filed out of time, it was filed out of time. He also admitted that they did not file the first petition because there was a publication of Gazette notification, but because they were impatient, they became frustrated that they waited from 20th, the EC was not publishing.
They did it to compel the EC.
Yes, so they decided to go and file. So if you withdrew such a petition, how can you say the withdrawal was based on some misrepresentation that was made by us? You knew it was premature, we knew it was premature. You were not even going to wait for the court to even make pronouncements on it. And finally, in Ghana, we are in an adversarial system. When you are going to court, I don't go to court expecting my opponent to do my case for me. I don't go to court based on what my opponents will say to me. I go to court on the strength of my own case, my own research, convince myself that I have the proper facts before me. If they had taken the time to do due diligence, to research, to file a search at Ghana Publishing Company Limited, to satisfy themselves that they were filing before time, that would have been the right thing to do.
But
you
the other
cannot
side of the
benefit from
coin,
your indolence.
The other side of the coin is that it may not be a question of indolence and the other things you're raising, that lawyers are supposed to be officers of the court. So there is an obligation on the lawyers to always tell the truth and deal with the facts before the court. So if you are brandishing, a Gazette notice, which does not emanate from the EC, they have every right to question it, that something fraudulent was going on.
And I'm saying that because some of the publications were done on the 6th and some were done on the 24th, if genuinely someone was saying that, there is a notification, I have an extract that shows that Gazette was done on the 6th, it can be a genuine mistake. And I am convinced that at no point did our clients intend to mislead the courts. And even
the further proof of that will be that the 6th January Gazette, we can find only 4 constituencies. But as Rashid suggests, in the one that you put in the Tamale High Court, included Pandai. So how did Pandai find itself on that one when the 4 did not include Pandai?
I believe they have also admitted that at some point they were also confused with the amount of information they were getting from interviews, from publication. You ask people for Gazette, someone is showing you one document or the other. The most important thing is that throughout this process, either at the High Court or the Supreme Court, at no point in time have we insisted that with the benefit of hindsight, this is what we insist it is. Because at the time that our clients presented that document, they genuinely believed that that was the case.
And that document was presented in the name of it emanating from the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission now insists that it doesn't have any such document. So do you suspect that there was some sort of fraud that must have happened to have had a Gazette notification to include Pandai when a Gazette notification, the Gazette notification of 6th does not include Pandai?
Not at all. If at the time of receiving an information, you believe it to be true, and based on that belief, you go ahead and present it, it is up to the court to also satisfy itself that it has jurisdiction. If the court had investigated and said, no, this document, I have checked with EC and Ghana Publishing, and they said that is not the genuine, they could easily throw it out.
It's not the job of the court to go checking because of the adversarial system.
Yeah. So if they should have also checked.
If the court in Tamale also had reliance on that Gazette notification, which apparently included Pandai, when in fact what has been published at the Assembly Press contains 4 constituencies without Pandai, then do you really blame the court? Because at the time, the thing you were relying on, the court too had reason to rely on.
I wouldn't blame the courts. And that is why I've insisted that even when we went to move the stay application, we kept saying that if the information as we have it now was within the knowledge of his lordship at the time of the trial, he wouldn't have entertained the matter. But I am saying that it is not allowed under law for NDC or their candidate to claim that they didn't do any research, they didn't conduct any search, they trusted that their opponent, someone that they were seeking to take a seat from, would go and bring documents to come and support them to prosecute their case. And even when we make mistakes, they will not do the necessary investigation to satisfy themselves that it is the correct one. Let me go to
Dr. Kennedy and return to the studio with Dr. Osai.
Last one, please. In all the documents that they filed in courts, they have only been talking about fraud, no particulars, at no point in time.
That's not allowed by law.
They also believe that it is a genuine mistake, so they cannot even particularize it.
Okay.
They haven't done.
So in our judicial system, anybody who alleges fraud is supposed to give the details of the fraud. We call it particularization, particulars of the fraud. If you file a process and you claim that somebody has conducted themselves fraudulently and you don't provide the basis for it or the details for it, you'll be thrown out. That's what he's referring to. Now, Dr. Kennedy, having listened to the two, contestants in this matter, what is there some revelation you are catching, and what does that lead you to your commentary on this matter?
Commentary is that it seems that there was fraud at some level. The question is where it occurred. It is possible, as Madam Fatimata says, that indeed they were relying on documents that they believed to be true, but it of course begs the question about where the document they were relying on came from. And given the circumstances, it is possible to go back and find out where it came from. It appears as if it was procured from somebody from the Electoral Commission or from the publishing space. So it should be possible to go back and find out the source of the document.
Or that in this day and age, somebody picked the 6th January Gazette notice containing 4 constituencies, excluding Pandai, but found a way to impose Pandai on that one for the purposes of the courts.
Well, that's why I said that there must be fraud somewhere. I think that somebody knew that the question is who knew. But I think that somebody knew that Pandai didn't belong in that list and that it was put in there. So it is possible to go back and find out how Pandai got in there. I do not believe Pandai got into that list spontaneously. So it can be pursued and found. So I think that is a good avenue to pursue, because we need to clean up our electioneering and litigation processes. But listening to them and talking about the jurisdictional issues, election petitions are very complicated. If you remember, in Bush versus Gore in 2000, there was also arguments about jurisdiction. Remember when the Florida Supreme Court ruled. They went to the U.S. Supreme Court, which sent the case back with instructions for certain things to be done. They were not satisfied, so they took the case again. So, and the Supreme Court, in effect, based on the circumstances, we should be careful about saying that it doesn't have jurisdiction in certain cases. But I think that this whole thing is a victory for the courts, and I hope that the very brilliant attorneys that we've seen there on both sides can help the court and the country come to the right decision. And if some bad things were done, then whoever was responsible for that should necessarily be punished so that we can move on with clear consciences.
All right. Dr. Sakrapo, what will you also say about this? As far as the NDC is concerned, there's another leg that they are not going to give up on. Even if they are giving up on the outcome from the court, which looks like it's almost impossible now, they may pursue a criminal process targeting somebody.
Yeah, I was quite, I found it instructive about this December 24th, January 6th issue of the Gazette, and which one is the quote-unquote real Gazette that either had Pandai as part of it or not. I'm wondering if, as you know, in the litigation process, was the EC called upon to validate, you know, which one is...
The EC was a party from beginning to the end.
To the end, okay. And did they sort of validate to say, okay, it is the December 24th one that has Pandai or not? Because ultimately, too, they have a role in ensuring the integrity of our election. So I can see why there will be questions about which one is really the real quote unquote Gazette that had Pandai on it or not. And hopefully that gets resolved, because ultimately I think it speaks to the heart of our electoral system and the integrity of our electoral system. And we cannot have disputes even around some of the things that ultimately will be needed to even resolve an electoral dispute.
Okay. Interesting comments there. And Frederick Thompson says that the unprincipled conduct of some politicians on the judiciary is worrying, if not hypocritical. The minority party's attack on the High Court judge in the Pandai case was unwarranted, to say the least. Lawyers are trained in how to challenge decisions when aggrieved, not to publicly attack judges, especially when the remedies of appeal and certiorari are available. Look at their incessant attacks on the Chief Justice, Bafuboni, by the minority. What are we doing to ourselves? I pray we are able to find ways to resolve all electoral disputes within at least 6 months after elections. God help us. Thanks for your message. And we'll be sharing your messages. Let them come in. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And
Council,
today is the NPP's big day, as they are presently voting across the country. Over 200,000 delegates voting, 211,000 delegates are voting. And then we're expecting that hopefully by 2 p.m., everything would have been done, and we'll get to know whether Bawumia maintains his leadership, as in for the flag bearership, or he will be undone by Ken Ejapon. Yes.
A quick one. We filed particulars of fraud. It is here. I can send them to you. Okay. My sister, is he? Look, listen. Look at it. It's here. We filed it on. Look at it on safe. Safe January 2025. One way referring to their application and other thing. And so we attached all this in. And that one they were referring to the Republic versus High Court Commercial Division expert, the one that we're dealing with. So we filed particulars of fraud. And that is why we are saying that the issue is not that.
What you are referring to is a certiorari application.
Yes, that's why we are saying that.
Particularized fraud.
No, the way you see the certiorari application, they clothe it in the form of judicial review. That's how they
that certiorari is
of course. So that was the way they've sent it. Another thing, we were looking at why would these people did false representation at the Tamale High Court, expecting that they got favorable ruling. It didn't go their way. They abandoned the process of which they applied for the appeal. But you see, something must be clear here. Council, and I'm happy Professor Kwapong made mention of that. The Electoral Commission was a party to this matter.
Yes.
At the case management, the Electoral Commission was seated, they were mute, they didn't say anything about the Safe January Gazette. When the MPP was flouting all over the place and banding it around, and that thing, the Electoral Commission Council was seated when we were setting down issues for trial.
It's not to be objected to at the case management. It's to be objected to when the cross-examination is going on.
And that is why we say that, look, they filed their written address to the court on the 14th of November 2025. And in their written address, they didn't make any statement about Gazette notification or auditing. The Electoral Commission was silent about it.
He who alleges must prove. So if you allege, did you prove it?
Of course. Why do we have to allege? Because the matter traveled on and nobody raised issue about Gazette.
Okay.
And cross-examination and all that. And when they were filing their written address by their
I get your point.
Yes. So,
okay, so let's move on. We need to move on from here. Today is the MPP's big day, and we will continue to bring you our coverage on it. And we'll be, as we continue with these discussions, we'll let you understand what is going on. A while ago, Osei Duchum did vote in his constituency in Jachi Pramso, Jachi. My guests in the studio here are Fatima Abubakar, former Minister of Information, and she speaks for the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Dr. John Osei Kwapong of the CDD is also here. Kwame Boafo Akufo of Ekropong should have joined us on the first issue. He is not online. When we get him, we may hear what he had to say. But if you remember what he had to say when this matter came up first, Kwabena Bankwa-Yeboah will join us, and Sofo Tanko Rashid Computer, Deputy NDC Director of Election and IT, and also CEO of GIFEC, is here, and Dr. Kwabena Atta Kennedy, also joining us from the United States of America. Earlier, he has said that he could call us. He called us learned. He said, "My learned friends," and sought to qualify it. Doc, you don't have to qualify it because the professions that are learned, according to history, the law is there, the law profession is there, and physicians are there. So it's a learned profession. Thank you. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course. Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible. Wow! There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Ayimensa Damfa, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pidiasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults?
This price for teenagers.
It's So again, as the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect posture we have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Winterba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Ball Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Hi there, my name is Nuruddin Adams, a proud product of this noble institution. Heritage Christian University is not just a learning place, but a community that transforms lives and empowers its students to become compassionate entrepreneur leaders. My journey here has truly been life-changing, and I invite you to come experience the same. Whether your passion is into business, nursing, midwifery, psychology, communication studies, multimedia technology, information technology, or theology and ministry, Heritage has tailored these programs for both the undergraduate and graduate studies to suit your goal. If you're ever ready to take your education to the next level, then pick up an application form and join us today. At Heritage, you are never alone, as members of the community will stand and work with you every step of the way. Welcome to Heritage Christian University.
Strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
because we dedicate time also to the MPP's flag bearer votes. That is currently ongoing. Hopefully in the next 2-3 hours, maybe the voting should be over, and then we begin to see, people begin to see their level where they belong. And so let's quickly go to this other issue that made the headlines in the course of the week and see if we can make some sense out of that. And then whilst we are doing that, we will also be keeping an eye on the voting that is going on. So far, it's been smooth. If there are any issues anywhere, trust us to bring them to you. In the NDC, those who want to contest for their internal, party elections, as in for party executives, must resign from government appointments before they can do that. And then, aside that, at least you must resign at least 6 months, before filing the nominations. Now, also in the Supreme Court, there is a suit that has been put before the court. And what is this suit about? It is a suit by Professor Frimpong Boateng, Nyaho Tamaklo, and one other that are asking the court to strike down what we have presently, what the MPP is doing today, that this should not be allowed in the parties. If you have to vote for a flag bearer, it should be open to all members and not a select group called the delegates. These are the issues we're going to look at now. Let's hear a bit around these issues and then come to the studio.
Any person seeking to contest for a party position who currently holds an office to which he or she was appointed by the president or government must resign from that office at least 6 clear months before filing nomination forms. 2, chairpersons or members of boards or persons in analogous positions are exempt from this restriction. Why? Because they are not full-time employees. So those who are full-time employees are affected. And the following are those who are affected. The affected officers under paragraph 1 include, they are not limited to: A, ministers and deputy ministers; B, chief executive officers, managing directors, their deputies, or analogous officers; C, metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Those intending to contest at the constituency level shall resign by April 2026. Those intending to contest at the regional level shall resign by May 2026. And those intending to contest at the national level shall resign by June 2026. These provisions are firm, constitutional, and we enforce without exception.
Right. So, Tanko, this decision, why? People believe that, there are those who believe that this is not good for your party. There are very young officers of the party who are holding, who have been appointed, and you want to deny them this opportunity before your elections. Why?
Council, you see, this decision was arrived at based on Article 54 of the party constitution. And let me, for the benefit of the general public, I want to read that as article.
Please go ahead.
Residual powers of National Executive Committee. This one, National Executive Committee. Where on any party matter, there is no provision in this constitution which deals with that matter, the National Executive Committee shall, by resolution, provide for the matter to be dealt with. See, so the issue that we are talking about is not in the Constitution. A matter like that is not explicitly stated in the Constitution. But the National Executive Committee in the last meeting, and this National Executive Committee is made up of regional executives, national executives, MPs, the parliamentary caucus, and then the Council of Elders and all that. They all come, they come together to form the National Executive Committee. Now, they look at this and say, we are now in government, we're in power, we want to strengthen the party so that the party will be strong, whilst the government will also concentrate on its business, its core business. That was the brain behind it. And they said, okay, to do that, we have officers who were elected, all right, some appointed, but they are now in government. And then now, that appear, because of the nature of the economy, which was very bad, when we inherited a very bad economy, the country was in shambles, wanted to give ample time for the government to concentrate on resetting the government. Then the party will also do the reorganization and get in officers who will carry on the day-to-day business of the party. So that was why the National Executive Committee came out with this decision that certain officers who are full-time employed by the government should concentrate on the government business. Then there are other officers like the General Secretary mentioned. In fact, the General Secretary was basically reporting what the National Executive Committee decision, what the decision they took. So he was just reporting. He's the CEO of the party, chief executive. Right. So he was just reporting on that. And that board chairman and board members, that one is not a full-time. Board, sometimes they sit twice in a year, some 3 in a year, depend upon the nature of their work and all that. And so when you add them to this group, invariably you might not be doing justice to that. So that was the basis on making that decision. But nonetheless, there is a caveat. This one is referring to elective positions. And we must make it very clear. The decision is about elective position. Apart from elective position, there are appointed positions too. After the Congress of 19th December, there will be some positions which will be elective. This decision doesn't affect that aspect. So this decision is purely about electives. So if people want to contest elective positions, then it will, because it's a full-time.
Yeah, that's clear enough.
Yes, and so those going in, we want to, because we've identified there are brainy people in the party who are very good in organizational issues and all that, and in their sectors, and they are in government. But because that one is appointive, the National Executive Committee will not regulate to debar them from bringing their experience to bear in the party running. Because that one there is not a full-time thing. You come in when the issues at that area arises. So that one is not affected. So you will still see these, our best brains in the party who are doing fantastic, the one you are referring to. I'm very sure and very clear in my mind that after the 19th December Congress, those people will be invited to take up those appointive positions to help the new officers who might be elected at the various congresses. So it's not meant to target anybody. I believe the National Executive Committee thought through this and came out with this regulation based on the Article 54, that residual powers they have to make up this kind of regulation in order to guide our
what will be the fairness if some people are prohibited from contesting unless they resign, and yet for the appointive offices, some people will keep their offices and still stand a chance of being appointed to those offices? What will be the fairness?
Well, you see, if you look at it, it's not about fairness. It's about providing technical support to the executive. That is what we're looking at. It's about providing technical support. Because if you look at it, being, for instance, if you want to be a general secretary of the party, it's a full-time job. Because you are the CEO of the party. And so if you are a CEO of the party and you are also a minister of state, you can imagine how you are going to handle the two. Okay, but if you are a director of legal of the party, that one is not a full-time thing. It is only, you only bring your technical knowledge when we have legal issues. You come and advise the party as what to do when it comes to legal matters and all that. It's not a full-time thing.
Right.
And so that is what we are looking at. So the issue is not about fairness.
The other question about fairness has been, why didn't you prohibit those who are serving on boards as well? Your national chairman, Esiedun Ketia, is serving on the GPHA board. We know in Ghana that's a very lucrative place. Why didn't you prohibit all those people as well? Because you give them advantage over the others you expect to resign.
If you listen to the General Secretary very well, he made it very clear. These are not full-time jobs. Boards sit, sometimes they sit 3 times in a year. Some 2. Some self, it will take time. It depends upon the nature of the board. It's not a full-time. After the board meeting, that's the end of their job. And then the next
there are places of access and influence. There are places of potential, building a war chest.
Well, that is another leg maybe they have been looking at. But you see, you need to be fair to all the persons. If we say, okay, we have to segregate certain boards which are lucrative and all that, and regulate on that one and leave others, we might not also be fair. So in order to just be fair to all the board members and then listen, because not all of them are active work that they are doing. You go and sit in the board meeting and it will take about 3-4 months before you are even called to come, if only there's a business for you to come and decide. So that is the brain behind it. And so that one there...
But I spoke about access. People who are sitting on boards, who are even chairpersons of boards, can find jobs for loyalists. If you say people should resign, they resign. But those who are still keeping this board appointment can find jobs for loyalists. They have all sorts of access. And it's easier for them. And that can be used as an advantage. So that as we speak, we know that Esiedun Ketia is interested in becoming a flag bearer. We know that Julius Debra is interested in becoming a flag bearer. We know some who are in ministerial positions who we understand are also interested in becoming flag bearers. So, well, that's not party office, but yeah. If they were interested in other offices other than party office, they were supposed to resign.
Well, that's why I'm saying that is another leg we are looking at. But we wanted to be fair. You see, and there's a dictum I always speak from lawyers, equity. You see, we're looking at that one. And so we wanted to be fair. The National Executive, yes, fair. The National Executive Committee wanted to be fair to all these people that we are talking of, so that we don't target certain people and say, okay, because the person is here, that this place is lucrative and all that, let's regulate against them, and then we might not be fair to them.
Okay.
So that is the brain behind it.
All right.
So clearly, the National Executive Committee, with this decision that they have come out with, is grounded on Article 54 of the party constitution. They are using their residual powers.
All right.
And that's
Dr. Arthur Kennedy, what do you make of this decision of the NDC? Is it good to foster, equity and fairness within the party, as he says?
Well, the intent is good, but I'm concerned about the effects. For example, it begs the question, is the flag bearer of NDC an elective position? So for example, if somebody wants to be flag bearer, it is a party position, even though it's leading to a national position. Looking at what the MPP went through in 2007, 2008, I think the intent is good, but sometimes we overestimate the abundance of talent that the government or the party might find itself heading into 2028, that it has unnecessary tied its hands behind its back by forcing people who are otherwise quite talented to give up offices that would have been beneficial to the party's reputation. The other thing is also that when you talk about board chair and board memberships, I think that my friend, Mr. Tanko, kind of oversimplifies it a little bit. Yes, the Ghana Ports Authority board chair might have one meeting a month or one meeting in 3 months, but from what I have learned, board chairmanships in the Ghanaian context are very busy positions. There is supplicants who are seeking your interventions and things. Those who manage the organization are coming to you. So the idea that once you finish the board meeting, all what you need to do is done, I suggest it's a little bit of an oversimplification. So I see the intent, but I think that in the end, there might be some regrets, both on the part of individuals and on the part of the party. But it will be interesting to watch it. But I didn't think the MPP benefited a lot from the 2007-2008 resignations.
Interesting. Fatih, they are taking a cue from some of the bickering, some of the problems that happen in the NPP, where people who are serving in government sought to undermine MP candidates and all sorts of things. So they want to cut all of them off. DCEs, they are all affected. These people, some of them undermined the sitting MPs.
It is an interesting issue, but one thing that we can all admit is that parties are not the strongest when they are in power, because it gets to a point that some of their best resources, human resources, are moved to go and govern. And there is this natural transition that occurs to find people to fill spots. And in our space, with all the uncertainties in political party financing, you realize that funding issues and all that is also complicated. So there is a genuine fear that this person is going here to build their war chest and come and take a position that someone has worked so hard for, and so on and so forth. I don't particularly know the thinking that went behind the decision of the National Executive Committee of the NDC to go in this direction. But what I know is that political parties evolve, and most of the evolution happens when they are in government and have moved a chunk of their human resources into government. And you need to figure out how you are going to run a successful and sustainable political party whilst other people are serving somewhere and they are not accessible. So our party is going through its own evolution, as you are aware of. And today, after today's election, we'll be back at the drawing board, as we did at last year's July conference, to see how best we can move along the changing time.
So this is a good thing they are doing.
If it's good for them, it's good for democracy. I am not. I will defer to him on NDC matters. I don't know much about their challenges, except that I see a few of their content creators and TikTokers crying on social media, on Instagram, Facebook, that they've been abandoned since the party came to power. And my brother was, they've been crying every day. Sometimes I even go into their DMs and tell them it is well, it shall be well. Every day crying. But just to land on the fact that, you see, as for Samson's show, when I come here, I don't want to do politics. I want to be talking Lord.
For now, we are talking politics. Don't talk politics.
But my brother was saying they inherited a very bad economy.
I saw
and
you
they had
taking
to come
notes of
and
that. Yeah.
reset. I said, you know, these are family matters. I didn't want to go there. But I am clear in my mind that what the NDC has tried to do over and over again is to dismiss the exit data and record of the new Patriotic Party and continue to pick data from the crisis period, especially in 2022. If they are quoting fuel prices, they are quoting from 2022. If they are quoting dollar rates, they are quoting from 2022, just to exaggerate and make their point sweeter. But my brother failed to tell Ghanaians that the economy that President Akufo-Addo handed over to them was a recovering economy. Of course, you wouldn't say it was all rosy because we had to go under an IMF program. But this is an economy that gave us 5.7% GDP growth in 2024. Indeed, by every standard, no reasonable person would say it was going the Sri Lanka direction as at 2024. This is an economy that left more than 3.5 months import cover for your government, almost $9 billion US. the economy that left a gold reserve of, according to your data, the gold that you have sold and liquidated and left only 18.6 tons, the economy that kept the children in schools, the economy that procured 2,240 drip equipment for all the MMDAs, so that you have appointed a national drip coordinator, 16 regional drip coordinators, you've appointed district drip coordinators, some are using the drip machines to do galamsey, according to the journalists like Erastus who have been following the galamsey menace. That is the economy that we handed over to you. So please, sometimes be graceful and tell the record as it is, that the exit data that President Akufo-Addo left as of 6th January 2025 was not an economy that was in a bad state. That economy could pay cocoa farmers. That economy made sure it created value in the agri sector. The maize farmers and beans farmers were not on radio and TV crying every day. That if you go to a dry market, they have, for a year, they have applied pesticides to their beans 3 times. Okay. They are afraid of food poisoning. So please, as your party is evolving, we are also evolving in opposition. But let us always set the record straight.
Dr. Osai, yeah.
It's a good idea.
From where you sit from CDD,
yes,
it looks like this is a good thing.
Yes, it's a good thing.
Separate the party from government.
Precisely, to separate the party from government. Because sometimes, you don't know where the party begins and ends and where the government begins and ends. I know that the political reality is that service to the party sometimes is sort of the platform, the gateway to being recognized,
or rewarded.
And rewarded for then saying, oh, we've seen your talent in service to the party. We believe you can be useful, in government as well. But I believe it's a good idea to have that.
So therefore, it to be fair that those who have served and have been rewarded in the present government should choose to stay and enjoy their reward. Then those who want to serve in the party will continue to do that.
Exactly.
And perhaps they too, it will come to their time where they will move from party office to go to government office to serve as a reward.
Precisely. And even at some point to expand it beyond just your elective positions and even include all party positions, even the ones that are appointed. But sometimes when you talk to the party people, after elections, you hear things like, oh, these days nobody is even at the party headquarters, things like that. And I think post-election, especially when you win and you get into government, it can create some challenges for maintaining, running administration of the party. It can even weaken, the party depending, because, the kinds of roles you are in government, can you give both your full attention? So for me, I think it's a good, I believe it's a step in the right direction.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Osai Kwapong. Now, the other side was the matter of, so we're using this to dovetail into the NPP, voting that is going on for flag bearership. There's a challenge in the Supreme Court, and the challenge is a straightforward one, that only you should not leave the election of a presidential candidate to only delegates. It should be something that should be done by all the members of the political party. So let's begin from there. What do you think? Is it the case really that what they are doing now, what they are doing today is undemocratic and it does not sit well with the Constitution's, requirements? Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, Dr. Nyaho and Dr. Christine Amwakoniama are the plaintiffs in this matter before the Supreme Court. Who have they sued? They have sued the New Patriotic Party, the National Democratic Congress, and the Convention People's Party, as well as the Electoral Commission and the Attorney General. The reason the Electoral Commission and the Attorney General are there is so that among the relief they are asking for, that if the court holds that the delegate system is undemocratic and unconstitutional, it will be the Electoral Commission that will enforce it. Attorney General will also have an obligation in that regard.
Democracy doesn't always have to be direct. You can have indirect democracy. So, for example, when my parliamentarian is taking decisions in Parliament, right, they are making those decisions in principle and in an ideal world on my behalf, right, on behalf of a constituency they are representing.
But the constituency elected them.
Correct. So if you think
not
of
a part of the constituency.
But if you think of a delegate system, you can think of it as an indirect form of democracy where these delegates have, quote unquote, delegated authority to help decide for the entire party.
Yes, so the point is the delegated authority should come from the general and not...
However, I want to say that for me, I've always argued for open primaries. I'm not a big fan of the delegate system. And it does come also from a selfish position. A very good friend lost a party primary years ago, whom I believed would have been a much better candidate for the party and a really good parliamentarian. And so after he lost, I started looking closely at this delegate system. This idea of it's cocoa season and it goes to the highest bidder. So I started arguing that, well, it may be easier to, quote unquote, buy a number of delegates, but it will be difficult to buy an entire constituency. So to make the race very fair and reduce the monetary incentive for the one with the deep pockets to be able to win, open it up to all registered members of the party in good standing. What some of my friends have said to me in the parties is that their concern is, what if in an open primary, the other side finds a way to infiltrate and get to also have a say in who becomes their flag bearer? But I think with technology, biometric verification, all of those tools, you can ensure that if you go and vote in an MPP primary, you can't turn around, hold a card and go and vote, in an NDC primary. So I think there are mechanisms through which you can prevent. I mean, the CRC is recommending this very thing that has gone to the courts. I don't think the political parties would back the CRC recommendation, which is why I'm counting on the courts.
Why would they not back it if the state will fund it? Because the parties, their major concern has been the funding.
The state would not also fund it because there's not a public appetite for state funding of political parties. So as far back as maybe 15 years ago, CDD Ghana did a study. There was a question about, do you support state financing of political parties? And almost close to 6 out of 10 Ghanaians supported some form of state financing. But by Afrobarometer, I think it was 2022, when that question came up, it's completely gone, no more than 2 out of 10. And I remember sharing it on social media, and everybody's response was, tell the political parties to go and look for their own money to finance that. So that appetite, the public appetite for state financing. But you just said a while
ago that it should be possible to take out people who may want to infiltrate.
Yes.
So MPP is organizing its primaries today.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying if people have to use their cards.
Yes.
That must be shepherded by the state.
Yes.
If it's not shepherded by the state and you don't use state machines and systems, how will they be found out, going to vote for another?
Correct. So that part the state can take responsibility for, right? But not the sort of direct financing of. I mean, some state support I would agree with. The other question that my friends would point out to me, in addition to how would the mechanisms work, is the cost issue, which is why I've also been wondering, the NDC tried an open primary for parliamentary candidates in 2020. I'm wondering what lessons they learned from that made them abandon that approach and return to the delegate system, even for parliamentary. Because I think whatever lessons they learned from that made them say, look, this is not the path. But I am really hoping that a day will come where we can get to open primary for all registered members of the party, in good standing. My mother would always say to me, only a few people get to select the flag bearer, and yet when it comes to election time, then you say we all must go and select that flag bearer, except that for her, she's a diehard party person, so she would always say, whoever the party selects, I will still show up and vote. But I would like to have a say, in the process of selecting and moving beyond the delegate system.
Dr. Arthur Kennedy, do you support?
Yes.
Do you support this suit and the arguments therein?
I do, not completely the argument, but I support the suit in principle. You recall, and I think that we can't go into detail here because he hasn't given us permission to do that I took on Professor Kwesi Prempeh in a private forum you are on regarding a similar thing. And since we don't have his permission, I can't flesh everything out about his responses. But actually, this problem has existed for a long time, and the suit is grounded, as you've put up there kindly, on Article 55.5 and the quotation there that the parties must conform to democratic principles and their actions are not contravening or being consistent with the Constitution. Indeed, there is also another subsection of the Article 55 that you haven't put on there, that is 14A and B, which enjoins the political parties to declare revenues and assets and to also publish audited accounts every year, which of course they haven't been doing.
Yeah, that's in the Political Parties Act 2000. That's in the Political Parties Act, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that what they are saying has merit. And actually, if you think about it broadly, if we say that what the political parties do must conform to our Constitution, we know, for example, that today and in the days leading to today, a lot of money has changed hands. The Constitution of Ghana explicitly enjoins all of us to fight against corruption. So if monies are changing hands in exchange for votes, one can presume that that is inconsistent, for example, with our Constitution. We know that for DCEs, there were allegations that you had to buy your nomination at the presidency and buy your confirmation from the delegates. Obviously, these things are not consistent with our Constitution. But the reason why I said I do not completely support the basis is that in actual fact, there are a lot of places around the world where candidates are chosen by delegates. So choosing candidates by delegates per se is itself not undemocratic. So, for example, when you look at America and Australia and other places that has evolved, in America, for example, they say famously that what they got was a republic and not a democracy. And when they say it was a republic, it is representative, which is where you use the delegates. In fact, in the United States initially, the president was not chosen by direct vote. Senators were not chosen by direct vote. And even now, even though the public votes, the American president is chosen by electoral college votes, which is why you can win the popular vote and still lose it. So I say all that to say that in a republic like United States, yes, you can do representation, but the solution to what is it that we are talking about can actually be found there. And I showed that in my exchanges with Kwesi Prempeh, that in actual fact, I noticed that Dr. Sekwapong talks about how, the going to direct vote, the other side might affect it. The thing to do is to bring the state in. And as I suggested, for example, we can ask every voter who is registering to vote to declare allegiance to a political party. And if they did that, it should entitle them to vote in that party's presidential and parliamentary primaries, as well as voting for DCs. And I think that by that declaration, and by the way, in the United States, your right to vote in a party's primary nothing to do if you're paying dues. You don't have to pay dues. The parties raise money separately, apart from dues paying, because the idea of having to pay dues in order to be a voting member or to be a member in good stand is a farce. The big people pay the dues for their supporters. So in the end, it is not they who paid. As for the state funding it, which Dr. Kwapon and Fatimata and others have raised, they are good points, but you know, whatever happens, somebody must pay for it. And money is the mother's milk of politics. So at a certain level, as you famously said, they said that Kennedy had ideas, but he didn't have money. So my point is the fact that the state is refusing to pay for it does not mean nobody is paying for it. Bad money is paying for it. And when bad money pays for it, it's an investment. We call them politicopreneurs who invest in elections by buying delegates so that when people get into office, they can get something back.
You mentioned...
So it might be that in spite of our reluctance, the state must look seriously at making some investments in parties so that they would conform to what I call the principles of democratization, demonetization, transparency, and inclusiveness.
Right.
For example, this MPP primary that we are about to see, Cynthia Mamle Morrison and 200 of her supporters were just summarily removed from the register. There was no due process. I think the last point is that which is why Professor Frimpong Boateng, Nyaota Maklo, and Ms. Nyama's suit have merit, is that there are too many people who think or treat the parties as private clubs that they may manage in whatever way they please.
But does your arguments, do your arguments about, you know, delegation not being undemocratic and unconstitutional, do those arguments not, you know, defeat this suit?
Not completely, because you know you can, in effect, validate parts of a suit and then let parts of it go. So, for example, I think that you can separate something like, but I think the three areas every member of a party should be able to vote are picking MMDs, candidates for the party, picking parliamentary candidates, and picking the presidential candidate. And you can say, for example, that party officers, like constituency chair and others, might be by the delegate system. But even if you concede that you can use the delegate system, it can be amended to make it more democratic and transparent. For example, I don't see why, if the MPP is picking its presidential candidate, Wale and Bantuma should have the same voice, because the party strength in the two places are significantly different. So you can still have a delegate system that approaches more the ideals of democracy.
You are getting back to the point. You are getting back to the point of controversy. You and Dr. Osai Kwapon, if your point is that a collegiate system or a delegate system is not necessarily undemocratic or unconstitutional, then how do we argue before the apex court that this delegate system is undemocratic? How do you come by the delegate system in the first place? The delegate system is a product of the constitution of a party. How is the constitution of a party promulgated? It is promulgated by the votes or the endorsement of the Congress, which is the apex body of the party. So how can you argue that it is undemocratic when the system that throws up the delegates system is democratic?
It is not actually a very difficult thing to say. You can, of course, have the Congress of the party constituted and administered in a way that itself is undemocratic and not transparent. For example, the MPP constitution clearly says that when you make a constitutional amendment, you should circulate it a certain number of weeks before you go. They didn't do that. When they got to the Congress itself, you are supposed to count the votes and record it. They did voice votes. So there are a lot of ways in which these things are undemocratic, not necessarily because they are delegate systems, but because people are controlling it. You wake up in the morning and some people's names have been removed from the register.
We understand. We understand those issues, but the question is the principle or the core at which this argument is mounted. Are we going to Athenian democracy where everybody will gather at the amphitheater and decide that this is what we have to do? And the question is, how do you achieve that? The parties say we simply can't achieve that with our current circumstances. It's about money.
Samson, I've told you how you can achieve that. So everybody, I have said that you can split the difference because we should be sensitive to the cost argument. But it is also true that the system as we are operating it now is not the best. So we can make it more democratic. In other words, democracy and not democracy are not just binary. It's a range. And you can move along the range. So, for example, when I ran for MPP flag bearer, there were only about 2,000 people voting. It's now 211,000 or something. So obviously, the voting now is a little more democratic because more members of the party have a voice. But it's also true that when 211,000 people go get paid money to pick a presidential candidate and 6 million are supposed to vote for the person, then it's not as democratic as it ought to be. So how does the state step in? I've given you some ideas. For example, when you register to vote as a Ghanaian voter, you should tell them which party you prefer, and telling them that should give you a right to participate in their primary for both MP and for the presidential candidate. That is a significant improvement. We are also saying that having transparency about where money is coming from, and for example, having the state fix the dates. So the MPP is voting today, not because it helps the public, but because some people in the party thinks, let's be frank about it, it helps a certain faction. So part of the state's intervention might be to, in effect, make sure that within the parties, interests which are powerful do not manipulate the processes to the advantage of their factions.
All right, thank you.
That these parties are public institutions.
Thank you very much. And because you have to leave us, let me pick your comments now. I need to take a break, but let me pick your comments now. So they are saying that your processes, as far as your delegate system is concerned, is undemocratic as required by the Constitution. What do you say?
I do not have any reservation about the desire to go to court to test the law, just so that we have something on record for future references. But I am concerned that in Ghana, we fail to celebrate our democratic successes and are quick to throw away what works and are quick to disturb what ought not to be disturbed. I have been following the elections in Tanzania and also Cameroon and also other parts of Africa. I have gone to Nigeria as well. You go to places and you are like, what version of democracy is being practiced here? Ours is a growing democracy, it's young. But we should also acknowledge the fact that it is growing and it is getting better. Doc acknowledged that when he contested elections, there were 2,000 delegates. Now we have 211,000 delegates. by virtue of the amendment that we did to the NPP's constitution on 19 July 2025, we are going to expand the polling station executives from 5 to 7, electoral area coordinators from 1 to 5. We are allowing all former constituency officers, regional officers, national officers, MMDCs, ministers to vote. It has a potential to bloat our electoral college from even the 211,000 to even a larger number. Now, if you are positing that in Ghana, not in America, in Ghana, not in America, where you go to this house, you know there is a Republican voter here. In Ghana, where our constitution and statutes prevent even some civil servants and public servants to show their political colors, prevent some security agencies, prevent some traditional authority from involving themselves in politics, prevent other people in society from the kind of politics we have here, because this is not America and this is not London. Our cultural and social contexts are different. So if we have tried something and it works, let's not break it. We can test the law, but I am also admitting that, for instance, if genuinely the Constitution is right, it is not contradicting any provision of the 1992 Constitution. But you are saying, I have witnessed some incidents that are unconstitutional. Let us take on those isolated incidents. Let us bring light to it, amplify it, and make sure the right things are done. But why do we make the laws? Why do we have the Constitution? Why do we have the statutes? Because, first of all, we want them to be obeyed, a failure of which they must be enforced. If you force the courts to bring the kind of ruling and say, NPP, allow everybody in Ghana who has ever held your party card to go and vote to select a person, and the party says, we cannot pay for it. The laws you have made, the rulings will be observed more in breach than in compliance, because the practicality is not there. We can't do it. And you want us to go to court because you want us to be in the position and have the capacity to do it. I went to the CDU headquarters in Berlin in 2019 just to engage and investigate how government is able to fund political parties, how they mobilize revenue, the tax component that goes to political parties funding. And I was looking at our dispensation and I was like, this will not work here. You say you want to give political parties even 5 million cedis each, which cannot even conduct primaries for one candidate. And the next conversation around it is, but we don't have a classroom here yet. There is a pothole here. We haven't reached there. So maybe we should be a bit more cautious in the adventure that we want to pursue.
See, my biggest interest, as I said, is the fact that I still haven't gotten over the fact that my good friend, who would have been a good parliamentary candidate, lost because he didn't have deep pockets. So the political solution to the political problem for me is make it more difficult for those with the deep pockets to be able to buy the delegate system. I don't have necessarily a legal argument.
It is becoming more difficult because we have expanded the electoral college. And let me remind you of one last point. Majority, about 90% of the delegates are elected by members of the party.
Right. Let's hear Rashid Tanko, the final one to
Council, this one,
and then we'll take our break.
Well, the party, NDC, we have not been served yet. We have not received sermons on this matter.
Will you know?
Yes. I'm always at FEC meetings. I'm a member of FEC, so if it's there, I would have known. But clearly, if you look at it, the delegate system has served the country very well.
They actually say in their suits that in 2015, thereabout, you guys decided to do it the way they are asking the court to compel you to do it now.
That was
and then suddenly you change it again.
No, that was also a delegate system. But maybe because we didn't call it delegate system. Even the country, the way we elect our president and parliamentarian, we use the delegate system. The Ghana population is about, we are talking about 34 million. How many people elect the president? Is it not 70 million on our register? You must register first. If you are not a registered voter, can you go and vote? So we compile a register. We have a register, and that register will determine these are the people who vote for the president. And vote for them. That's one too. It's a delegate system. But it's just it's expanded.
The argument is that every card bearer, every member of the party, every person you can identify as NDC, should be allowed to participate in the flag bearership votes.
That is what we do it at the branch level. Look, we've just opened our registers for new members to be uploaded. Who want to join the NDC can take up the opportunity and pick up our membership. Now, when the register is compiled at the branch level, then we'll do branch elections. All party members in that branch who are holding party membership card will go and vote for the 9 officers of the branch. That's how we start. So it means all party members are going to be part of the voting of our executive from the base. Now, when we get these 9 executives, they are now representing the branches at each area. They now constitute the bulk of the deal to come and elect our constituency.
They were voted by all members.
All members.
Same as NPP.
That's how we do.
That makes it democratic.
That is what we do in our party.
If in future they are going to choose your flag bearer, then they are exercising the delegated power given to them, by all
our members.
Just like we vote for MPs, they go
and represent us. Yes.
So it's democratic.
It's democratic. So that's what I'm saying. It has served us well. And that is why before we get to the 19th December, we would have done all this on the ground. So that we see that these 9 executives who are going to be elected are democratically elected by each party member.
This happens in all the parties.
Well, I don't know how the
as well.
So with that one, I think it has saved us well. The only thing is that maybe, like the numbers, if you come to the 9-9, if they will think that at the branch level, people can still influence the 9 elected officers, then we can increase. But that one, you see, will go into the realm of absurdity. Like my sister was talking of. It's not easy conducting election at the internal elections. It's very costly. It's not easy because you have to get electoral commission. You have to pay them because you have to pay for the printing of the ballot papers and their officers who are going to be there unless the state wants to now come in and take over the organization of internal election of political party, and of which the state has other pressing matters that they will want to look at. And so for now, this one has saved us well. I've listened to our senior citizens who have gone to the Supreme Court. Yes, they might have a general based on the monetization of our processes. That might be the reason behind them going this. Because of late, we used not to have that. I remember in 1992, when we started this journey, and where I participated fully was the 1996 one. Look, at that time, there was nothing like spending on delegates. At that time, it was just posters. You bring a poster and they are good to go, or T-shirt. And then bicycle. After bicycle there, you are just Oga. That was how we're doing it. And then 2000, we came in. Then we started around 2001, 2002. Then the issue of monetization started. Of late, now even to us people...
The two of you, you fortify Arthur Kennedy's arguments and those of Dr. Osai Kwapong when you insist that how the delegates are chosen is the general membership of the party at the branch level that picked them. Therefore, it's a democratic system. If you are able to allow the general membership at the local level to vote for those local executives who eventually become delegates, why can't you allow the system generally to be there? It means it is not difficult to do.
That's what I'm saying. You have to also be mindful of the cost element that you are looking at. Okay, that we tried in 2015. That is our biometric system, where we said, okay, every party member who is holding party membership card was captured on our biometric system, and then they will come and decide for our parliament. That was what we used in the 2015 to elect our parliamentary. And it cost us a lot because we realized that there were a lot of infiltration into the system. Because the system, people wanted to get their favorite elected. You saw that a lot of people who were not even party members managed their way into the system. And so it gave us a hell of time, and I'm not surprised the 2016 election didn't go well for us at all, because people were aggrieved with the system and we had to abandon it. So it also boils down to internal mechanism, how to put our data together. The party membership is another critical one. If we have it like what we are doing now, we are now trying to prepare the data, comprehensive data, and that is why we have given the timelines as to when to open the register and when to close it, so that those who are desirous want to join the NDC will come pick membership at the branch level. Then they will compile the data. We will put it together. Going forward, we will envisage that kind of system where when we have the proper data being digitized, then we can go that route of reverting to where we can say all branch members can now constitute the delegate instead of the 9-9 to come and then elect our officers at the branch level. Okay. So that we can decentralize the process at that level. But for now, I think the delegate system has worked for us. And it's just a matter of people now dipping their hand deep into their pockets and trying to, like what is going on today. We have picked a lot of...
Okay, thank you. We'll take a break here. We'll take a break here. When we return, we'll focus on how far the voting has gone and potentially how it looks like. So you are going to vote now? Yeah. All right. Who is your vote on?
Dr. Baumia.
Dr. Baumia.
Yeah. Number 3.
Will he win?
Hey.
Huh?
Will he win?
He will.
He will?
We'll find out.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well,
you find out. You find out.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
I'm going for my graduation. Oh, well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain, as the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians. Whether you are at home or abroad, located in the Tranke Hills of Ayimensa Damfa, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource, it's our pride. And at Gold Board Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Board Jewelry Gold Tablet, pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Board Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Board Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water. No wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fenart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fenart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Life can be giving it to you woto like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pensions trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters.
Nothing wrong with my shoulders. Maybe how are they walking to the future? Because Empo Day my back.
Life isn't just about what could go wrong. It's about everything that can go right. At Empo Life Insurance Ghana, we stand with you through every season, giving you the boldness and the power to dream bigger and become who you want to be. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And joining us now is Kwabena Abankwah-Yeboah, who is Vice Chairman of the NPP. He's Vice Chairman of the Presidential Election Committee, and he's a former National Treasurer of the party. Thank you very much for making time to join us, sir.
You're welcome.
Right. So this show is brought to you by the candid sponsorship of Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. HSC University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntax Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. When you are done with your delegate work, yes, all of you who have money and those who are getting money today, find time to go to Safari Valley Eco Park and take a little relaxation. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian, Core Natural Juice. It's 100% cocoa fruit juice. And Melcom, your #1 shopping destination. We are live on Joy Prime as well. Thank you all for being with us. So let's go to Mr. Abankwah-Yeboah, because they are the ones who are in charge of the Presidential Election Committee. How far has it gone for you? Has it met your expectations so far? You have about 2.5 hours to close poll and to begin counting and so on.
Well, thank you very much, and greetings to viewers. I must say that by the grace of God, things have gone so well in what we anticipated. And in fact, I would say a big thank you to the Electoral Commission and the IGP for how far he has brought all the setups and what we agreed upon into being. So far, we haven't had any incidents. And polling, from my information I'm getting from all the regions, have gone so well. And I'm praying that it will continue until the time 2 o'clock, where we'll do the counting. My instructions are that even if voting or people meant to vote in a particular polling station are exhausted, still they'll have to wait till 2 before the counting is done.
Before the sorting?
The sorting and the counting is done.
Okay.
So they're not going to say that because all the names on the delegates list are over, we're going to honor. That's not what it is.
We hope that they listen to you and the people of your class within the party. We know that you command enormous respect to the point of reverence, and there's a reason why your kind were chosen to lead this process. But so ahead of today, we had heard some complaints, even yesterday, about things that appeared, to disfavor a particular candidate.
Those were, I would say, those were falsehood and wrong speculation, because from the word go, the idea was that, as my previous chairman, because I was a member of the previous committee as well, Michael Kwewu said, would say that everything, the winner should be won, or the fight should be won in the ring. So we made sure that we created an environment where everybody will be at peace. And so we started by making sure that all our meetings, we had in attendance representatives of the 5 contestants. First of all, through the process of validation of the album, exhibition of the album, and all that. Then also meetings with the Electoral Commission. We also made sure that all the 2-3 meetings we had with the Electoral Commission, they're also present, because we handed over all the electoral process, even venue, to the Electoral Commission, so that nobody or no candidate will say that, oh, this particular polling station was chosen because of ABC. And where they had problems, they brought their views up, and the said polling stations were changed. Likewise, the meetings we had with the security services, we had about 3 meetings. They were all present. So we've involved them from the beginning. And normally, as a production, they will say quality is built up into the process. So we've involved them such that nobody at the end of the day will come and say, no, I've been shortchanged, or things did not go for me because of ABC. And whatever complaints we had to resolve them,
So going into the process today, there have not been complaints that have been outstanding?
No, there haven't been complaints. I know, I was listening to you, and Ata Kennedy brought some forfeitures and all that. The constitution of the party is clear that when you go, in support of independent candidate, or you leave the party, and file your own candidature at the parliamentary processes, you forfeit automatically your membership. But before we started the process, that was in July, the National Executive Committee and National Council granted some amnesty. But those amnesty that was granted was for all those who were suspended and all that. But those who had forfeited, it was for them to apply to be taken in, onto the register. And even that, they would be active only after 2 years. So all these things were considered, and we came out with the final register without any problem.
Right. Hold on quickly for me. Samuel Abu-Jinapo is former MP. Is he former? No, he's MP, current, Damongo, and ranking member, Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you very much for making time to join us. He's former Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Are you in your constituency to vote, and how are things looking like this morning for you?
Thank you very much, Samson, for having me. Yes, I'm in Damongo. I'm here to vote.
All we have heard, particularly for the committee that Mr. Bankwa-Yeboah is part of the leadership, has been generally of praise for the work they have done. But this morning, do you have any concerns that you believe that are outstanding that they have not addressed?
Well, thank you very much, Samson. First of all, the process is going on very smoothly here in Damongo. It's extraordinarily smooth. and it's going smoothly across Savannah region. And the reports we have is that it's going smoothly across the northern sector of our country. And I think Mr. Abankwai Yeboah and the Honorable Joe Wise and co have to be commended and saluted highly. I think they've done such an extraordinary job for our party. And what is happening today is part of the process to revive our party and to rebuild our party. And I think they've been great patriots, and they've acted fairly. They've done such an extraordinary job, and it's all manifesting today. And you will see that we have just about 2 hours to end the polls, and the process has been absolutely peaceful and very smooth. I should say that the healing process for the New Patriotic Party is going on very well. The party is healing quite well. And I want to believe that by the grace of God, it will go on accordingly. And as they say, the voice of the people is the voice of God. So when it's all said and done, whoever is elected, we will all rally behind the person. Crucial election of 2028.
Of course, initially, your team was not excited about this disqualification of the diaspora vote, proxy voting issues. But now you are fine.
Well, I think in an election, you cannot have everything according to how you probably will wish for it. And I want to believe that the election planning committee, the presidential election committee, working alongside the electoral commission, had good reason to put all the measures they put in place, not just the ones that you've mentioned. What is important is that this process is going on smoothly. It's going on smoothly here in Damango. It's going on smoothly in the Savannah region. And that when it's all said and done, the winner will be the legitimate winner of the election and will be the legitimate leader of the party and will have the legitimate mandate and authority to bring everybody around the table. And those who do not win in accordance with the best traditions of the MPP since 1992 will rally behind the winner for us to go into the crucial election of 28. So I think that the process has been excellent, and so far nobody should have any cause to complain.
Yeah, but people have concerns that it's most likely that this time round the healing process may not be as easy as you say it because of some of the exchanges that have happened, particularly in the dying, days to today.
Well, you're right, Samson. In an election, if you don't win, people put in a lot, put in money, they put in logistics, they put in their emotions, physical, and all of that. So it takes time, and time heals the best. And it takes time for people to heal and come around. But I also think that as members of the party, it does not matter how the contest panned out. Some of the utterances and some of the occurrences in the course of this campaign are most unfortunate and unwelcome, but they've happened. But what is important is that when the elections are over, and that's what has been the case since 92, when Professor Dubois was elected, President Kufuor, Mr. Selby, and the rest all supported him in 1996. When President Kufuor was elected, Professor Dubois, Nana Akufo-Addo supported President Kufuor in 98, and it's been the tradition of our party. I believe that Mr. Abankwai Yeboah, leading members and respected members,
in those contests, nobody called the other a liar.
Well, in some of those contests, it was a lot of things were said. People said that cassava that has been taken to the market and wasn't bought and is rotten cannot be taken back to the market. A lot of things get said in political heated contests. I don't welcome that. I don't think using language like that is welcome. We should have politics of decency, decorous politics without insults. I agree with you on that. But I'm saying that whatever the case is, ultimately, it will be the responsibility of the leadership of the MPP. And I should say also the man who will be elected by the end of today to bring everybody together for us to rally behind the elephant for the election.
How come executives of the party were, prohibited from showing their preferences, but you, the MPs, almost all of you have shown your preferences? Do you think that has helped?
But we were not prohibited. The MPs were not prohibited. And the MPs have aligned with presidential aspirants over the period. In the past, the parliamentary caucus have always had a say. I think that there's good reason why national executive officers and regional executives were expressly prohibited from aligning with particular political parties. And also don't forget, Samson, that the novel arrangement we have now, where we are electing our presidential candidate ahead of internal reforms, internal elections, i.e. polling station, electoral area coordinators, constituency, regional and national executive elections, will also help. So what it will mean is that when the presidential candidate is elected, and we then go forward to elect the executives of the structures of the party, you may not necessarily have the current executives manning affairs moving into the elections. Members of parliament, yes, we will stay there till the election is due. But whoever we have aligned with, I think that we should be matured enough and we should love our party enough to be able to support whoever emerges.
Okay, let's hear what message would you have for what message would you have for those who are voting across the country as far as the conduct is concerned? Finally.
Samson, I think where we are, I support Dr. Mamadou Bawumia. There's no secret about that, and I'm going to cast my vote for him. But on a day like this, where we've gotten to, we should see what is happening today as part of the broader effort by the party to revive the New Patriotic Party. And we should be honest and courageous enough to admit that flowing from the election of 2024, the NPP requires revival and healing, if I should use your word. And indeed, what is happening today should be seen within the broader context of efforts by the party to bring the New Patriotic Party onto its feet for election, the crucial election of 2028. And so far, so good. And this is why, really, what is happening today and the conduct of this election and how it's panning out is so refreshing and so welcoming. Right. And therefore, the few hours, the sorting and counting left, we should focus and make sure that we discharge this responsibility creditably and give the New Patriotic Party a good name.
Right. Hopefully there's no showdown. Thank you very much, Samuel Abu-Jinapor. He's now going to cast his ballots, like a good number of those in positions or who have responsibilities to perform. They are now going to do theirs. Dr. Arthur Kennedy, sitting from where you are in the US and observing the process. Okay, so I'll get to Dr. Arthur Kennedy later, but Dr. Sakwapong, I'm sure you have followed your mother's party and how things have gone on so far. How are you processing the lead up to today and today, and of course after today?
So it's been, if you look at least those I've followed on social media, some of the things I've read in the lead up, you can see that it's been quite, to put it politely, intense rivalry.
Acrimonious
at times. A friend of mine, though, says to me, we are seeing more of it because, for example, we are in the era of social media that amplifies some of these acrimonies, because prior to the era of social media, it could get just as intense. So I've been worried about that part because sometimes I think in internal contest, our parties fight so much that I keep saying, but have you forgotten who the real, quote-unquote, political enemy is, right? That they fight as though the general election is going to be two candidates from the same party and not from two different parties.
This kind of fight is supposed to be expected as a natural consequence of any context.
Correct, but I mean, there are sort of moments that make me cringe, especially because for me, I'm not a big fan of, I know politics is adversarial in nature, but I'm still not a big fan of adversarial politics, right? That sort of hard-hitting at each other's throat. But here we are, by the end of today, we would have a flag bearer. When the NPP announced that they would have their internal elections, I thought it was a little too soon. I used to say, well, process all the lessons from 2024, do all of the internal restructuring things. But in hindsight, I can see why they want to get it over with now, to give both the party and the elected flag bearer enough time to do all the, post-primary things, especially the reconciliation, the healing, just as you said, ensuring that after a bruising fight, everybody can find a way to sort of move on, make peace, my favorite word, and think party first and not whether my side was victorious or not. But that would also require for me the winner being gracious in victory. Usually I tend to put the responsibility more on the winner than the loser. Yes, the loser's consent, acceptance, and all of that will be very important. But I hope that when all is said and done, party first, and whether my side won or lost
if reconciliation is at the center, then perhaps they should vote Educhum.
Yes, but if you also look at, the polls and everything, you just realize that, some candidates have a stronger chance of winning, than other candidates.
I was going to ask a question which I thought may be unfair to you, and I turned it that way because I was going to ask you, who makes it easier, the healing process for the party, and also to heal in such a way that puts them in a position to make a great comeback in 2028. Who among the five will do that for you?
So here's how I would answer it. It all depends on how you embrace your victory or your loss. I'll use my mother again as an example. Big fan of Kennedy Ejapong, right? But she would also say to you that when the primary is over and the party has selected a given candidate, I put all my primary interest and support behind me and, sort of transform now to say, hey, I wanted person A, but person B won. It's the party's choice. That's what I'm going to go with. If everyone can adopt that kind of mindset and attitude, then for me, that healing process becomes easier. But if you had any grievances leading to the primary or even on the primary day and you keep dragging it, that makes it more challenging.
From where you sit,
from the party.
From where you sit, not from a party perspective.
Yeah.
You're a stakeholder of in this democracy.
Yes.
And at CDD, you are doing a lot to make sure that this democracy survives. Of the five, who improves our democratic lot?
Samson. I don't think that's a question I want to answer publicly. But when I say I prefer a certain style of politics, then I'm sure you should be able to read in between the lines and see who I think presents that sort of less adversarial, more reconciliatory approach kind, to politics. And
that would be any apart from your mother's choice.
Hey, I didn't say that.
Yes, Tanko Rashid.
Yes.
The NDC is so much interested to the point that you have been saying that you are going to conduct a parallel what?
A coalition, in fact.
Parallel coalition.
Yes.
Is just talk you are doing, or you can actually do this?
We are serious about it.
But how are you doing that? Do you have people on the ground to do that?
Yes, you can see that I'm so busy on my phone. We have observers in all the centers, the 270. We have observers. We deploy observers across. I've set up 17 laptops connected. Each laptop is connected to a region. You see, there are 16 regions, and then their head office.
Okay.
We don't trust these people because you see. Run out to this election.
So your famous cameras are on.
Oh yes, we are monitoring them closely. Look, this is our democracy. We have to protect it. The sanctity of our electoral system must be upheld. That's the most important thing. We are partners in this. They are our opponents. They are not our enemies. And so we should be interested in what our opponent is doing in order to safeguard our democratic credentials. And so when we realize that this party is on each other's neck, saying that internal election, one of them is saying that they rigged the election, the 2023 election. He won certain areas and they changed the figures. Now, if internal election they can rig among them. So what would they do at the national election?
So that in your parallel collation,
yes,
you come forward and say, I have evidence of rigging, and so the results as declared by the EC is not authentic.
Of course, we have to let the general public.
So what? You go to court?
We have to know. You see,
because you will not have capacity to go to court to question their elections.
You see, the political parties are public entities, are not true. And we should be interested in whatever they are doing. Because in the likely event they come back to power in some 30 years or so, our taxes are going to be managed by them. And then so this group, we must be sure and watch what is going to come out from them. But in any case, we are not expecting any surprise today at all. As a party, NDC, we are not expecting any surprise.
What do you mean by that?
We know this process is cooked and designed for Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia.
This is an unfair statement.
It's a fact.
He's been on the ground campaigning just like that.
You know why we are saying that?
Why do you say
the
that?
designing of this process, a group, I usually describe the Alisa group, that was where they went and started and designed that they should have a top-down approach. And that instead of them to go and reorganize the party from the base, they refuse. So they decided
not cast in stone. It's not
the
stated anywhere in any legal book or moral book or anywhere that there is a principle that you must do it from bottom up and not top down.
Counsel, I agree perfectly to what you are saying. Legally, they have nothing is wrong with that. But you see, when you have a party, a very strong political party, NPP, I've monitored them since 92, since the Rucha chairmanship and all. It has been a very strong, formidable party. They started declining somewhere around 2007, down all the way. And now you see that the parties resemble certain parties now because of the nature of their reorganization. A ruling government went to election and lost massively this way. Very massive.
Because of obvious economic situation that we saw.
But you see, my sister is not here. We would have answered it for you. She told you that the economy was in a recovery mood before they left. Recovery mood, and you got this thing. They said I shouldn't mention those figures.
But that was obviously too late. But that's a fact that the economy had begun.
No. It couldn't have. You can't have 23.
What was the dollar? What was the dollar by the time they were
17
when it got to the peak?
17.
It was 14.
17. We took over from them.
No.
They sent it to 53. Inflation went as far up to 53. At that time,
by the time we were taking over, inflation was.
It came down to 23.
Correct.
Who brought it down there?
That's recovery.
Is it not the same
recovery?
I'm saying that.
That's what she meant. So you are just confirming what she said.
You send me to 53. A lot of people died because of this. Their economy.
And for that reason, they got punished.
So because they got
punished at the time when the recovery was setting in. That's what you are being told.
I am saying that if there was a recovery, Ghanaians wouldn't have given them 87 seats in parliament. And their presidential candidate was struggling to cross 40%. They wouldn't have gotten that way. At least they would have been managing somewhere around 47, 48%. And to have been very close because they've seen that a recovery is going on. There was nothing recovery. People were suffering. People were dying like chicken in this thing. Then they counted businesses collapsed.
Saying that the facts you have narrated yourself, the two facts, don't confirm what you are saying.
I am saying that this thing that we are seeing, because they sent us to 53%, and Ghanaians were crying, they said they were recovering. They came down and they were coming down to 23. After 23, Ghanaians saw that these people, they were at their wit end. There was nothing they could do about it. The only thing is to get them out. Okay, even their own party people wanted them out. Okay, now they've lost massively. Instead of you to go and reorganize your party, change the people who sent you to get this less than 40%, and then 87 in parliament, they refuse. They want the same group to elect a presidential candidate for them. Do you think they are going to change the presidential candidate?
But they are still following your example. You didn't change John Mahama.
We went for election.
You didn't change him.
We went for election.
Those who dared to contest John Mahama, we know what happened.
Do you know what we did? We organized the party from the branches after the 2016. 2022, I was in Ashanti region. I helped in the organization of Ashanti region and Eastern and all that. To do the branch elections. After the branch election, we went ahead to do constituency, regional election, national election. I was a member of the National Election Task Force that organized the national election. that elected General Mosquito as chairman and there are
because they haven't done it your way. So
I am saying not our way, because we wanted to reorganize the party effectively, and that made the party very strong, had a good pedestal, and that's why we gave them this demolition tax in 2024.
How many people did you change in your national executive?
A lot.
Executive.
A lot. The face of the national executive changed. And the regional too.
But they have not had that election now, so you can't tell if somebody.
So I'm saying that if they had done that, the narrative today would have been different. It would have been completely different. I don't think
that's a presumption, though.
Not a presumption. It's because on the grounds,
telling.
You see, on the ground, I say I have observers there. They are all over the place. They are sending me a lot of messages. You wait. We'll start bringing the results by 2:30 thereabout. You see. Because we don't trust them. They will come and bring cook results to make the candidate look nice in the general public that he has scored this, which will not be the reflection.
You don't trust the Electoral Commission, which is organizing this?
No, I don't trust them. You know,
the Electoral Commission you don't trust is the one whose back you wrote to be in government.
Council, since 2024, we've never trusted this Electoral Commissioner. You know, we fought them. We said they were our first primary opponent in the election. Our second primary opponent was MPP. So we never trusted them. So why should I trust them? So that's why we have our coalition center. We want to be sure that these people don't come out with any figure.
Right. I think
that's different from the delegates.
Right.
Yeah, thank you very much. Rashid, this is the first time meeting you. Chairman. This is the first time meeting you, but
Chairman,
I have a problem. The problem is that you've won your elections. You are ruling the nation, but always you go back and do propaganda. And I think I will take exception to some of the things he said, because I'm on the committee.
Right.
For you to say that we have cooked, you know, the election for one person and all that, I don't think it's right. And I believe that you may have to redraw that. The second thing is that you said people were dying like chicken. That wasn't the case. Even during COVID, where America, the United States, could not even handle their COVID situation, we were able to handle it as a country. So we should move away from the politics and let us tell the truth, at least for once, to the nation.
We can stay with the politics, but it should be factual.
Factual, that's the truth is facts. So the factual, so that at the end of the day, we are not at each other's throat, but rather we are working in the interest of the nation. You understand? But where you try and derogate others, for example, when you say such a thing whilst I'm seated here, that we've cooked for one candidate or the other, I don't think it's fair. The other thing is that we've made sure that all the candidates were talked to. It's their followers who are at each other's throat. And over time, you realize that when they started, it was bad, but getting closer, you realize that things went down, because at the end of the day, we're asking the candidates to speak to their followers and to make sure that they do not, say derogatory things against each other's candidates. But at the end of the day, whoever wins, we're going to market the person and we're going to use the person's achievements. So whatever you say against that person can be used by the opposing side, which is my brother Tanko and the others, against that person. So that is something that I want to.
So do we understand that in this election, you've left everything in the hands of the Electoral Commission, or you have a role you are playing?
No, we don't have any role at all. In fact,
so in the end, if anybody has any issue, it will be about the Electoral Commission.
That's it. So nobody, even the committee, we do not have any representation at the regions. If there are any issues, whoever has an issue contacts the Electoral Commission as is done in the national election, and then they will resolve it. If it has to do with album or anything, it will be resolved by the Electoral Commission, unless, of course, they want to seek our intervention. Then they will call at the national headquarters where we have an operational team. You understand? So everything concerning election, electoral, and then when it comes to security, all about security rests with the police. In areas where they think they are going to have problems like Boku and other places, they were going to liaise with the military to assist them, to give maximum protection.
So at the 277 voting centers, the 332 polling stations,
33.
332 polling stations. You leave it to EC and the candidates rep, but you as the committee don't have an eye there.
Not that we don't have an eye. The point is that we have done all that it takes, and therefore we believe the EC has the wherewithal to do the work that we've asked them to do. What is important is getting the ballot papers, getting the albums which have been verified, exhibited, and all that by all the candidates. And then also to make sure that the processes are followed. Of course, when the process is followed and there's a problem, it is for the rep to draw the attention of the presiding officer. And then the EC chairperson also assured us that at the close of the day, if any malfeasance or any practices go on in a particular polling station where she thinks it will undermine the electoral process, she is ready to annul that particular polling.
That's sort of a caution to the candidates and
everybody, including all the reps and all those who are campaigning for. And then we've all accepted it as it is. The police also assured us that because they are taking over, if you go and mess up, they are ready to take you in and keep you in their cells.
So whilst the process is ongoing, if anybody has a complaint, how do they resolve it?
You have a complaint at the polling station. Either your name is not in the register, which is the only thing you can complain about. And if your name is not in the register, you complain to the EC person. But at the end of the day, we did exhibition and all that. And I don't think anybody would walk in there and say, my name is not in the register.
Okay.
We've done validation. We've done exhibition. And then also we give the booklets to all hard copies, to all the constituencies for people to go make sure their names are. So for us, God being so good,
right,
the system and the situation should.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwabena Abankwah-Yeboah. But before you go in 30 seconds, what do you make of this suit that is seeking for you guys to expand your electoral college to every member of the party getting a right to vote, instead of keeping to this expanded, which is 211,000, almost 212,000 voters?
So before then, let me just say a few words about reconciliation.
Okay.
And all that. I've always believed that a good leader is that person who accepts defeat easily and is ready to reconcile. Likewise, as my brother said, the person who wins should have the wherewithal to pull others together. This election is a test situation, and we all will know whether we have good leaders when people lose out, the way they will behave and how they will get themselves back into the party.
Okay.
Likewise, the leadership.
All right.
And for us as a party, we believe that everything is the elephant. Therefore, when you win or you lose, you come under the elephant and help. Now, the issue of expanding the delegates, I think that as is done in Parliament is a representation of all the constituencies and people within the constituency. Likewise, our constitution and the party. So the delegate system is a representation, and it helps us in an operational ability. And therefore, we believe that expanding at this stage, is not what we want. We rather want to make sure that what we have achieved by the little expansion, we have almost 215 or 11 delegates. We make sure that we rather use them to the benefit of the party and its operations.
Thank you very much. Those who have joined us this morning for this discussion on Newsfile, and don't go anywhere because our coverage will continue with Evans Mensah and the crack team, Winston Amwa and the rest of them, MFR, all of them are here. Fatima Abubakar, former Minister for Information and spokesperson to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was here earlier. She left a while ago. Dr. John Osai Kwapong, Democracy and Development Fellow, CDD Ghana, and Project Director, the Democracy Project, Kwame Akufo was supposed to join us. He couldn't do so. Kwabena Abankwayeboah is Vice Chairman, Presidential Elections Committee of the NPP. He's former National Treasurer of the NPP. Sofo Tanko Rashid, Computer Deputy National Director of Elections and IT of the NDC. And he's the CEO of GIFEC. Dr. Arthur Kobina Kennedy, physician and political activist, has also been with us. Thank you very much. We'll write here, MFA Adeti. She joins us now. So good afternoon and welcome. I'm sure you've been enjoying it and you wish, like I was wishing this morning, that I would just sit in my room and enjoy your analysis.
I'm cool. Yes. Quite a pleasure and an honor. I wanted to ask you that. How old was he? Quite a job done.
Right.
I was ill.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our special coverage of the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries. Now, this afternoon, more than 200,000 delegates across the country are deciding who leads the NPP into the next general election. Voting is taking place in all 276 constituencies and other special voting centers, making this one of the party's most extensive and closely watched internal contests. The outcome of today's exercise will not only shape the future leadership of the New Patriotic Party, but could also influence the broader political direction of the country ahead of the next national polls. Stay.
Afi, yes, yeah, Juma, I'm a young rap brand, a champion. Now, when the young half of wash assassin. Dr. Muhammad Bawumia, if you are your brother, Mamma, your brother, Mamma Bawumia said, Inshallah.
Why do you tell me I'm so bad? Adutum is respectful, Adutum is kind, Adutum is a doer, Adutum is a
to understanding what makes leadership authentic and effective. And I tell you, with my professional expertise and personal conviction, your servant and Ghana's next president, Engineer Kwabena Ejapong.
Misaka, and Nemu was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Carol.
Misaka order Sika.
Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri Echumaden, the Aboye Nina Yesika Humpine, say MTN, Ana Momo Jumayeni Befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 and a Befro. Nenumpo Orim Bitsao, one time password, and now say Upin code, 80, Wonso, Yawa Femuji, Nama Weni Naho, Nawonsa, and Kaumo.
Can be giving it to you woto like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears, but with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pensions trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters.
Nothing wrong with my shoulders. This be how I walk into the future. Because Empo Day my back.
life isn't just about what could go wrong. It's about everything that can go right. At Empo Life Insurance Ghana, we stand with you through every season, giving you the boldness and the power to dream bigger and become who you want to be. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Ayimensa Damfa, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
Juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow! There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
You deserve. Dream.
Sɛ moamfa papa wɔ yɛ amadeɛ a ɛne aba no monka mfiasa ntoma mu no.
Nti afi yɛse yɛyɛ adwuma ama yɛwura brand ɛkyampo na wɔne yɛn akɔbɔ hyɛ asase no so. Dr. Muhammad vote Baumia, Opianivo. If you are your bottom mama, your bottom mama Baumia said, Inshallah.
Why do you tell me I'm so bad? Adutum is respectful, Adutum is kind, Adutum is enduring, Adutum is empathetic.
To understanding what makes leadership authentic and effective. And I tell you, with my professional expertise and personal conviction, your servant and Ghana's next president, Engineer Kwabena Ejapong.
Of course, so today the NPP will decide, and thank you so much for sticking with us as we bring you all the processes that will lead to that big decision for the NPP. And we'll begin with key data and voting processes before taking you live to our reporters across the regions for updates from the polling centers. And later we'll bring in our political analysts and election experts who will join us to unpack the numbers and the turnout and what this contest means to the NPP or for the NPP and Ghana's political landscape. And Kofi is here again. Of course, Kofi was in studio in the morning and has started crunching the data.
Yeah.
History definitely will find an expression to today's decision, right?
In fact, you go ahead.
There's nothing to say, Kofi. Proceed.
Well, if you look at the over 211,000 delegates we are expecting to turn out to actually go and vote, they are going to decide how this trend we have seen since 1992 will look like this year. Whatever the case, we will have a new trend in terms of how various, presidential candidates of the NPP have won the, parliamentary or presidential primaries. And what we are looking at so far is the vote share of Bawumia, or Dr. Bawumia, in 2023 when he actually won it for the first time. And our check shows that if you look at this data and this trend, it tells you that attempting this for the first time, he's currently holding that record of having the highest, vote share, attempting it for the first time. You saw Edu Buahin for the first time in 1992 got about 56%. It was the highest until Kufuor got 64% in his second attempt in 1998. This time around, Akufo-Addo is the one holding that record of getting the highest, endorsement in terms of delegate selection in the presidential primaries of the NPP. 94%, moving from as low as 47% in 2007. And if you remember that 2007 incident that took the election to a runoff. But eventually, Akufo-Addo actually sailed through. He has been able to increase his popularity in the party by moving from 47% in 2007 to about 94% in 2014. This is the record that, we are trying to see if there will be anybody or any presidential candidates who will be able to beat this in the NPP space. Currently, Bawumia is standing somewhere around 61%. He's going against a known face, somebody he came against in 2023. How would that pan out? The data will tell us. And in terms of where the NPP wants to be, MFA, this is the dilemma of the NPP. And Winston said in the morning that the dilemma of the NPP is, how do we even identify ourselves currently? Are we the party that still appeals to the middle class and all of that? After this election, all those questions would have to be answered. But definitely they are faced with this number that is behind me, which is how they lost the 2024 presidential election, where for the first time in a long time, they actually sent a candidate that got about 41.6 6% in the presidential election. But there are those who say that, well, that is not really what we are looking at. We are looking at the actual numbers, because sometimes percentages may actually, or the vote share may actually deceive you, because why? If you look at President Mahama's actual numbers in terms of that 6.3 million votes he got, it is not really that different significantly, although very significant, was able to get him that 56% in the election. They believe that in terms of this share you see and where they were expecting him to be, they believe that the numbers didn't really go up, and they believe that, I mean, he himself actually suffered the same fate in 2016, but was able to come back strong in 2024. So they believe there are some in the party who still believe that presenting Bawumia for the second time, he still stands a chance of actually pulling higher number than he did in 2024. But definitely, whoever will be selected will have to beat this current number between the MPP and the NDC. Losing the election by 1.67 million votes. That, for me, is the number. Whoever they will select today, that person will have to be scratching his head to see, how do I close this gap? But we've seen it, President Mahama do same, coming from, 47% in 2016 to 56% in 2024. You have to do a lot of work anyway. But whoever wins, there's a hurdle that person would have to cross.
There must be a lot of bad work done with a current government for you to want to not vote for them, because
exactly.
MPP has constantly said that, listen, it's not that we lost the election, our people didn't show up to vote, which means that it was a vote against bad governance. And so if the current government decides to want to do a terrible job, then of course that number, the MPP will then have to eat from the number of people that didn't vote. Would that be inaccurate?
Exactly. In fact, data has actually shown that historically that perception of bad governance usually comes in your second term. So in your first 4 years, you usually do not see, those things, right? Almost everything is good. Economic indicators. Remember that even the Akufo-Addo in 2017 to 2019, positive economic indicators. Everybody was rooting for that government until after COVID. And after his second term, that's when a lot of issues began to actually spring up. Same with almost all the change in governments we've had since 1992 or 2000. That has been the picture. But of course, if you look at the trajectory of how we voted for our president national, it tells you that there's currently a significant gap between the NPP and the NDC. It used to be very, very close. If I just look at it in 2020, between the MPP and NDC was a 51.2% versus 47.2% between the two candidates. Now we are talking about two political parties, two dominant parties, but the gap between them is about 14.9 percentage points. For me, or 40.9%. That's very, very significant. 56.4% versus 41.75%. How to close that gap? Any decision that will be taken today will actually influence how they actually come to that gap. But we've been looking at the data that I was telling you, how presidents or candidates have lost elections. And the reason why this is important is that there are some who are making the point that, well, you can't present Bawumia again, because if you look at this data, there is nobody who has actually lost election in Ghana with more than 10% gap. He is the first person to lose election by some 14.9%. And there are delegates who are not happy with this number. They will base on this number possibly to actually show where their votes will go today. There are also those who were not happy that Bawumia actually came out very early during the 2024 election to actually concede. There are delegates who believe that if he had stayed in the game, maybe something could have happened. That is the perception of some. But if you go on the ground, the intelligence we are picking is that no matter what, it's going to be a keenly contested race between Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japan, because the numbers are telling you that this is not the first time somebody is actually contesting maybe what we call a system candidate. Remember in 2007, for the first time, Alan Tremantin came against Akufo-Addo, also got more than 37%. Akufo-Addo had to struggle to actually get 50% plus one, but eventually he actually went through. But MFA, we've been talking about this the whole week. Remember, we did this in terms of what the polls are telling us. The first one we did was the 8 polls, right, that we tracked to actually see where, the data, what the data is telling in terms of this, the polls coming up today. We actually sampled 8 polls, 3 from Global Info Analytics, 3 from Sanity Africa, 1 from Africa Policy Lens, 1 from Dr. Evans Dia. And we've said that this is not a prediction from Joy News, but this is what the data is telling us in terms of the averages of the candidates. And in the US, they do this a lot. They call it the poll of polls or the aggregator. And what we actually found was that if there is any dispensation that has actually spoken to delegate more than any other, it is this current dispensation, because you have about 8 polls that, according to their sample size, they've spoken to over 140,000 delegates. That is very, very big number. That's more than half of the expected delegates today. And what did we find in terms of what the polls are telling us? The averages, if you put all the 8 polls together to try and see, to have a 360 view of what the averages are telling us, that is when you see that the first 8 that we did, Dr. Bawumia took the lead with 45.9%, almost about 46%. Kennedy Japan, on the other hand, was around 47%. You had Brian Echampon being around 5.6%. And you know these numbers. And we spoke about the 8% who currently remain undecided. And when we did the math, that's about 16,000 registered delegates who will be voting. And currently, based on what the polls are telling us, they say that these guys have decided not to disclose where they will vote, not to tell you who they are voting for, and all of that. And that for us is also very, very significant. And in fact, all the 8 polls we tracked, 4 predicted a win for Dr. Bawumia, 4 also predicted a win for Kennedy Japan. I'll tell you about when we added 1 more poll for our sample size to increase to 9, what the numbers were looking like. But definitely, in terms of trying to look at outlier, because sometimes averages may deceive you, what we found was that in terms of the 8 polls we tracked, MFA, where the first poll, in fact, the aggregate for Dr. Bawumia was around 45.9%. If you compare that to where individually the polls are expecting Bawumia to be today, for instance, this is his average from all 8 polls.
Yes.
But Global Info Analytics, their last poll, not their last prediction, their last poll was putting Bawumia at 48%, right? Sanity Africa, on the other hand, gave him a very low mark, 40%. Then there's also Africa Policy Lens, putting around somewhere, I think this is actually Africa Policy Lens, and this is Sanity Africa, 63.8%, where this is actually from Africa Policy Lens. This is from Sanity Africa, and you have Dr. Evans Dia around 36%. If you do same for, Kennedy Japan, you begin to understand the numbers for him as well, where the average is putting around 37.9, but in fact, you have other polls putting him at 52%. And remember yesterday, we spoke about creating or actually testing these numbers with a statistical model called confidence interval. That will give us an understanding of the worst case scenario of any candidate and the best case scenario of any candidate today. That is not a predictive analysis, but it actually tells you where the data we gathered from these 8 polls will be telling us very shortly. I'll tell you that. And in fact, if you look at the number of delegates, this is MPP's delegate population.
Hang on, your confidence interval level was what percentage? 95?
95% confidence level. That is what we'll be testing the data. But in fact, it will be good to start from here. Because one reason why MPP decided to actually expand the voter register was to actually, curb what they call vote buying. And today, what you see is that we're expecting over 211,000 delegates to go out to vote. And if I just look at the numbers, NPP in 1992 only had close to about 2,000 people they were calling delegates to actually elect flag bearer. But some years down the line, about more than 30 years down the line, we are talking about over 200,000 delegates. This number has actually gone up by some 100 times. And in fact, if you are looking at this number, today we are gathering information, taking evidence and intelligence from those who have actually gone to vote and said, they gave us TNT, or they gave us what they are calling, food for money and all that. Money for food and all of that. If the average, on average, if any candidate is giving, let's say, about 500 cedis to any of the delegates, and you want to reach out to all delegates, our check shows that you need more than 100 million Ghana cedis to be able to do that. If you think that your pocket is deep and you want to give everybody about 1,000 cedis, you need over 200 million Ghana cedis. That's about $19 million to actually influence this big number you see on the smart wall. But definitely, you'll find, candidates who will find ways and means to actually get people to actually vote for them. But I want us to go ahead and look at this number before we even talk about the confidence interval, because this for me is important, MFA. We are looking at the road to 50% plus one. And I want to gauge your reaction, so if they could take a shot of you, right? This is the road to 50% plus one. Total number of delegates stands at 211,849. Let's do this maths. To be able to get 50% plus one of this number, you need to get today 5,926 votes today.
Half of the total.
Exactly. You need, keep this number in your head. You need this, right?
It's a lot. Let me write it.
Write it, please. You need this number. You need to make sure that whatever the case, if you want to win one touch, if everybody turns out to come and vote, turn up to come and vote, you need to make sure that the number you are getting or the total votes you are getting is not anything less than 105,926. If you get anything below this, you should be on your way to a round-off, or maybe wait for the second time. And in fact, based on historical data, we know that MPPs, delegates, a presidential election in terms of the delegates, turnout has been around 95%. So let's use this 95% to actually do the math to see how many people we are expecting to turn out today. So if you use 95% turnout, and it simply means that we are expecting some 201,257 to turn out to come and vote, right? Okay. Now, before you'll be able to reach 50% plus one, you need to make sure that you clock 100,629 votes. If you get anything below this, you're on your way to a round-off. If you get anything below this number, it cannot be a one-touch victory for you.
The 95% from history or from 2023?
No, from history. We actually tracked two of their recent, presidential election, and that's giving us an average of 95. 2023 was around 94.5, and this time around, we understand that because the MPP has decided to cancel the proxy voting, people have been forced to turn up. So we are expecting a very high turnout today, because we've seen even people from the diaspora who've actually come down to come and vote, most of them at the party headquarters. They will be coming to vote. And so if we are using that 95% MFA, we are expecting this number to turn up. And if you want to win one touch, you need to make sure you get some 100,629 votes. Now let's use this number to actually test some level of some hypothesis here. Now just look at 2023. This was the situation in MFL. In 2023, let's see whether Bawumia will need additional votes if he's able to hold the number of delegates he got in 2023. In 2023, this was Dr. Bawumia's, the total number of delegates who decided to stick with Bawumia, 118,210. Now today, if he wants to get 50% plus one, he needs to get 100,629. It means that if Dr. Bawumia decides, or if delegates who decided to vote for Dr. Bawumia in 2023 stay with him today, he doesn't need any additional votes to win today's election.
Okay.
Because this is what he needs. This is what he's holding from 2023. But you know, several factors are involved here. There's a combined third force. There are people who believe that he conceding too early in 2024 was a bad, deal for the party. There are people who believe that his performance in the 2024 wasn't so good. There's so many factors which could actually affect this. And for the first time, you see a very strong candidate in the person of Educhum in the Ashanti region, a place like Bosomtwe, Bosomefrel. In fact, that's where I come from, so I can tell that story. where in Bosomche, for instance, Dr. Yao said, the expectation is that this is his backyard. This is his constituency. And in fact, if you look at that ultra-modern school, the Bosomche girls that he's built there, and how he's actually turned around that constituency, the expectation is that the over 5,000 people who are expected to vote either in Bosomche or Bosome Freo, Educhum is expected to get a significant component of that. And this is a constituency that last 2 years, or in 2023, voted heavily for Dr. Bawumia. So that is also a threat to his 118,000 vote that he's currently holding. Now, let's look at the numbers for Kennedy Ejapon. In 2023, he had 71,991. Today, if he wants to win 50% plus one, he needs 100,629. It simply means that if Kennedy Ejapon wants to win today, one touch, he needs to convince 38 delegates to come and add to this number. That is holding all other factors constant, assuming that all these delegates who voted for him last year will vote. But for him, the expectation is that in the stochastic process of things, where delegates are able to move between two candidates, if a delegate decides that, well, even when Bawumia was present and the party was in power, if a delegate decided to vote for Kennedy Ejapon in 2023, there's high probability that he will stay with Kennedy Ejapon.
Okay.
Because he came against a system candidate. He still had about over 71,000 people voting, or about 72,000 people voting for him.
Yeah.
So the expectation is that there's high likelihood he will be able to get this number.
It's important, Kofi, and here because in the Ashanti region, which is the MPP stronghold, Dr. Bawumia did quite well in 2023. But Kennedy Ejapon, for a new entrant, took about 12,000 votes in the Ashanti region. Which means if he maintains this 12,000, which I don't know because you have just drawn us to the Bosome Freo where Dr. Yao Educhum comes from.
And Dr. Brian the Champion also.
Okay.
Right? So that's what we are calling the combined third force.
Okay.
Because for the first time, you are seeing polls telling you that if you add Dr. Brian the Champion, Dr. Yao Educhum, and Kwabena Ejapon, the expectation is that they could get about 10% of the total votes, right? And if that happens, we've been asking the question since last week, whose cake would they eat from? This cake from Dr. Bawumia or the 71,000 that Kennedy Ejapon is expected to hold? We'll have more analysis for you, but understand you need to cross over.
Of course, I'm going to go to my colleague, Papani. Papani, what's happening at your center?
Arguably one of the biggest constituencies in the entire country, and also within the NPP as well. There are quite a number of people that we are expecting. According to the Electoral Commissioner, we are expecting 1,815 individuals to pass through. Just about 30 minutes ago, just around when it was 12 on the dot, around afternoon, we asked the EC how many people have managed to come and exercise their franchise. We were told that around 1,546 individuals at the time had come to exercise their franchise. We're expecting a few more people to come through, but the queues are dry. They used to be long in the morning, but now almost everybody that is around has exercised their franchise. We are still waiting for a few more people because as it stands, so we have about 1 hour, 24 minutes to go before they close the polls and then voting will be done. Notably as well, it appears that because of the huge numbers, the EC has had to use more than one ballot box, which is unusual, usually even across national elections. But as it stands now, the boxes are stuck on top of each other. But in terms of the ambience and the environment, it's been relatively calm the entire day. Just a few conversations here and there about how much money they have received and how much money they haven't received. But none of them will disclose that officially. But definitely those talks are going on. But away from that, it's been relatively very quiet. We're expecting a few more people here. We have seen the former MP of parliamentary candidate for the NPP who was Captain Michael Quaid Jr., he's been inspecting some of the queues and talking to a few other people here. But he at the time told us that he has picked intelligence. Some people are being referred to a certain house be giving what he says top-up money. Well, we probed him for more details. He said he was going to do some investigation and get back to us. We haven't heard much from him, but he told us on record that he's there. And people have told him as well that some people are being sent to a certain house to collect money to vote in a certain direction. He said he's going to rehearse that information until 2 p.m. When we see him again, he's more than willing to tell us who exactly was behind that particular scheme. We've also seen his father, former Speaker of Parliament, Michael Quay Sr., who also came to exercise his franchise. And he said he was also impressed with the numbers, the conduct of the delegates that has been event-free so far. However, he's also asking for the candidates to rally behind whoever eventually is declared winner when this all ends. So far, this is going to be how it ends. But some anticipation, though, that in 2023, when NPP last held their parliamentary elections, not parliamentary, the presidential primaries, Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japan were in the elections at the time, including Dr. Usu Akutefri and then Francis Adai. Bawumia at the time polled more than half of 1,000 votes out of that, the number of delegates that could exercise their franchise, and then Kennedy 5,549, I beg your pardon. So we don't know what exactly is going to be the trend today, but we know that we are expecting more candidates, more delegates this year than in 2023. 1,815 individuals who we are expecting here today, in about 1 hour, 20 minutes, we'll know who exactly carried the day here at Domain Kwabenya.
Okay. Michael, thank you so much. 1,815 delegates. You've reported on a large number of it. We shall come back to you when polls are nearly closed, but we shall as well go to Michelle. My colleague Michelle, tell me what's happening at your center.
So I am currently at the party office of Yao Osei Duchum, and we are still waiting for him to return to Accra. That's because he went all the way to Bosomtwe to cast his ballot. So we are waiting on him. The campaign team is currently on ground. They are working together to ensure that the delegates who have not turned out to cast their vote also do that. So they've been placing some calls to their delegates. So we are just waiting on the team, the Dr. Osei Duchum and his entourage to also come to Accra. Then from there, we head on to the headquarters where we are going to hear the final declaration of the results.
Multiple persons who've been supporting Dr. Duchum at the office as we speak?
As we speak, the atmosphere is quite calm. No one has come here. No supporters have come. We just have the campaign team on ground.
Okay, thank you so much, Michelle. We shall now bring you how much optimistic Dr. Brian as well, Champon, is hoping to take the day. Take a look.
I'm extremely positive. First of all, thanks to God. Secondly, to the Presidential Elections Committee. They've put up a very good show, largely peaceful, credible elections process. I always had confidence in Joe Owusu's led committee. I think they've done a fantastic job. I also see the security, as promised by the IGP, is going well. And I'm talking generally across the country. I also see that the Electoral Commission is up to their game as they've always been. It's largely peaceful elections from the elections organization standpoint. There are a few challenges that have to do with the party people, and that is really also not affecting the elections. But all in all, I think that it's been a very, very peaceful, credible, and satisfying process. In terms of how I feel, going around the country, I've always felt the energy of the party people. I remain optimistic. I believe in the delegates. I know that they want something totally different. They want something new. And they want something that is going to help transform our party. So I'm upbeat about it, and I look forward to a very successful process.
So that's Dr. Brian Champon. Let me now take you to the camp of Kwabena Japan, where my colleague Collins Frimpong has been following him. Collins, what can you report?
So, sorry to say about Messi. So we just left Prince of Peace Polling Center at Panishi. We came from YMCA polling center in Koliklote. Currently, we are heading back to the campaign office. And Kwabena Japan voted about an hour ago at the NPP party headquarters. And after we engaged him, and he has been talking about how hopeful he is that he believes that he's going to win this particular election. This is not the first time that he's competing in this MPP presidential primaries. It is his third, and we believe that this is the time for him to win. And he also has been talking about a number of things that led during the campaign. Some of his colleagues were saying, and he believes that they went overboard. And after the election, he would suggest that if they are gentlemen enough, they need to apologize to the party just for peace to prevail. So that's what has been happening here. So currently we are going back to the party office, and we believe that right from here, after 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., he will be heading to the party office again. So from his campaign office to the party office, all the national executives or any other candidate is also expected to be there, as the party has made us aware of. So right from here, that's what he will be doing.
All right, Collins, thank you so much. I'll take you to Wejagbawe, where Adobia Sari is on standby. Adobia, what's happening at Wejagbawe?
Yes, MFR, it's quite smooth here. It's been smooth and peaceful since when I came here. In fact, since the voting began. So as at 12:26, we had 991 delegates casting their vote out of the 1,239 who are expected to come here. So hopefully they will do more than 1,000, if not even 100. That's where the exercise is happening. Because of that, it's very well controlled with the number of policemen here, making sure point. So that's the atmosphere here so far. Everything has been quiet, peaceful, and smooth with the delegates, singing chants. They're excited behind the AstroTurf, like outside the AstroTurf. So we are in the inner perimeter, and it's smooth so far. The MP for the area is still around, making sure everything goes well.
All right, Adobia, thank you so much for reporting to us from Wejagbawe. I will now take you to Okaikwe Central, where Stephen Mensah is on standby. Steve, what's happening? Steve, would you unmute, please?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, here at Okaikwe Central, it's a bit of ease and a bit of skepticism and confusion. Earlier, we understand that there was a bit of confusion over here about the segregation between the older people and the younger people. The younger people went in favor of the older people being allowed to vote before them. However, this has been resolved by the Ghana police. When we got here, we observed that some of the police have the body cam on them, and they are positioned at strategic positions at the entrance, where they are supposed to be inspected before going to vote. 3 different positions here at the electoral area to ensure that there's peace over here. We've been speaking to some of the representatives on the various camps who say that they are not really certain about the voting time. We understand that the voting time will be ending at 2 p.m. But currently, the numbers over here wouldn't favor that. We have over 733 people to be voting at this area. But they've voted a little over 400 people have voted over here currently. So some of the representatives from the camps are skeptical about whether the numbers will meet the voting time. We can listen to the agent for Dr. Baumia's camp, who is uncertain about whether the numbers can meet the voting time.
We'll bring you that play a little later, but let me take you to Korle Bu, where my colleague Faustina Safo is on standby. Faustina, what's happening at Korle Bu?
Hi, MFR. Well, like you rightly said, I'm at the Korle Bu police station at the Ablikma South constituency. Chaos erupted earlier today. The incident occurred after 2 delegates were told who had been disqualified from voting because their names were not found in the official voters album. And they went on to confront the constituency chairman, and that led to heated exchanges and even verbal abuse. Two individuals were told that lost their delegate status. One is Thomas Opoku, another one whose identity we're still trying to find out as we speak. We've also engaged the constituency chairman, who says he has reported the case to the police because he was physically assaulted by one of them. Currently, there's a little bit of calm here, but then we also spotted that behind closed doors and even inside cars, money is being doled out to delegates. Each camp giving different amounts. We know that Brian Champon's camp is giving 200 Ghana cedis. Kennedy Japan's camp, I'm told, is giving 700 Ghana cedis.
700 Ghana cedis.
Camp is giving 200 Ghana cedis. And delegates are having a field day visiting each camp and also making sure that their pockets are full. We spoke earlier to one of the key individuals here at the Public Marshal constituency, the constituency secretary, and Gideon Ni Ampim, and he has actually been defending this. He says delegates ought to be given transportation. Earlier when we arrived, we also spotted that different camps are also catering for their supporters. So Kennedy Japan's camp has mounted a stand there for food. Delegates who came in the morning received breakfast. Those who are coming this afternoon are receiving lunch.
Faustina, again, so who's the highest payer for today at your side? I had 700 Ghana cedis. Just reiterate.
Indeed, it appears Kennedy Japan's camp is the highest payer here. I'm told they are giving out as much as 700 Ghana cedis to delegates. We are going to be engaged with the delegates, some of them very shortly, and just get to hear from them directly. But then earlier, was quite chaotic here. In fact, thankfully, I'm in good hands, but whilst the altercation happened and we were filming it, one of the delegates actually reached for very huge stones. She almost pelted stones at me. It took the timely intervention of the police, and I'm in very good hands now. But that's what actually happened here at Ablikma South. We also visited Ablikma West constituency. There as well, the numbers quite impressive as compared to here. The numbers at Ablikma West quite impressive. We spoke to some of the individuals there, the delegates, who said that they are ready to exercise their franchise. But back here at Ablikma South, as at this afternoon noon, we know that 316 people have voted in the first center, and then 390 people have voted in the second center. So we're here, we're monitoring all the events on the ground, MFA.
Firstly, I'm glad that you're well, but what has happened to this woman who almost pelted stones at you?
So the police had to caution her, and in fact, while she was being cautioned, she held insults at the police officer. We're still trying to find out what will happen afterwards, but for now, at least I am safe.
Okay, please stay well, Fosti.
Thank you.
Away from Kalebo, let me now take you to the Ashanti region, where my colleague Nana Boachi Yadom is on standby from Ishaya. So, Nana Boachi, what's happening? Did I lose you? I'll try again. Do I have Nana Boachi? Okay, unfortunately, would also get other colleagues. In the meantime, let me just tell you those who I'm going to be having the conversation with a bit later after we put the numbers together and visited most of the polling centers. We're joined by Dr. Sa Asante. He is a lecturer and head of European Studies at the University of Ghana, and as well, Professor H.S. Kanku is Dean, School of Journalism and Media Studies at UNIMAC. We shall get to them shortly, but Kofi is back. Let's just crunch the numbers a little further. Doctor and Prof, I shall come to you shortly. Thank you. Okay.
Out the total number of delegates, additional delegates that Ken needs to be able to get 50% plus or minus, plus one. He needs to convince about 28,638 delegates to actually vote for him. Now, let's look at these numbers. And MFA, just before I came in, the data I'm getting from the research team is that if you look at the delegates, album that has been released, the database, what we are learning is that there are over 2,000 delegates who are dead and could have actually increased this number to about, let's say, 13,000 or 213,000 or so. There are also over 600 delegates who have decided to forfeit their status as delegates because they didn't want to be part of the system anymore. So in total, we are expecting about some 2,000, over 2,500 delegates who are unfortunately either deceased or have decided to forfeit their status as being part of the delegate system. That's why you have this number on the screen. It could have been more. And still, we are talking about new entrants because the expansion of the delegates voter register simply means that about 8,410 new delegates, some top brass of the party were allowed to actually come into the folds to actually expand that number. And the reason why this is important is that these are new entrants. They were not part of last year's election. So this is the number that you are also supposed to be looking at. Who is expected to benefit from this big number you see on the screen? Apart from that,
that's a green ground, and it's easy.
Very green ground. But if you look at the nature of the people, the new entrants, these are top brass of the party. I mean, top leaders, people who were in positions and all of that, former leader, whatever.
Okay.
Who do you think they will vote for? The direction is a bit, clear. But we also saw what happened in 2023, where Kennedy Japan, even at the headquarters of the NPP, gave Bawumia a run for his money. And so anything can actually happen with this number. And in fact, beyond this, we also know that last 2 years, about in 2023, Adainimo and Dr. Efri Yakuto together polled about 2,240 votes. The two are no longer in the race. So this number you see on the screen, who benefits from that? If you add that to the new entrants, we have about 10,650 votes for grabs. 10,650 votes for grabs in today's election. Who takes, a significant component of this number we are seeing on the smart wall? It's a big number and can change the direction of today's election outcome. But remember, we told you about the 9 polls. This is where you were.
Yes.
We're looking forward to, because it gives us scientific view into what may happen today using available data from 9 polls that we've actually sampled. 3 polls from Global Info Analytics, 3 from Sanity Africa, 2 from Africa Policy Lens, and 1 from Dr. Evans Gia. This is not our data. This is data from the polls that we have aggregated. And in the US, they call this the poll of polls. We actually, give you the averages, but we know that sometimes averages can actually deceive you. And so we understand that, Bawumia, we have to cross over to Kennedy Jesse MFR.
Okay. Kofi, stay with me. Let me cross over and take you to Kenneth Jesse, who is camping with Dr. Bawumia, who just left home to go and vote. Kenneth, give me an update.
Also, the former vice president is expected to vote by 1 p.m. at the headquarters, and that is any moment from now. But as we speak right now, we're currently at his campaign office at Northridge here in Accra. People have started trooping in. Where we came earlier, there were not a lot of people here, but as we speak right now, people have started trooping in. And of course, there's a media center that has been set up to monitor the event. A collation center has also been set up within the building to also collate the results when they start trickling in. So as we speak right now, a lot is not going on, but the team here says they are ready. They've been monitoring the elections. Earlier, I spoke to a spokesperson for the former vice president, Dennis Miracles Abuache, who tells me that the team has been monitoring events on the ground and they expect that everything will go on smoothly. I also spoke to his deputy, Dr. Ekuya Mwako, who told me that they are cautiously optimistic, although they are confident that they are going to win the election by the end of the day. And I have Miracles here who will want to share a few words with me. Miracles, you're live on Joy News right now. Yes. So far, it's getting to 1 p.m. We understand that the former vice president is going to vote any moment from now. You've been monitoring the elections. How has it been?
I think it's been smooth so far. The turnout has been very good. We've had a few issues and a few places where, based on the numbers, it's delayed in terms of the queue and all of that. But so far, I think so far so good. In the next 1 hour, I'm sure we'll be able to run it up and then we'll get into counting.
Right, so that is Dennis Miracles Abuaje. He's the spokesperson for the former vice president there, saying that they've encountered a few challenges, but they are not challenges that are beyond the control of the team. So we're still here monitoring proceedings here. And if polls close at 2 p.m., the Coalition Center here will start tabulating the results, putting together the figures. And if there is any update, of course, they will be updating the press through the makeshift press center they have set up here at the campaign office of the former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Studio, Kofi. We're waiting the vice president.
Exactly.
It's 1 p.m., right? It's just a few minutes to 1 p.m. and he'll vote. That will be at least a sure and a constant vote for himself, right?
In an hour's time, they'll start counting the votes and we'll see who will lead the MPP from today. But in fact, we're talking to you about the confidence interval estimation. What we simply did, this is not magic. We just used statistical models to actually use the data that we got from the 9 polls to see the confidence, where the true, should I say, results of the two candidates, or the candidates, what is the true band in terms of their worst case scenario and their best case scenario at 95% confidence, level. So we start with, Kennedy Japan, and based on the data we've got from the 9 polls so far, what the data is telling us, and this is not our own data, this is data from the 9 polls we've tracked since last week. And what you see is that the data is actually pointing out that his best case scenario today, a 95% confidence interval, is around 47.3%. His worst case scenario, we know from the data, is about 25.6%. So the data is expecting Kennedy Japan to be between 25.6% and 47.3%. We'll do the same for Dr. Bawumia, Dr. Brian Echampon, Dr. Yause Duchum, and then Kwabena J. Japan MFA.
Right, thank you so much, Kofi. There's so much more numbers to crunch, but I've got Kweku Asante quickly before I engage Doc and Prof. Kweku, give me an update. Kweku, please unmute if you can hear me. Do I have Kweku?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear, Kweku.
Well, yes, the process is still ongoing. It's just a minute after 1 p.m. That means we just have about 1 hour for polls to close here at the party headquarters and indeed all other police stations across the country. This is a place that ordinarily we expect some 3 stalwarts of the party to vote. The former president, the 2 of them, John Ejekun and Nana Akufo-Addo, none of them have so far showed up to vote. We expect that they will be here. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the former vice president, who's also in the lead, or one of the persons who is seeking to represent the party for 2028 on the presidential ticket, is also not here. And our understanding is that any moment from now, he will be here. We've seen a number of key party stalwarts have already come in here to vote, the General Secretary, Council of Elders Chairman. Because this is the party headquarters, a number of people have already come in here. Just a little around 900 people to vote. You see behind me, the ballot box is almost full because of the number of people that have voted so far. So it's just a little bit of touch and go. We expect the former vice president any moment from now to show up and cast his vote. In fact, I was asking a number of the national executives that I've interviewed so far, the youth organizer and other people, about whether or not they've gotten any indication about the plan, all these stalwarts, and what time exactly they will show up here to vote. They hadn't given us indication until just about a minute ago when we had some indication that these people will come here and vote, in particular, the former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So, MFA, it's been a very seamless process so far here at the party headquarters. It's gone on the process from 7 a.m. In fact, at 7 a.m. exactly, the first person cast his ballot, we were here. The process started right on time, and it's been seamless so far, just as the reports have also been across the country. No reports of any issues here. No people coming here and saying that they cannot find their names on the ballot, on the voters register and other things. It's quite orderly, everything. So we expect the former vice president to come in here and vote anyway from now and then. All the time, we will expect to see if we can get some words from him.
Definitely, Kweku. Thank you so much. Kweku reporting from the NPP party headquarters, and we'll be bringing us all of the action, especially when the polls close. That's where everything will rest. Finality of it will be there. But back in studio, I've got Prof. H.S. Kanku here, and I've also got Dr. Asa Asante. And I'll come to you. I'll start with you, Prof. Thank you for staying with us all through. But today we're asking, beyond the NPP choosing a flag bearer, what exactly are they deciding on? Leadership style, ideology, or it's just a survival mode for them?
Well, thank you very much, and hi to you and to Doc as well, and to your viewers. It's a good question. Quite a bit of what you've said. Leadership style, you mentioned ideology, and then what was the third thing you mentioned?
Survival strategy.
And survival strategy. Yes, definitely leadership, because when delegates go in there to make a decision as to who the flag bearer will be, the obvious consideration is that they are looking for a leader to lead their party going to the next election. But what they are also doing is that they are voting on the future, not just of the party, but the future of the country as well. The presidency is one of the most important or crucial positions, leadership positions in any nation. And this is the first step towards that presidency. So yes, it is the NPP, but it is more than the NPP. Because whoever they present as presidential candidate is going to be one of a number of choices that we have come the general elections.
But that's the ideal situation. But sitting here, are you sure that delegates are voting with 2028 in mind, or they are quite emotional about who they're choosing today?
We'd need a public opinion survey to determine what those factors are, but we can always take our guess as to that. There might be a number of factors. They could be voting based on personal affiliation to the candidate, just personal like or the disposition of the candidate, because research has shown that personal character and attributes are considerations for people to vote. They could also be voting based on ethnic affiliations or religious affiliations or other demographic affiliations based on youth and other things. They can also be voting based on who best reflects the best possible outcome for them.
Okay.
The person they think can lead them to victory in 2028. That could be a consideration to vote.
I'll come to you, Doc. I'll pose the same question. Beyond selecting a flag bearer today, what exactly is the NPP deciding on?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think they are looking for competence. Competence, that is one. You need somebody who has what it takes to deliver the public good. Because if you look at their record, the last tenure, right, it didn't work well for them. So this time around, you want somebody who comes into office and he will be able to turn the tables round. You are also looking for somebody with less political baggage. Because if you open yourself up to somebody with a lot of baggage, I'm afraid it's going to serve as a raw material for message development and attack on the party. So you want to gauge that very carefully. You want also somebody who has constituencies. And what are the constituencies I'm talking about? One, the region you come from is a factor. You want to see whether you will be able to attract voters as much as possible to come to your end. All the groups that you are associated with or people can link you up to. They want to, if you're a businessman, want to see, can the business people rally behind you? If you're a scholar, do we have the scholars, gender, or region, and even religion, even though I know that religion doesn't play so much a role, but at least we are talking about a game of numbers. So numbers are important. Of course, you want somebody who is popular so that when you want to market him, you wouldn't have a problem. He can be found or he's known in the nook and cranny of the country because popularity is critical.
But is popularity always a good measure for
It is not. The fact that you are popular doesn't make you efficient. But look, popularity also counts because you need somebody that you don't struggle to market, right? That is a fact. But that is why I began with the word competence. So you tie the popularity with competence. You also, this election, people have forgotten about one thing. One of the things that led to the NPP defeat, their own report shows that about 1.7 million people of their own did not vote. You want somebody that will be able to attract all these people back and then they vote for the party. you want to get those people in voting for you. And of course, you need somebody, because if you win this election, you are not just the leader of the MPP or the flag bearer, but now it dovetails into national elections. And in national election, what are we looking at? We are looking at somebody who has his eyes on the problems of this country, as well as solution to deal with our numerous problems. We want somebody.
That will be hard, and Prof. Ndos, that will be hard, because almost all of these 5 candidates have shared their ideologies. They've shared many reasons that can at least convince you to think that they have their eye on the problems of this country. I nearly cannot take any one of them. So will the playing field be equal for all of them? Or where this...
The delegate, remember, they know this. Because you see, when you come to national elections, we want you to know problems that are national in character. You should have an idea of that.
Okay.
Then we have constituency-specific issues, all right? And that one, your constituency should be able to help you to get this. And then, of course, regional issues. And that is why these exercises must be guided by research. If you have done research and you have picked data on the ground, you speak from the position of authority, and then you are able to build messages around that. Of course, the last point I want to touch on is that you want somebody who is desperately looking for power. He's not just going to contest, but that I'm looking for power, and I have strategy, message, and resources to be able to achieve that. So it's a tall order, but if the delegates are going to be induced with material things, then obviously they miss the point, and they will miss the boat in 2028.
Prof, I hear this a lot. I mean, our reporters just told us as well that camps are paying. Does it genuinely influence voter choice? Does it?
Well, I personally haven't done any particular research to look at the correlation between money and then the outcome of voting choices. But since it seems to be a major feature in our presidential system, and it seems to be a very repetitive process, I mean, there might be some truth to it, the fact that it still is persistent over time. But I think over time it has also become a culture of the presidential primary process in this country, and delegates actually go in there looking forward to it or expecting this kind of inducement. Of course, a lot has been said about the monetization of our politics and the importance of us focusing the elections or the primary process on issues, on policy, on substantive things, rather than a certain financial inducement or monetization. But perhaps you can also place that within the wider context of our situation as a developing country. There are issues with unemployment, there are issues with jobs, and people, instead of seeing this as a political process, or instead of seeing this purely as a structural or a procedural issue, it becomes a way that people think they can earn money.
Right.
And it probably speaks to that wider problem that we have. And so, yes, it is still a problem that we have not overcome within our body politics. And as much as, I mean, we hate to say it, it has come to stay. And maybe the political parties have to find a way of formalizing it or institutionalizing it in such a way that the party has a system to pay for transportation or to reward those who come and vote or do other things. I mean, it's okay if the party has a drink or a stand here to refresh the candidates when the voters, when the delegates, when they come and vote. But definitely, there could be other formal ways of making sure that the influence of money is not a deciding or so much of a crucial factor in the voting, because then that affects the quality of the candidates that we get eventually. Are we scrutinizing the candidates? Are we voting on their vision for the country? Are we voting on their policies that they have for the country? Because these policies are going to affect not just the present, but the future and several generations, depending on what kind of health policy, what kind of educational policy that they come up with. And that's why it's important that these things become a major issue or deciding issues of concern. Other scholars have talked about personal attributes, and I've said that the person's character, in terms of his temperament, his ability to soak up the pressure at the presidency, is he going to make erratic decisions that will put this country at risk, or not. I think honesty, trustworthiness, compassion, and empathy, these are very important personal character attributes that should be an issue of consideration for the delegates to vote. And when money or financial inducements become the central deciding factor, then we lose out on vetting the candidates on these personal attributes, which will be consequential when the person finally gets the nod.
I mean, I hear as well people like yourself, Dr. Sasante, or political scientists say that a person's character traits really, really matters. But if you look at the presidential primaries, a person is selected, but then leads the party eventually. Historically, what does the NPP vote for? Do they vote for systems or a person? I ask this because of history as well. It looks as if delegates usually go for continuity. I don't know whether these factors are still the same today, but what do delegates really vote for? A system that has been put in place already, regardless of who is disrupting it, or a person generally wins? And I like this. I want this question answered with history in mind.
It's a difficult one, because if you trace the trajectory of political parties and their development, we have seen a mixed reaction relative to what you are asking.
Okay.
Yeah. In some circumstances, we've seen that they vote for systems, they vote for leadership, people with the quality of leadership that they want. And then, of course, in certain respect, we have seen that they vote for change. And then some, they also want to maintain the status quo. So it's a mix of factors depending upon the circumstances at the time, right? But in recent time, what I have seen and from history is that they really look for somebody who can give them power. Who can give them power. Why am I saying that? Look at the message of Japan campaign team. Even though you can read in between it some propaganda, aspect of it. It said that wherever you go, they tell them that, look, if you don't bring Kennedy, we are not going to vote for you. Is it informed by research, or is it just a propaganda message that is being thrown out there, right? Those things, if you don't take care, it can also change the game, all right? And if that works, it becomes a new variable within the political equation. There are some instances they believe that, look, let us maintain the old ticket and make sure that we win power. We saw that in Akufo-Addo. They lost, came back, and then they maintained the old order. Sometimes they realize that the old order must change it, and we need a new person, because the person's record, you don't want a repeat of that. If you take Bawumia, for instance, today, how is he going to convince that 1.7 million people that he lost in the last election that today he has what it takes to be able to bring them on board? Those research that people are saying that he's in the lead and all that, I follow. But I'm saying that the reality that would dawn on the party is that how would you, galvanize the support of that 1.7 who shy away from him, the same candidate in the last election? Remember that we are talking about this election where Bawumia is not an establishment candidate. The incumbency advantage he enjoyed in the last election is not going to figure.
Carrying it forward today.
It's not going to work.
They shut it all off completely?
No, it will not be completely. But once you lose even a few people, remember we're talking about game of numbers. Your number dwindles, all right? That establishment candidate, factor is not going to be there today. There are some people that, because of the establishment candidate and because of the government which was in office, they were whipped to line. They had no choice. You don't want to incur the wrath of the who appointed you. Today, they are free people. And we have seen a number of them who were in his camp and they have drifted. And they are campaigning critically against him. And you ask yourself, what has changed? It's simply because the tables have turned and that they believe that now there is freedom for them to decide who they want to do. So all these things come to mind when they are voting. But remember that you can also lose sight on the fact that the delegates also want their interests served. And normally the one party people who they can, socialize with, they have easy access to them and all that. So it's a mix of factors that are going to play on their minds today. But at the end of the day, if they lose sight on the fact that they need to work on certain important things, that to get the 1.7 million people back, and then you want to also see that you have somebody who has a number of constituencies, that the number of people who will support him aside the party is of the party machinery. If you don't get that, then you are going into the election with one goal already in the net.
Well,
just to add to Doc, that is true. And if you look at the historical trajectory that you were talking about, in '92 it was Edu Buahin for the MPP. Yes. In '96 that was Kufuor, although that was a stolen verdict. He didn't get into office. Then he came in 2001. That's still Kufuor on the MPP side. Then in 2004 it's Kufuor repeated. In 2008 that's when Anado comes into the picture. In 2000, but he doesn't win.
Yes.
2012 he comes again and does not win.
Yes.
Then 2016 he wins this time.
Yes.
2020 he's incumbent, he wins again.
Yes.
And 2024 Nanado is gone and is Bawumia. So that is a very interesting question.
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking. What's the nature and character of the NPP from 1992?
Yeah. So I'll get to that. So if you look at Edu Buahin, I think he's a very, the MPP would agree, I'm sure, it's a very conservative party. And so they like to follow tradition. They don't like to buck the system. Very conservative, very rule-based, and very orderly. So they decide to go for Edu Buahin. Of course, we know his history, the culture of silence, great historian, great scholar, his work that he did during the Rawlings regime, and so he became a leading voice within the party. So they went for him. That didn't work out. And so I don't think that Edu Buahin is a disruptive candidate. I don't think he's a dramatic, bombastic candidate in that sense or in his persona. So that's a more traditional choice, right? Then you come to 96, which is Kufuor.
Kufuor, yes.
I mean, there's a reason why we call him the gentle giant. He's also not erratic. He's not overly dramatic. Very calm in the way he talks and all of that. So I would say that is also a very conventional, traditional choice. He's repeated in 2000. And of course, he's now president, so he goes in 2004.
Yeah.
Now you come to 2008, and then we have Nana Akufo-Addo. Nana Akufo-Addo from the 90s, we know the work that he did in human rights, in law, his image as an activist.
Yeah.
So we begin to have that sense of a very vocal, a very agile.
Does that not collapse the perception we have of the kind of presidential material the MPP believed in?
Yeah, not exactly.
His persona.
Yeah, not exactly, because, I mean, to a large extent, he's also been an establishment person. He's been part and parcel of the party for quite a long time. And as a lawyer, he's also been quite legalistic, rule-based, and is very much steeped in the NPP or Dankwa Buzia tradition, even based on, biography, his family history and all of that. His father was once president. So he's a very conventional person, although a bit more vocal. Then in 2012, he's repeated again, and the party still decides to stick to him, despite the fact that he's lost 2 elections. And so that speaks to that point that, well, it looks like the party is interested in making sure that there is a certain structure or convention, or they like to follow due process. There's something that you see in American politics or global politics that, let's say American politics, because they say Republicans like to fall in line and Democrats love to fall in love. If you bring the same thing here, the MPP, you can see that they do like to fall in line. They don't really want to take risks. They are risk averse sometimes, but once in a while, you never know. A different candidate might come.
Which will be the 2023. Once in a while.
Yes.
Of course, the introduction of Kennedy Japan.
Yes, and that is what we are seeing now. So that is what we are seeing. And I was just going to say that globally, there's a certain trend that these kind of disruptive candidates, these kind of insurgents are beginning to rise a lot. So you look at Emmanuel Macron, how he even became president in France. Came from nowhere, had to even form his party from the base. Then you have Donald Trump, who is unlike anything we've seen in any presidential election in the U.S., a true model or avatar of who an insurgent or disruptive candidate is. The same thing happened in Pakistan, where we had a sports celebrity, also winning. And then in Italy, we also saw a bit of that. So there is, beginning to be a certain wave of insurgent or disruptive candidates. And within the Ghanaian setting, Kennedy can be seen as that. Let's go to the NPP headquarters, where Kweku Asante. Kweku is on standby. Kweku, what's new? The vice president has arrived? The former vice president, sorry. Has he arrived? Kweku, unmute, please. We'll bring that visuals to you a bit later. We earlier told you that the former vice president was just on his way to the party headquarters to cast his vote exactly at 1 p.m. It's past 1 p.m. and we're told that he has arrived. We'll bring you that shortly. Right there on your screen. Well, we shall bring you that. We're trying to connect to Kweku Asante, but as you can see on your screen, though frozen, the former vice president, Dr. Bawumia, who most of the polls have described as one of the front runners, or two of the major front runners, arrived to cast his vote. All of the action after polls will close will be happening there at the party headquarters. And you want to stay with us. On your screen now is the arrival of the former vice president, Dr. Mohamed Bawumia, as to just journeying to cast a vote that no matter what he can count for himself is a sure count for himself. We'll bring you that one. Kweku, if you can hear me. Earlier, we brought to your attention that the former vice president was en route from home to the NPP headquarters, where he is supposed to cast his vote. And he's just arrived, and we're trying hard to bring you his arrival and as well his voting process. And so on your screen, you see party members, others who are stationary. Yesterday, when I spoke to the party organizer, he told me that the Electoral Commission would set up a podium over there, and that's where they'll be putting finality to today's decision that the NPP has decided to embark on. And on your screen is exactly what's happening, visuals from what's happening at the NPP headquarters. We're trying hard to just connect, have a good network and bring you the action properly. I'll try again if I have Kweku. Kweku, if you can hear me. Okay, so on your screen now, again, is the arrival of the former vice president. We told you that the party headquarters is where we'll bring some finality to today's decision. But I've been joined in studio by Henry Nanabuachi. You know him as Nana B. He's the party organizer. And I'm just taking our viewers to your favorite office, telling them that the former vice president has arrived. But tell me, what's likely to happen over there?
Thank you very much, Amefa. First of all, I think the process is such that His Excellency, the former Vice President, will go through the first phase. That will be the identification process. He will present to the Electoral Commission official any form of identification, not just any form though, but Ghana card, passport, license, and then they will identify him in the voters register. Then from there, he can proceed to where he'll be given the ballot paper, and then to where they will apply the indelible ink, and then he will cast his ballot. So these are just the processes. And so far it's been smooth. I'm just coming from the party's headquarters, and the feedback I'm getting from all the 332 voting centers, we've had very smooth operations. We have barely about 45 minutes more to the end of polls. It's been very peaceful. You're
not adding a second. You're not adding a...
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, yes, very straight. And once you are in the queue, I mean, that is just the convention. Once you are in the queue, even when it's two, you'll be allowed to cast your ballot. But then a certain mark will be made at the last person who joins the queue just before 2 or 2, so that nobody will be allowed to cast his or her ballot after 2 p.m. But so far, so good. Security, top notch. Let me use your platform to commend IGP Yohunu and his men. We've had very, very, very good security operations on the ground. So far, so good.
Okay, and stay with me. Let me take our viewers back to the party headquarters where my colleague Kweku Asante is on standby. Kweku, tell me what's happening.
Well, let me first, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, just finished casting his ballot. It was a very brief period. He just entered. He went straight to greet some party officials and members of his campaign team who were already here. He greeted them, and he went straight to the electoral officials, took his ballot, and voted. All of that took just about 5 minutes in total, in fact, or less of that. And when he finished doing that, he went straight into the party headquarters. So the former Vice President and flag bearer aspirant, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has just entered the party headquarters. He's gone there to have a conversation with the party leadership. We expect that when he comes back, he will speak to journalists as to what he has made of the process so far and the national situation, the picture for him. Perhaps he's been getting some briefings from his campaign team and other people who are across the country and get some indication of whether or not the grounds are good, whether he's winning or not. We expect that any moment from now he will. But it's a bit of a chaotic situation because of the number of journalists, media houses, bloggers who are here, which has made it very difficult to get access a bit close. But we expect, and they are telling us now to go beyond the barricades. And when we do, ultimately, the Vice President, when he comes out, will address journalists and get an understanding of what he has made of the process so far, whether he believes he's winning this election or not. So that is the situation here at the NPP headquarters with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the former president, having just come in, cast his ballot, and gone into the party headquarters to talk to the leadership. And then very soon we expect that he will come back and perhaps talk to journalists.
All right, thank you so much, Kweku. I will just show you a footage of when the Ashanti Regional Chairman, Bernard Ejibwe-Siako, cast his ballot. But quickly before I bring you that video, though, Anana, so beyond the Vice President today, who else are we expecting? My colleague's been telling me earlier, but who else are we expecting at the headquarters today?
His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the former President, John Agyekum Kufuor. Okay. They are all expected to cast their ballot at the headquarters. We have members of the diaspora. They are also, so their voting center is at the headquarters. Former national executives, current national executives, national council members, then members of our patrons, the national patron, they are also supposed to cast their ballot there. Yes. Okay.
Let me bring you when the Ashanti Regional Chairman for the NPP, Bernard Ejibwe-Siako, went to vote.
We know we have voted for the peace. We have voted for the MPP future. MPP, we are voting to elect or to choose our flag bearer for Ghana. So the delegates, as we are, witnessing the peace, atmosphere, it means that the peace will win, and the unity will be victorious.
What do you expect from the elected flag bearer going forward into 2028?
Actually, we are going to support him. We are going to support him to bring peace, to our party, and because we are part for the plan for us to do the early elections for our presidential elections. As Matthew chapter 5 verse 17 says, he says that we did not, bring this exercise to spoil the MPP constitution, but to strengthen, our party, for us to have enough time to do our campaign. So I think that is going to help us for us to have more years to campaign. So that
Before I come in studio, let me also bring you a footage of an alleged vote buying by one of Ken's agents.
Okay, my name is Kofi Dinkra. I'm a coordinator on behalf of Kennedy Akumpreko Japan, Kanko Central, and polling station chairman. I think the atmosphere is very calm. The police are doing their work. There is discipline, and by the grace of God, at the end of the day, I think victory will go to Kent.
You're confident you will win?
Yes, I am confident because that is what the majority are saying. That when you bring Kent, the ordinary Ghanaians are going to vote for Kent, and I believe our constituents or the delegates have listened to the ordinary Ghanaians, and they are going to do so. So that's the choice of the ordinary Ghanaians or the total Ghanaians.
I spoke to your colleague from Dr. Bawumia's campaign. He says that he's not quite certain about whether or not the people will miss the closing time.
Yes, because the verification process is delaying. Some of the delegates have one way or the other forgotten their polling station, and they need to go through all the album to find their names. So what we have done is, you see our general secretary is aiding them with their polling station names so that the process goes fast. But I think the process is encouraging. It's going fast as of now.
For other polling stations, there are concerns about vote buying.
Right.
For some of the polling stations, they are giving out breakfast to the delegates.
Right. With what I know, DMB is sharing oats. A text message came, a mock text message came saying they are paying 1,000 with rice and oil or what have you. But so I think if there is anything called vote buying, I think from their camp. As of now, as a delegate, that's the text message I received.
But for you, you are not engaging in any.
No, I don't know. If something, I don't know. But with a text message which I have a proof here, that is it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, there is oats. They try giving me, but I have not taken it. So I also plead with all delegates to be very careful because last days are dangerous. That's what I could say. Thank you.
Also, back in today, Nanabi is still with me. Nana, have you seen this?
I don't know. This is the first time I'm seeing this. I do not see much of a problem with this. The reason is that I can confirm that almost all the aspirants are giving what is referred to as transportation to them, and rightly so. I do not have any issues with it. The issue is that if somebody is coming all the way to a particular voter center and then you think that you can support the person's transportation, not to buy the person's vote, I do not think that, for me, that is a major issue. Trust me, the 100 cities, the 200 cities for transportation can never influence any voter. It can never influence any of the 211,000 delegates, not at all. For me, I think that is just a token of appreciation that you have moved from your home to the voting center to cast your ballot. From that, I do not think that is going to be it's not going to play any role at all.
I see. Prof, sorry, before we went to my colleagues, you were giving me, I was asking you about the character and nature of the NPP.
Yeah.
And you took us from 1992. My question really was that, what is the nature and character of the NPP? Do they vote for systems, continuity, or they're beginning to have an appetite for disruptive leadership? Bearing in mind the results of 2023.
Yeah, so I think I concluded on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so you probably might want to...
Okay, no, then please, same question for you.
I think I dealt with that extensively, but let me also repeat here that if you look at the MPP, they have systems that they've put in place over the years. Whoever you want to go against the system, they are easily and ready to come after you, because the party is known for a certain tradition, a certain way of doing things. Once you cross that, so always if you look at their selection, they are very careful in selecting who leads the party. But sometimes circumstances, right, change some of these dynamics. Sometimes they want to repeat an old candidate. They do that. Sometimes they want to get a new person. They do that. And in all this thing, they want somebody who can bring them power. I have watched. Look at Edu Boy. That time, Edu Boy was the toast of many who were students at Legon. And look, Edu Boy was among the very few who could stand up against military dictatorship and military rule in this country. I was at Teachers Hall listening to him when he spoke, the culture of silence, all right, big one. Edu Boy had no competitor at the time, so you saw 92, he featured prominently. Then events took a different turn. I mean, as they were moving, they realized that, look, Kufuor will be the man. They gave it to Kufuor.
It's strange. Right? What's
not strange, because Kufuor had really served the party for a very long time. Remember, Kufuor was a former minister, deputy minister of what? Foreign Affairs under Buzia.
But if you describe Edu Boahen the way you do, why did they need a change?
They understand that. They understand that. And they are quick in deciding who is fit for purpose at a particular point in time.
Does it fit in their bigger picture of their party ideology? Or every now and then they have this inconspicuous way of changing or deciding who they think will fit?
See, NPP ideology, yes, center-right party, they have all the things associated with ideology. But definitely once you are in the party, the ideology is part and parcel of you.
Okay.
If you have different ideology, you don't belong to that tradition. So ideology is not an issue there. What is an issue is who will be able to give them power at a point in time.
I would ask Nana B the same question I started.
Then they move on into 2000, Kufuor came in, won, and then he came into office, and then he occupied the office for 2 terms. Nana Akufo-Addo, that last contest between he and Alan was a very fierce one. Alan was, quote unquote, an establishment candidate, but you saw the MPP decided that let Nana go. All right. So they are very, very careful. As for careful, they are very careful in selecting who leads them, depending on the circumstances at the time. But it's not necessarily based on ideology. As for ideology, it doesn't come in at all. Because once you are with a party, the ideology has robbed off you a long time.
Okay.
You are not there and coming to learn about the ideology of the party and all that. But they always look for somebody who can give them votes. Issue of money, inducement and all that, I'm not comfortable with that. But it doesn't influence them so much. Otherwise, Kufuor wouldn't have won the election.
For the first time?
Yes.
The second one?
Whatever election. The first time he won in 2000, Kufuor was not a rich man. Yes. But the party believed that he was the man at the time to win. Because there were a lot of people with resources at the time, all right? But they couldn't stand him.
Okay.
Kufuor won.
Nana B, it's quite obvious. You're looking for a flag bearer today. But at the core of it, what's the MPP looking for? Beyond selecting a flag bearer?
I think that I will associate myself with earlier submissions made, but to add that political parties are formed to win political power, to implement their ideology and their programs. So clearly, what will underpin the selection of a presidential candidate will be, number one, who can win us power in the minds of the over 210,000 delegates. I think that I am a delegate. I voted today, and I'm very sure that there are over 200,000 delegates. That will be their first consideration. Why? Because we have suffered a humiliating defeat. I am happy today because some of us who stood behind the proposal to have early presidential elections, we received quite a lot of bashing. There were a lot of counter proposals. Some were harsh, some were friendly. But today, the same people who criticized us, that why would you want to do the presidential primaries early? It is in our law, anyway, it's Article 13. The same people will call us to say that, look, this is strategic. Look, you have been vindicated. Why do I say so? Because if you suffer such a humiliating defeat, MFA, you need to put in place a certain drastic measure, something you've never done before. And one of the many issues that creates tension, problems, factions, friction in the party is the presidential primaries. So for me, as one of the main proponents of this early presidential primaries, I said that the moment you start a polling station elections, all the interested parties So i.e. now, all the 5 presidential aspirants now, they will quickly send their troops down to the over 40,000 polling stations to have their people for the various polling station positions. That will create problems. We'll have cracks at the base. That cracks will be translated to the electoral area elections, then to the constituency elections, then to the regional elections, to the national elections, and even to the parliamentary primaries elections.
Interesting.
Last year, or maybe the last electionary cycle, we spent almost 4 years, and Dog is here, from 2021 to 2024, we were still having internal primaries. Even up to 2024, we're still having parliamentary primaries. Those are just you exerting internal energies into the party yourself, rather than you giving some external energy to the opposition. So I'm happy. And you see, I keep saying, the government of the day, for me today, they've moved away with a lot of mistakes and a lot of, things. For me, I think that because the MPP for a whole year, we've been trying to have our party's internal primaries, especially towards the presidential primary. So, Emifa, I am happy this thing is coming on today. The many people who cast their ballot today, first and foremost, will be thinking of who can win us. All 5 can win us, but who amongst them will be the best or well positioned as we find ourselves. And that person will be outdoored today, fortunately.
For a political party and this strategy that they have adopted, I recall last year when they said they were going to do this, a lot of divided opinions. I mean, political scientists also said that it's not a very livable approach. But today we're here. We haven't seen the finality of it yet, because of course they've not done their internal party elections yet. But this approach and his explanation he's providing, does it wash for you?
It does. I mean, I really didn't understand where a lot of the bickering and the backlash was when they decided to go for the early primary. Because, as he stated, I mean, not just in Ghana, but all over the world, the potential for a presidential primary to cause a lot of fault holes, a lot of division, sometimes even the breaking up of political parties is extremely high. So much so that even in the US, which is seen as the exemplar of democracy, they had to make sure that they were asked live on television, on stage, if they will support the winning candidate or their opponent. And I remember them about 17 during the Republican debate. They had to pledge to support. Some threatened that they were going to break away from the various parties, Democrat, Republicans, and from their own political party. I mean, that is how visceral and damning it can be. And we've seen it in this country again, historically. You've seen Nana Konedu Agyeman-Rawlings form her own political party. We've seen Dr. Obeda Samoa do that as well. We've seen even Alan Chemanting with the MPP. You've seen even Alan Chemanting doing that. We've seen Guzitano breaking up to form the Reform Party and all of that. So you cannot underestimate the sort of damage that such a contest can do to a party. And it can be so damaging that you begin the general elections limping, especially when such divisions are not closed.
Okay.
So having it early has those advantages, but the disadvantage then, because the argument too has been made on the other hand that the party needed to go through a certain healing process, and that it wasn't just the presidential primaries, but also the leadership of the party, the executive, and the base of the party. They needed to have those settled first before they come, because they have to allow people to sort of make sure that they air their grievances, or they are able to go through a certain reckoning
but
at the base.
Said, who's the real anchor of a political party? The chairman or the flag bearer? Who's the real anchor? If we talk about healing of a political party.
Well, it depends on where the party is. It depends on the season and the situation that the party's own systems or structures. If you go to the NDC, they can tell you who leads the party at a particular point in time. And Nanabi can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you guys settled on, is it the chairman or...
Now, yeah, we've amended our constitution, so now the chairman is the leader of the party.
The chairman is the leader. But before then, it was the presidential candidate.
Yes, before then, if you elect a presidential candidate,
yes,
then he assumes the... In fact, it was not really stated in the constitution, but it was conventional.
Conventional. Yes.
But then now we have really stipulated in the constitution, just the amended constitution, that the chairman will be the leader of the party.
Great. And I mean, they have all sort of reasons why, but it's also important, it's a good question, because once the presidential candidate is elected, you have the chairman who is the leader of the party, who gives the direction. So you look at the NDC, for instance, at a particular point in time, who is giving the marching orders? Yes, you have the parliamentary leader, you have the president, but the engine room and things are happening in the party headquarters, in the party rooms, and they are making the calls, who should be who. So, and the relationship between the presidential candidate and the party chairman is extremely important moving forward. And so maybe that's why some people felt as if that needed to have been addressed. Because if the party chairman and the presidential candidate have a different direction as to where the party should go, then we are in for some trouble. So if you ask who is the leader, yes, on paper now it is the chairman of the party. But hopefully, I mean, there are no clashes with the candidate when he's elected, because the candidate will also have the vision. And the party will also have their own systems and things to do. And once there is no agreement between the two, it is definitely, I mean, good grounds for a lot of trouble moving forward. So that's something for them to think about.
For political scientists, so that's what they have on paper. What's the ideal situation, if you want to put a test to it? What's the ideal situation, the chairman or the flag bearer?
Parties decide where they want to place power.
Power, okay.
For very good reason.
Regardless of it being on paper?
Yes, it doesn't matter. They decide. Because why would then the MPP change the leadership now? It's based on experience, based on certain considerations. So they believe that let us give power to the chairman now, as opposed to the previous position. So it's not static, but depending on their circumstances and a number of factors, they decide at a point in time where to place power. Sometimes you even place power in the hands of somebody who comes and abuse it, if it's a president and all that. They want to look at it because parties are meant to what? Look for power, grab it, use it, and further their cause. But at the same time, your duty also is to recruit and get more people into your fold so that they sustain the battle as you move on. So it's not one of something, but it's something that carefully thought through, and then they come into that conclusion.
So one of the exercises we're going through today is being taken to court to be tested. And it's a conversation on the floor that says that let's dismantle the delegate electoral system and open it up. You have said that for real democracy to be tested, let's allow people to make their decision. Others have also said that it's not practicable. Like, it's not practicable. You just cannot get potent results from that decision. Because I've heard your view on it as of yesterday, and I'm going to skip the party member, I'm going to go to Prof. Prof, it's a conversation on the table, and today we're going through it, the very process that these party stalwarts say that we should dismantle. Many said that they have enjoyed and have benefited from a delegate system of voting, these people who are headed to court. But opening it up, is this a real representation of democracy?
Yes, I think it is. If the various political parties can find a way to verify and confirm who is a bona fide member of the party, then I do think that there's nothing wrong with opening it up for many people or for members of the political party to vote in an election. Because at the heart or at the basis of democracy is that it is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And so if you trace it back to the Athenian form of democracy or the Greco-Roman system, where you do have people coming to the city center or to the city square to participate in the voting process, you have citizens or constituents in communities coming in to cast their votes or their ballots to decide who their leadership should be. That is voting at the very basic local democracy, decentralized to the very basic level. Then, of course, the most authentic form of that is a primary system that takes into view or that considers the views of the largest majority of people within the political party. And the best way of doing that is to allow people to vote. However, and I fortunately had a chance to cover the Iowa caucuses in the U.S. And I mean, that is the most authentic form of the citizen-centered voting system, where you have people come into a caucus, you have communities come, they debate the situation, they debate the issues, and you have locals deciding who the presidential candidate should be. And if you move on from Iowa to every state, or most states, they do have a system which factors that in place. In fact, some even allow independents to vote. But you see, the other side of it is that I know that the NDC tried this before, and they quickly had to go back.
They describe it as chaotic.
Exactly. You know, and there's also the fear that other people from other political parties may infiltrate the system and then influence the outcome of the vote. But a primary system that is as decentralized as possible is something that we should definitely look out for, because, you know, the delegate system has had its own problems, and sometimes there's a certain fissure or disconnect between the delegates and the grassroots, or the people on the ground, or voters or citizens who may never put themselves up to be polling station executives, who may never be constituency executives, but who also, I mean, are committed to their various parties, whatever the party is, and they do want to have a say in who becomes their leader. What then happens is that when there's a general election and the person who is elected is seen as a reflection of the establishment or just a certain narrow level of people or a narrow section of the party, then it translates into disaffection when it comes to the general elections. And we've seen that in the parliamentary system, where some candidates are rejected by the people, but they are imposed by the party. So I think that as we grow as a democracy, you know, a lot of people have their eyes on Ghana. And as we grow as a democracy, if we move towards a primary system that gets as decentralized as possible, I mean, that will be something of a beauty to watch.
Doc, before I go to Nana, so today we've gone through the process. Security largely or fairly admirable. We can commend the IGP and the security apparatus. But is this still a system you think that remains committed to the growth of democracy?
The delegate system?
Yes.
It has its own pros and cons. My argument has always been that if you look at the word democracy, broken into two, demos, people, krating, rule of the people. So anything you do, you must derive your power and authority from the people. So if a section of the people go to decide something for a whole lot of people, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. If you open it up, right, and people go through the process as expected, at the end of the day, what stands out is that the person who comes out becomes their candidate. And they are prepared to rally behind that individual than a section of the people going to select for them. That is a fact. Okay. You read literature around delegates and all that, that is it. But also there is the flip side of it is that if you read Hamilton and Co, the argument is that it's a small body of people. When you give them opportunity to select, they're able to make the best choice for, than you're allowing everybody to go in and all that. Some may vote on flimsy grounds and all that, but if you are taking party delegates, chairman and co, who know these people one-on-one, they are able to make very good selections. So it's a whole lot of argument in there. But I am for the first one, that let us give everybody the opportunity, because you save yourself of, you know, one, agitation, two, monocracy, where people buy the number of voters. When the population is large, it's very difficult to influence all of them.
Okay.
And all that. And it has its own, you know, implications for trust and confidence within the party's body politic.
So polls will be closing in less than 5 minutes, but I want to take Nadabi's take on this.
Yes.
The delegate system.
Yes. I mean, first of all, I think that the application before the court by, I think, Professor from Pombat is dead on arrival.
Is it?
Oh, it's dead on arrival. It's dead on arrival because for all the political parties and their system we operate now, it is not against Article 55.5 or it is not against the Political Parties Act. Now, what has been the argument is that, as Prof alluded to, look, if you allow a small number of delegates to select a particular person, the money inducement element in that process is heightened. So why don't you open it up? So if you consider the MPP, Adubuahin's time, less than 500 people even voted. President Kufuor's time, it was a little over 1,000. Then during Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Alan Kyerematen, it was a little over 2,000. So the party decided that, look, we need to broaden the scope of the delegate system. So we decided to involve the polling station executives. So it moved to about 120,000. It then moved to about 160,000. It moved to 200,000. And today we have over 213,000. That is a huge jump from, let me even consider 2008 to 2007 primaries. So that is a huge jump. So I think the argument or the language should be political parties should advance a certain course that will widen the number of people that will select. Because you see, electoral college system is globally accepted. Go to the US, go to the UK. In fact, these are advanced democratic countries. It is accepted everywhere, Republicans, Democrats. So that is why I'm saying that this thing is dead on arrival. And you see, you cannot hang this on the necks of political party because it's not practicable. And Supreme Court will not pronounce on the matter that is impracticable. Because how can you say that a card-bearing member of, let's say, about 2 million people should go and vote? Who is going to bear the cost? So they are logistical nightmare arguments in these matters. So the Supreme Court cannot even hang this around our necks. Trust me. And the Supreme Court will not pronounce on a matter that they know that, look, we are going to say this, meanwhile, it's not practicable.
Well, polls are closing in less than a minute. And Evans Mensah is on standby. Doc, Nana and Prof, you will stay. And Evans Mensah will cross over to my colleagues who are all other polling centers.
Is an order.
Sorry? Yes, you will stay. It's a general order. And then, but I'm just going to bring you what the former Vice President had to say when he finished voting. My name is Emefa Kosuadeti, but please stay with our special coverage.
Doing well. I hope you've been monitoring events, you've gone through the process. First, what is your assessment of the entire proceedings today?
Well, thank you very much. I have been following and monitoring on in the country. And so far, the process seems to be very smooth. So far, what the IGP promised with strong security presence at all the polling stations, we see it manifesting. And I think that has resulted in a very smooth process so far. I just voted, and the process here at the headquarters was also very smooth. So I would like to thank God for this good process so far. I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved, the EC, the National Party itself, the media. So far, I think it's good for democracy and it's good for Ghana. Whenever we see something like this, it raises the image of Ghana across the world. And I think this is good for all of us. So far, so good.
You're a data man. What are your agents on the ground telling you?
I think that we will wait very soon and we will all know. The real data will be presented in just a few hours' time. So let's be patient. We are happy with the process. And this is not the time for prophecies or predictions. This is just the time to wait for counting when it's all done. So we will wait.
What will be the major challenges for the election?
Well, I think that when you enter a contest, you always are optimistic about winning. Otherwise, what is the point? So I believe that there is reason for optimism, but ultimately the voters decide. And today is their day, and today is not essentially for me to make predictions because we are just a few hours away. And let's all be patient. It will all be out soon. So
Thank you very much.
Are you ready? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, happily, you have to deal with me. I'm not bouncing off yet. While we wait for Evans and Winston to join us a bit later, by now, polls must have closed. But as we've been learning from Nanabe and Electoral Commission, the convention is that if you joined the queue before 2 p.m., you'd be allowed to vote. So we'll be on standby. My colleagues, I've got Carlos Kaloni, I've also got Fatal, but I will come to you, Doc, shortly after I've engaged my colleagues on ground, and then I see you really want to take a bite on Nanabe's submission. But Carlos, you're in Tema somewhere. Tell me what's happening and where you are. Carlos, please unmute.
Yeah, if you can hear me. I'm saying that I'm currently at Tema Community 5 Basic School, where it's serving as the center for the Tema West constituency. At this center, 1,401 delegates are expected to cast their ballots. But as we speak, it's already 2 p.m. and we have hundreds of delegates already in the queue. So I have with me the Tema West Municipal Director of Electoral Commission to share with us why this is so and what arrangement they are putting in place to ensure that those in the queue actually get to vote. So you are live on Joy News. Give us your name. My name is John. Okay, tell us, as at this time, how many people have voted so far?
You need a pen?
98 have say it again. 1,098. Meaning we have in excess of 200. Yes. Okay. So it's already. What is the plan for them? The plan is that those in the queue be allowed. When it is 2 p.m., the security time behind
there's a number
allowed finish. Okay, and so far from morning to after this point, what have you? How would you describe the process so far? By the process, I haven't encountered any problem with the delegates. All those who are supposed to cast their votes have done so, and we are now waiting for those in the queue to finish votes. The provision. All right, MFA, so you heard John Nuno, who is the Tema West Director of Electoral Commission, speaking to us here, giving us data about the number of delegates who have actually cast their ballots. In excess of 200 delegates are still in the queue, and according to him, they're going to allow them to cast their ballots. Security is tight here, both the inner perimeter and outside. And so before you even get to the center, you are checked, your IDs are looked at before you are allowed in. So largely it's been peaceful, but I mean, the hopes and expressing from Kennedy Japan's can be so high here. Those we've been speaking to say they are hopeful that he's actually going to carry the day. And so we are here until the poll closes, and that will bring you the real numbers from the Tema West constituency, which we are learning is one of the strongest polls of Kennedy Japan.
Kaloni. I'll take you to my colleague, Faustina Safo. Faustina, you were earlier at Kolebu. I don't know if you're still at Kolebu. If you've moved to another center, tell me what's happening.
Well, MFR, I'm still at Kolebu, and currently we could see behind me, collation is about to commence. The polls have ended. So far, we are told that out of the delegates that were supposed to come here to cast their ballots, so 1,019 of them, over 900 have been able to cast their ballots. And so far, that's what we have here. Let me just see if I can turn around so that you can see the different individuals here. All coming here, delegates, just to monitor the proceedings. The police also have called of the area and will be allowed into the inner perimeter shortly, just to have a real feel of collation when it commences. But you can see just behind me that right now the ballot box is before the table, and then we're waiting for the EC presiding officer to officially commence collation of the numbers.
So much. I will take you to the Volta region where my colleague Ivy Setoji is on standby. Ivy, tell me what's happening in the Volta region. You will unmute if you... Well, okay, let me take you to Adobia Asari, who earlier was Weja Bawe. Adobia, what's happening over there?
Yes, MFR, voting has officially ended. Right here in the perimeter of the AstroTurf, I can count 30 policemen and women who are ready to start. Now you can see behind me that delegates have begun trooping in to witness or observe the counting process to make sure everything is fair. Now, police have done well to quickly barricade and create a barricade in the area. They did this thing around 1:58. Before the polls officially close. So they've closed the entire thing. They are inside there. I'm hoping that very soon they'll allow me in there to be able to also observe the process. The EC officials are yet to tell us the total number of people who cast their vote. But as at 1:30, when I found out from them how many people had come, they told me 1,109 out of the 1,239 people had come to vote. So I'm sure between 1:30 and 1:58, 1:59 or 2 p.m., a number of people had come to cast their vote, increasing the number I had already gotten. So that's the situation here at the Wejagbawe constituency. The people are here. They are still coming in their numbers to witness the counting. The EC is about to start collation. But overall, it's been peaceful. It's been peaceful and smooth. The policemen and women here are really done well to make sure the whole thing was really well organized.
All right, Adobia, thank you so much. Let me go to Fatal Bayaga. Fatal, where are you reporting from? And what's the situation over there?
I'm right here at Kennedy Japan campaign office here at CIC. In fact, at this particular place, a lot of people are beginning to in here, and basically what I am getting from this place is that, about a few minutes ago, some people started jubilating and saying that Kennedy Japan has won this particular election. So the optimism here is quite high as they begin to celebrate. In fact, they said that they are receiving results from across the country, and it looks like Kennedy Japan is going to win this election. But I have to see quite here is the spokesperson for Kennedy Japan's camp. Who have been monitoring the election across the country. What has it been?
We are just going through a process, but I've always been a very good practice. I'm very focused that under now the ballot has closed.
But your people started jubilating here. Does that mean that he has won already? Based on your provisional result?
Of course, you also so let's like have a facing we both of us are delegates, they speak to their friends, they speak to their various because those for around the country. We are getting the feedback.
But you told me that there is no competition today and that Kennedy Japan is going to win this election hands down. Where's that confidence coming from, actually?
We speak to delegates. We have our team around. We have our agents around. They get us the feedback. When the police votes, the same time doing around. So the general feeling is that the party is very positive. And we are confident that the time we finish the campaign, I am sure that is what it is.
All right, thank you very much. So, Emma, that's the situation here at Kennedy's office. The people here are quite very optimistic that Kennedy Japan is going to win the election. And we also have the understanding that he is likely to come here at the office when everything when everything is done. So that's the situation here, anyhow.
Bayaga, I'll take you straight to the Volta region, where Ivy Setoji is on standby. Ivy, where in the Volta region are you? Ivy, please unmute.
Yeah, hello. If you can hear me, I am currently Post Central, where counting or sorting is currently ongoing, and it is a the background. The EP is sorting out. Delegates are also here looking to see what it's going to happen. Earlier on, we spoke with former deputy CEO for NPA, Terry Okujeto, really showed us that he was very, very sure that the former vice president was going to win. And so we also spoke to some people who are of the view that Kennedy and others who are there. So currently, we are here waiting for the issue to finish or get done with the sorting, and then the counting, then we move on. We are also waiting for results from other constituencies across the Volta region, that Teta and the three constituencies in other constituencies. So for now, we are waiting for the issue to get the sorted.
Well, back in here, thank you so much, Ivy. But back here in Accra, I'll take you back to the NPP headquarters. Kweku, what's happening?
Well, the sorting and counting is just about to get underway here at the NPP headquarters, where the voting has closed. Sarah Joasafo was the last person to have cast his ballot, and immediately that was done, the polling was closed, and the sorting is underway. You see a lot of party officials around, the polling agents for the various candidates all working to ensure that the sorting is done appropriately, and then ultimately the counting will happen. So very soon we'll get to know who won the MPP headquarters, where the national executives voted, where Dr. Mamiya himself voted, where the external branches voted, a number of stalwarts, very key persons in the MPP have all voted. But it's interesting to report, that the former vice president, President Kwado, did not come to be together with President before. We are more high profile persons that we are set to put over here. Is it the people? And so that is one of the very, very, very important things that I thought to touch our territory. But a lot of the national executives did show up, voted the Chief Secretary and all the other persons. All of them voted also.
Kweku, I'm not sure, but the network is not kind to me this afternoon. Did you say did I lose Kweku? Oh dear, they didn't. Well, now I say to confirm, they didn't. They were unable to come to vote.
Yes.
Okay, that's 2 votes out of the total numbers.
Yes, I'm not too surprised. I think that maybe they decided to abstain because, look, they have assumed a certain position in the party, because former President Kufuor is also supposed to cast his ballot there. So I don't speak for them, but then what will readily come to mind will be the fact that they've assumed a certain position. In fact, they are the people we are going to fall on when it gets to the reconciliation processes. So if they decide to stay away, then it means, look, we are neutral, let the entire party exercise. When it comes to our level, now we are, in a can balance, any penny. I think for me, that is what readily will come to mind. I think that I can embrace that idea. Yes, it's okay.
Doug, I'd come to you for that response that you wanted to give, but I'll go to the Central region where Abigail Estelle is reporting from the Central region. What's the situation there, Abigail? Do I have Abigail?
Hello. I am trying to send the
Okay, Abigail, while I try to fix your technical problem, I'll go to Martina. Martina, what's happening up north?
So for the northern region, at the Tamale Electoral Constituency, still vote, we have over 200 delegates who are still in the queue ready to vote. They started a bit early, but in between there were some issues. They had agreed that they go whole electoral area by electoral area, but some didn't come, and so it mixed up and they started voting according to the queue. That did not help, so they had to rearrange again, and that's what we are seeing now. So we have over 200 people who are yet to cast their vote. But in the northern region here, Saboba and Miao are done with their sorting, and very soon the results will be trickling in.
Headquarters. Kweku, you were quite not clear earlier, but we've got a little clarity from Nana. But let me hear you. You were saying something earlier.
I hope this is clear now.
Very much, Kweku. Yes, and comforting to hear. Let's hear you.
Hello, Mefa, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, yes, I was saying that the polling has closed over here at the party headquarters, and we're expecting a little about 900 votes. Because of the sheer number of journalists here, we are unable to access the inner perimeter and get some answers from the electoral officials in terms of the number of people who have actually voted out of the over 950 persons that were expected to vote here. And so Sarah Adwoasafo, the former member of parliament for Dom Kwabinya, was the last person to actually cast her vote. She cast a vote right at 2 o'clock on the dot. She nearly missed out because she wanted to sort out a few things regarding her name appearing on the register. And once she did that, the entire area was cordoned off, and the sorting is now underway, as you can see on your screen. And so any moment from now, the Electoral Commission officials, with support from party executives who are here and the party agents who are all here, will start the counting. And so we expect that, give or take, latest 20 minutes time, over here at the party headquarters, we'll get to know how many people voted, who did they vote for, and who has won this polling station. This polling station is important not only because it is the party headquarters in and of itself, it's because of the number of people and the caliber of people who vote here, members of the National Council of the New Patriotic Party, the external branches. So these are party executives who at the national level and also at the international level really voting here. And so it sort of gives you a certain indication of where the party is looking at. And I know, like you were telling me, that Nana B has been giving you some explanation as to why the two former presidents did not vote. Of course, there were a lot of chatter here. I was speaking to a few people who were telling me that they found a bit surprising, particularly the absence of President Akufo-Addo, the former President Akufo-Addo, not voting in this election. They expected that he would have voted, but President Akufo-Addo has always stated that he wanted to be neutral in this particular election and allow the processes to go on. But despite that neutrality, some still say they expected that he would show up to vote. Particularly, in fact, there was one person that is very close to the former Vice President telling me that they would have expected that the former president would have been here to vote because of the very close relationship he has always had with the former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, having served as vice president under him for 8 years, and they were together in opposition for another 8 years. So they've been together for a total of 16 years prior to losing the 2024 election. And so that was a bit surprising. That is a bit of a talk over here. And so that is done. And so I can just hear that the microphones are being, put on. And so, okay, the counting has started. You hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are counting first for number 1, which is Kennedy Japan, and the counting is underway. MFR. Very soon, we'll get to know who Nana B and his colleagues who voted here voted for as the presidential candidate. Let me take my mic closer, and you see that. Okay, Kwabena J. Japan has just gotten 7 of the votes. 7. Kwabena Japan, 7. They've just declared that Yao Seiduchum is also being counted. Yao Seiduchum has also gotten 3 votes. Kwabena J. Japan, 7. Kwabena, Dr. Yao Seiduchum, 3. And now the counting is going to start for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, which is ultimately going to take a bit longer because we expect that he'll get a little more than 7 and 3.
5, 7, 8, 9,
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. That's 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, that's 300. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 308. Brian, example. 1, 2, 3. And on any edge of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 90, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 160.
Were very interesting set of results that we are seeing. Dr. Mahamudu Baumia of 308 votes, Kennedy Japan 160 votes, Dr. Yawase Edichum 3 votes, Dr. Brian Champon 7, Kwabne Japan, and so pretty interesting set of results that we've just seen here.
Oh.
Hey, who's playing this song?
Well, on your screen, sights and scenes from the NPP headquarters where numbers are already coming in. And what will that suggest for the national trend? On your screen, we've been projecting the numbers for you. Kennedy Japan, 160, followed by Brian Champon, 3, and also followed by Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, 308, and then Dr. Yahweh Duchum, 3, Kwabena Japan, 7. Quite an interesting trend. And maybe I should bring in Dr. Sasanti. What's this bringing to mind for you?
It tells you that the MPP, they always know the one they want to give power to. It's a fact. And that it gives you an idea that money or inducement cannot influence anybody. I mean, people have really spent money. And if you look at the results that they have got, it gives you an idea that, look, inducement, you can induce. But as to whether it can change voter choices, that's a different thing. So that is what you are seeing. And at the headquarters, it gives you an idea of the trend that you should expect. Normally, the headquarters, the trend that you see may not be different across the country. Yes. So we are in interesting times.
Let me take them back to the party headquarters where the EC would be announcing the results shortly.
One sport back. Total valid votes cast 481. So on the basis of this, Mohamed Bawumia obtained the highest votes, followed by Ken Onene Japan. Japan follows suit. Then Brian Echampo and Yang Osebichu also follow suit. So for this center, for this particular center, I declare Mohamed Bawumia the candidate elect for this center, not everywhere.
Asante on ground at the NPP headquarters. But you've seen the numbers so far from the NPP headquarters, which I'll be bringing you some of the numbers across the country as well. We'll try again. Kweku, if you can hear me. Okay. Can you hear me, Kweku?
Yes, let me listen.
Kweku, if you can hear me, we've seen the numbers. The EC rep as well has announced who has topped it all at the NPP headquarters. But of course, there are party supporters over there. Tell me what's happening. What's the mood over there so far?
Lock the line. I can't hear anything. You call me and you leave it.
No, Kweku, but I can hear you. Let me come back into the studio. Okay, I was just asking you, Doug, and you've just shared, Prof, it looks like at the headquarters, not it looks like, the numbers suggest that Dr. Bawumia has picked that spot at the NPP headquarters. What does this mean? Broader national picture. It doesn't, huh?
We've all been in this country. People have been in a rush to go out there and declare election results. The post-polling center results, constituency, left, right, center. Some start jubilating even before the final the results are declared. I mean, if you win the headquarters, I don't know, yeah, you are the past vice president. It probably shows that you are in touch with the party officials. It's the headquarters is supposed to be an incumbent, you know, or an establishment place. And so I don't really think we can read a lot into that. Yeah, I'm going to wait and see a lot more before I say anything.
How many would you like to see first? But let me go back again. Then I'm just going back to the headquarters. Kweku, if you can hear me now, and I hope that you can hear me. We've seen the numbers, but what is it like at the headquarters?
Yes, the polling has just closed here. You heard them announce the results currently. I have here the political aide to Dr. Bawumia Kofi Tonto. This is the party headquarters, and your candidate has won, but with what some would say quite close, 160 as against Dr. Bawumia's 308 or so.
That's not close.
Yeah, but this is the party headquarters, the national executive, people that are thought of to be more aligned to Dr. Bawumia, and Kenneth Japan has done so.
Actually, here is made up of party executives and then also diasporas, etc. And so, you know, Kennedy has lived abroad, especially in the US, elsewhere. So it's not quite close. I mean, 308, almost double what Bawumia got, almost double what Ken got. Just about because 150 would have been half. He got 160, and we got 308. Just about 50% of what, but so that cannot be almost close.
So, but you like it? You're excited about the results you've gotten here?
So far, I'm following the results, and the trend coming in so far is positive. I mean, the trend coming in, even for Guam, for example, and other places, is positive. Yeah.
So here we expected a little over 987 actually, and the turnout was just about half. In fact, less than half.
Yeah.
The turnout hasn't been very well
because you remember the proxy issue,
voting. And these are diaspora people.
These are largely diaspora people, and you know, from the data, more than half, about 55%.
Usually for Bellwood,
couldn't show up, largely because you would have to travel and come to Ghana. So I'm not surprised that the turnout was a bit low.
Yeah. Thank you very much. No, one last question. Former President Akufo-Addo did not vote. John Kufuor did not vote. Did that come to you as a surprise that these two stalwart and former President Akufo-Addo, given his relationship with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his vice president, hasn't showed up here to vote?
Well, you know, former president has taken the stage of a statesman. And so at this point, showing a ground deal of neutrality is important. He's no longer Bawumia's boss per se. He's now the boss of our party. He's now a leader of our party, a statesman. So it makes sense that he will sit out, because if anything comes up, he would be the one to sort of help in solving the issues. And if Nana Addo Dankwa were to vote today, the suspicion would be that he voted for Bawumia. So how is that person then going to more or less mediate, if anything? So it makes sense. He's a statesman now, so it makes sense, just like Kufuor, for him to sit it out. So it's well understood. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Kofi Tonto is a political aide to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he's been speaking to us, giving us an indication of what he makes of the results. I'm sure it is on your screen now. The party headquarters, where National Council members and external branches have been voting. 308 votes for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In fact, let me start from the top. Kennedy Japan, number 160. Dr. Brian Champon, 3 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 308 votes. And then Dr. Yawase Bichum also getting 3. Kwabena J. Japan ultimately getting 7. Mr. Omari Wadi is the former vice chair of the party. Did the results here shock you, and what are your reaction to it?
Well, this is what we were expecting, that we shouldn't change our candidate. That is what the history tells us, that when we repeat candidates, we win. In fact, Kufuor, we did for him. Mills, same. Mahama, same. Akufo-Addo, same. Why should we change? Why should we change? Because that is the trend. And if you understand trending, this is how it should go. So we deliberately make sure we maintain Bawumia, no change.
I mean, you look at the votes here, 308 against 160 for Dr. Kenneth Japan. It's like half of the vote, but some would say it's more than half. But it's very instructive that Ken is able to close the gap that much at the party headquarters.
Well, previously he got more than what he's getting today. Ken got more than what he got today. So we are not surprised. And it's good that trend is going to continue across the nation. And at the end of the day, Bawumia will be declared here as our candidate.
Thank you very much. And so a lot more reactions coming in as we try to get a national picture in terms of how exactly this has gone. We expected 987 voters here at the party headquarters, invariably less than 500 turn up to vote. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has carried the polling station here with 308 votes. Canada Japan come in a very, it's not a close second, 160. Dr. Brian Champon, Oyawase Edutum getting 3 votes each. And then Dr. Yao, Kwabena J. Japan, the former general secretary, he used to be the boss here in this building, getting 7 votes. So it's really been a straight fight between those two people. Kojo Brace is here before we hand over back to you. Kojo Brace, you've seen the results. Yeah. What did you make of it?
Well, Canada Japan really put up a good fight, because to be able to amass some 160 votes here at the headquarters is quite telling of the effort he put in. But again, it looks like the party still wants to go with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We saw it, right? And it seems that this is coming out to say, affirm the sort of expectation people had ahead of this primaries, that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will definitely be made to lead the party. But early days yet. Let's see how it goes. But if you listen to the indications coming down from the few constituencies we've seen, and adding that to what has happened at the headquarters, it tells you where this.
Well, so we will take a tour at the major centers and bring you the numbers. But of course, Nana B is still with me, and I have to release it because the numbers are coming in and work calls. But let me take your final words before I go to the Ashanti region.
Yes, I think that it's early days yet. We have 332 voting centers. So it's early days yet. So I think all of us remain calm. Again, the Electoral Commission is the only body mandated to put together the coalition and then come to the headquarters to announce. So I beg, this is a time for calmness. We should not overdo ourselves as a party. We've so far 100% for party people. And I'm so happy. I thank the Almighty for such smooth process, peaceful, very transparent, free, fair, credible, and I'm happy for the media. You've done so well. I mean, you are very strategic partners to this particular success. I hope that the counting will go on very well without any chaos, and then the declaration will be made today, and we'll come out stronger, united, and bold to face 2028.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Nana B. I'll release the NPP's Nana B. And I'll go to my Nana Boachi, who is an Ishaya, so in the Ashanti region. Nana Boachi, what's happening?
MFR, we are in the Inshaesu constituency, the State Experimental Basic School, and this is where the election took place. This particular constituency is very much important because it is the constituency of one of the coordinators for Kennedy Ohene Japan, and also one that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia really had some numbers from in the 2023 primaries. But these are the results we are here to hear from the EC officials, but these are the results that we have provisional. 321 for Kennedy Ohene Japan, 321. Brian Champon with 91 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia with 379 votes. Dr. Oseya Weduchum with 4 votes, and then Kwabena Japan with 0. This is 795 votes out of 889 voters in the voter album, which tells you that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won the Inshaesu constituency. Surprisingly, for me, because I know that this constituency is the constituency of Dr. Stephen Amwa, who plays a crucial role in the campaign of Kennedy Ohene Japan. But then the results turned out to be in favor of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And then already some of the supporters have been jubilating, and they've had to calm down because the EC officials are going to are going to declare the results, which we have to get for you. And the pink sheet is being arranged, and agents are all here ready ready to sign. But this is the results that we have from the Inshaeso constituency. MFA, from the Bantama constituency, the provisional results we have, Kennedy Japan has 293. Kennedy Japan 293 from Bantama. And then Brian Echampo with 47 votes. Baumia had 454, and then Dr. Educhum with 2, and also Kwabna Ejapon with 0. Now the EC officials at Inshaeso are going to declare the results, so we have to listen to them. But then the provisional results we've provided shows that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has won the Inshaeso constituency with 379 votes. Now let's listen.
I think at this juncture we have brought everything to an end at Inshaeso polling station, State Experimental Basic School. It is over for the presidential primaries 2026 of the National Patriotic Party. New Patriotic Party, sorry, thank you. At the end of the day, per our records, the total number of voters who were supposed to vote at this center were 889. 889. Total vote cast. Those who came physically to cast their votes, 795. 795. At this center, there was no rejected ballot. All the ballots that we voted were counted. So at the end of the day, total valid votes were 795, and as such, total votes in the box is 795. These are the representation by the candidate in no special order, but the order on the pink sheet. Ken Ohene Ejapon, 321 votes. 321 votes. Brian Echampon, 91 votes. Mahmoud Baumia, 379 votes. Yao Osei Aduchum, 4 votes. Kwabra Ajay Ejapon, 0. So when you add up, you get 795. That tallies with the total votes cast at this center. So at this center, Mahmoud Baumia took the lead at Inshaeso polling center at State Experimental Basic School. Thank you very much.
And that is the result from the Electoral Commission declaring that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has won the Inshaeso constituency with over 300 votes MFR. And if I am to go over the results again, it is 379 votes for the winner, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Kennedy Japan coming second with 321 votes. Brian Echampon third with 91 votes. Osei Duchum with 4 votes. And then Kwabena Japan with 0. These are the results of the Inshaeso constituency, and then you can see that the mood here is calm. The member of parliament was around, but he's not here anymore. That's Dr. Stephen Amwa, and it shows you that in his own constituency, as an individual, played key role in Kennedy's campaign. His constituency has been lost. Let's see. We see Dr. Stephen Amwa in the crowd. We want to go to him. Dr. Stephen Amwa is in the crowd, and then we would have to speak to Dr. Stephen Amwa, the member of parliament for Inshaeso constituency. We can see him engaging the crowd, the delegates over there. It will be interesting to hear his views that in his constituency, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has won. Dr. Stephen Amwa has been engaging the delegates, and he might be a little bit surprised with the result from here. But But you can see him in your shot. That's the MP for Inshayeso constituency, Dr. Stephen Amwa. Let's hear a word from him, the Member of Parliament for Inshayeso. Honorable, the results are finally here. The results are finally, Honorable. Honorable, if you can speak to us briefly. The results are finally here. In your constituency, Dr. Mamudu Bawumia has won with 379 votes, coming against your candidate, Kennedy Japan, with 321 votes. Surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
Really?
Yes.
Why are you surprised?
I thought Kennedy was going to win by its election. At least the good thing is there is peace, isn't it? There is peace. So that's the most important thing.
379 votes against your candidate 321 is not really a huge margin. But what was your expectation from your own constituency?
Thinking Kennedy will win by about 60%. Yes. But you are dealing with human beings, so it's okay.
Fear delegates?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. So they are all grown-ups. They also have their minds to analyze what is good for them. You understand what I'm saying? It's a decision they've made. Your decision will determine your future. Or you don't understand what I'm saying? Decision determines the future. So they've made their decision. This election has been free and fair. Yeah, they've chosen what they want. Or you don't understand them?
But would you use this medium to congratulate Dr. Mamudu Bawumia for winning your constituency?
Don't you think I have to listen to my flag bearer first?
Okay.
I can't take the sail out of the wind. When you understand what I'm saying. So this place, Doctor has won. They've decided. That's all. And I think it's one party.
What is the future looking like in the Inshayeso constituency going forward after this election?
I really don't know.
Are you going to take any firm decision on your candidacy going forward?
I don't know. It's too early to decide. Or you don't understand what I'm saying. This cannot affect my candidature, but I'm going to sit down and decide what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that is the Member of Parliament for the Inshayeso constituency, Dr. Stephen Amwa. It looks like a lot of anger among the delegates. We would want to know what their problems and their issues are, but then it looks a little bit scattered over here. But what we can confirm for you now is that Dr. Mamudu Bawumia has won one of the most crucial constituencies in the Ashanti region, Inshayeso, because Dr. Stephen Amwa, the Member of Parliament, played a crucial role in the campaign of Kennedy Japan. And so with Dr. Mamudu Bawumia winning, it comes as a big surprise to him, Dr. Stephen Amwa, and to a lot of delegates who are here. It is their choice that they've made, and he believes that it is fair to respect it. And so MFA, this is what we have here. It's still scattered, but then as and when anything comes up, we'll keep our viewers at post on that.
Nawacha, you're a champion. Thank you so much for bringing us updates from Inshayeso. So 2 places that we have brought you numbers. It looks like Dr. Bawumia is leading. Please stay with us with our special coverage as Evans and Winston take over.
NMF, thanks very much. Indeed, it's been a marathon, but we still have a fair bit to go. This is where it matters, because now the results begin to come in. Some interesting results. I think Inshayeso is one, because you're looking at Stephen Amwa's own constituency, and he's been campaigning. You must deliver that constituency. If you speak to all the sitting MPs who are in the camps, they tell you that the mandate was simple: deliver your constituency to your man. He hasn't managed to do that, and that obviously is telling on his own disappointment. We'll see. But it's been a long day for you. We're going to be, seeing how we end. We're going to end very strongly.
And strongly.
And thank you very much. And joining me right now in the studio, Winston again is joining me. Also joining me from the camp of Kennedy Japan is Dr. Marcus Sibeyeboa. Will be joined pretty shortly from the camp of Dr. Bawumia by Nana Komia, who will join us pretty shortly. We'll also be doing some further analysis with Dr. Mensah, who will join us on Zoom. He's been doing a lot of research. He was the director of research at the Jubilee House one time, and Akufo-Addo will also join us. But fundamentally, we'll be live across the country in some of the centers where voting has ended, counting has also ended and results are beginning to trickle in. Let me tell you a few of the certified results that we have coming through. Some of them are obviously very interesting indeed. I have here the results for one of the key areas that we're watching very closely for you. And this is the MPP headquarters, if you're just joining us and haven't had that already. And that is a center where Kennedy Japan got 160 votes and Bawumia got 308. So Bawumia wins that and wins that significantly. One of the things we need to quite look at, just analyzing the numbers from the 2023 one to now, who's gained and who's lost in terms of the numbers that both sides have managed to garner from the party headquarters. There are other results that we are waiting for. We have Upper Dincha West constituency provisional results that we are getting there in the central region. Kennedy Japan is 222 votes. Dr. Bawumia, 302 votes. And this is the central region. Central region is important because that is the home region for Kennedy Japan, and many were looking at his performance there, but as we've seen in the Upper Dincha West constituency, Dr. Bawumia wins it 302 as against Kennedy Japan's 222. There are other areas. I want to take you to the northern region now, and this is the constituency that I'll clarify for you pretty shortly. A lot of them coming through. This is the Nanton constituency. Bawumia wins by 365, and Ken has 22 votes in the Nanton constituency. Bawumia wins 356 in the Nanton constituency, and you have Kennedy Japan coming in with 22 votes. If you come to the Gomwa Central constituency, you have Kennedy Japan with 349 votes, Bawumia with 126 votes. That is in the Gomwa Central constituency. There are a few more coming through, and will be, as it happens, to update you. Our live poll tracker is on your screen, so that is going to be inputted in real time. So you see the numbers change there as we get the certified results in. Winston is also with me. He's also getting some results coming through. But let me first go to Dr. Makese Beboa, who is joining us from the camp of Kennedy Japan. Great to have you. Long time no see. A good friend of ours. You were in Parliament. You know how these races go when the chips are down. You're beginning to count, and your coalition centers are very active. First, give me your impression so far of the results you've seen. I believe you're plugged into the Kennedy's campaign strong room. Well, what picture are you getting from there?
Clearly, Bawumia seems to be in the lead from the results that are trickling in. It appears Dr. Bawumia is doing well, because I have results from the 2023 primaries, and so I've been comparing, and clearly in most of the constituencies where results have come in, Bawumia has done better
than he did in 2023.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Kennedy? In terms of the comparison?
Yeah, Brian Champon seems to be taking votes from Kennedy.
Okay.
So those who would not want to vote for Bawumia are voting for Brian instead of Kennedy in most cases. Because the Inshaiso one is interesting. If we go to the Inshaiso one, which you reported on, let me get it. Previously, in Inshaiso, Bawumia did 436.
Okay.
And Kennedy did 379.
Okay. That was close. That was in 2023.
436 versus 379.
Yeah.
Now Kennedy did 317 or something.
We'll get that put up on the screen for us pretty shortly. But Kennedy appears to have dropped from the 2023 to 2026.
So you have to be putting up Brian Champon's numbers too.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, Winston, we picked up on it just before we came in, that Brian seems to be doing better than we thought he would do, especially if you look at the northern regions and the constituencies there.
We all knew the strategy of the Brian campaign, make an impact in this election. I mean, You're not going into an election just to poll 2, 3, and at the end of the day get a single digit. If you do that, you haven't really done well.
So let me give you one example. Yeah. The Heman Lower Dentra constituency, for example, Kennedy Ejipon had 233. Brian has 113. He actually beats Baumia in that constituency. Dr. Baumia has 91. So he comes in second. You know, that's Heman Lower Dentra. Kennedy,
can you go over the numbers again?
Kennedy Ejipon has 233. Brian has 113. Baumia has 91.
Let's just oppose that with what we had previously. In 2023, Kennedy had 181. Baumia had 237.
Okay. It appears that he may have taken some votes from Baumia here.
No, but if you look at the Brian vote, Brian is doing 113.
13, that's significant.
Yeah, Brian is doing 113.
Exactly. So what you would see, I actually think that Brian is taking votes from both sides.
Both sides, yes. But it may be hurting Kennedy more.
Of course, he would hurt Kennedy more because Baumia is the man to beat. So you're going into an election saying, this man did not do well. Okay, so all those who are against that man would then have to decide amongst 4 people. Would it be Ken? But then what we are seeing is that these people who believe that Baumia is not the right person are deciding between Ken Ejapong and Dr. Brian Achampong.
Wow.
And Brian Achampong
I have another surprise.
seems to be getting more of those.
But a little bit piece of information here. This is the constituency of Ajinsem, Lawrence Ajinsem, who is a key Kennedy Ejipon supporter.
Okay.
Lawrence Ajinsem, former Exim boss.
He supports Kennedy Ejipon and has been campaigning for him.
Yeah, so Kennedy wins here 233. Previously, Baumia won that.
Yeah, that constituency. I have another one for you that's interesting, and it backs the trend you're just pointing out. Asawase. Kennedy Ejipon has 150. Brian has 160. Baumia wins his hands down with 662. Right? But the fact that, again, this is a Asawase constituency.
Can you go over again?
Kennedy has 150.
150.
Brian has 160. 150 to Ken. Brian has 160. Baumia has 662 in the Asawase constituency.
Previously, Baumia had almost 800 there.
Okay.
Yeah, Asawase almost 800 there. Now he's doing 662. Kennedy Hood previously had 225. Now guess what?
150.
And Brian makes 160.
160. That's
so Brian is taking from Kennedy.
Taking from Baumia. So like I told you, he takes from both sides. So picks a bit from Kennedy.
But from your projection right now, he's doing double digits.
Double digits. Yes.
You know?
Yeah. Yes. And
this is huge.
It is, but that's what he's always wanted. And I mean, I think for me, that's what we've all known.
Because in these elections, it always comes down to the 2 front runners. And so previously, you see people make 3%, less than 5%. But if he's doing double digits here,
significant. I mean, are we already thinking the possibility because of his performance so far? I mean, this is early days yet, but this is just 16 out of 277. So, I mean, let's put that in context. Are we already thinking the possibility of a runoff?
If Kennedy was doing well, if he was pulling, if he was in the
high 30s,
yes,
30%,
38, but he's under 30 so far. You know.
Yeah.
So statistically, I don't see because the two of them, Kennedy and Brian together are doing 40.
Yeah.
40%.
Yeah.
So I don't see this go to a second round if this trend continues.
If this trend continues, it is not going to go into a runoff. But it's also dependent on where the votes are coming from. So if it comes from strongholds of any of these, and so maybe in the next 30, 45 minutes, you'd have a clearer picture of how this.
I'm setting the speed at which we're getting the results. Definitely by 4 p.m. we'll definitely have a clearer picture where this is going on this. So if you're just joining us, that's what you see on your screen there, the live results tracker. We are inputting the data as it comes. We have a team double-checking, cross-checking from the Electoral Commission headquarters where everything is going for it to be sealed before we put in. So if you see it in our tracker, it means that it's been certified and checked. But of course, the various camps have their own collation centers. And one of the things we'll do for you right now is to touch base with the Bawumia Strong Room. We'll touch base with the Kennedy Strong Room very shortly. My colleague, Kenneth JC, is with the Bawumia camp. He's been there all day and he's in touch with the Strong Room. He give us a sense of what they themselves are picking. He's already shared their Excel sheet that has been doing the tabulation because they had agents there. So they will have the results in real time, right? And we would also get you to Kennedy's Strong Room and get you the results. But I want to take you to Dom Kwabenya, where my colleague Michael Papania Shale is standing by, where we can hear the results from that constituency, keenly contested. Well, you're live here on the Joy News channel. This is your lecture headquarters. I know you're also listening to us on the Joy 99.7 FM and our affiliates across the country. We'll fix that audio pretty shortly and bring that to you in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. And a very important constituency indeed, the constituency that the MPP lost for the very first time in the 2024 elections. I want to take you there right now.
802. Rejected ballot, 1. Total votes in the ballot, 883. In polling station B, Atomic Field, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 504. So he has won in Atomic Field B. Now the results for Atomic Field A. Over here, Ken Oine Japan, 286. Brian Echampom, 117. Mahmoud Bawumia, 396. Yao Osei Edutum, 12. Fabna Ejapon, 2. Valid votes, 813. Rejected ballots, 1. Bringing the total ballot cast, 814. So in Atomic Field A, Mahmoud Bawumia won with 396 votes. So the results for the 2 polling stations in Dome Kwabenya. Thank you very much.
Pouring over the numbers as we get it, and it's turning out to be very interesting because of the force that Brian Champon is beginning to exert on the possible outcome. As we see the 17 out of the 277 voting centers, you see him there with a 151,586 votes at 15.65%. And if you look at Kennedy's performance, where we stand right now, is 2,755, representing 27.18%. Bawumia is doing twice as much of Ken's currently as we speak at 5,738 votes so far, representing 56.61%. Of course, this is early days yet, and so we're still waiting for a bit more to come in, and then we can give you some perspectives on this. And by the way, because we have with us Dr. Marcus Sebeibo, it's important to understand the expectations coming in here from Ken. And Doc, I know you also was once a very strong member of Parliament. You were a very significant player in the Finance Committee. You come to this politics with a lot of influence and experience. Were you also tasked to deliver your constituency where you used to be the sitting member of Parliament?
No, for starters, I'm no longer an MP.
Yeah.
So there's a sitting member of Parliament.
I'm sure he would have pitched his campaign.
So I, out of respect for the MP, I didn't go campaigning.
Okay.
Even though I had declared my support for Kennedy, I didn't meet the delegates. I didn't think it was necessary. But I think Kennedy has done better in New Gabinsa from the results I'm getting. than what he did in 2023 in my constituency. Yeah, he did better than what he did in 2023.
Okay, maybe down to your influence. Although you didn't campaign there directly, you may have had an impact.
A little bit, former executives came in, the new structure, and I think some of them, because I had showed my hand, they must have also voted along those. I went to vote myself. I'm just coming from Cove Town, so yeah, I went to vote, and I think the MP campaigned hard. He went round, and so I'm not surprised that DMB has won in New Dublin South. I'm not surprised.
Okay. And where's Ken now? Would he be in Accra? Because I know he went to vote in his constituency.
Yeah, so I'm sure maybe he's coming back to town or something. I haven't checked. Yeah. I just got in from Koforidua myself, so I don't know. But I know there are people at the headquarters. Yeah, the campaign headquarters at Shiashi. So
okay. Yeah. Winston, again, this is the time when we are beginning to appreciate and learn a bit more about the results coming through. Has anything surprised you so far?
Well, I mean, I think it should be the performance of Brian Achampong. Even though I had known all this while that Brian was in it to make an impact and not necessarily win, I'm sure that many people will be surprised at the turnout. The fact that here he is, polling double digits, currently around 15% of the votes. And this is just out of 17. What that means that it could actually increase. If he gets about 20%, then he'd actually be the victor in this election. If Brian Achampong is able to poll, say, 20% of the votes, then you can say he's really the one who's won this, because then he's outperformed the expectations that people had of him. Kennedy Achampong, in some constituencies, is doing better, but this is not the kind of performance you expected from him. Again, I had said that Dr. Bawumia was the man to beat. And if he lost this election, it meant he had a problem, because he polled 118,000 in the last election, 118,000 thereabout in the last election, when the delegates were around 200,000. You now have 211,000. All he had to do was to maintain his number of delegates, and he's a winner. And so he didn't have a lot of problems, also because you're looking at, same number of people, same delegates voting. This is not a case where the party has gone for the polling station elections and you say there's a likelihood of, say, a 20% or 30% change. Same delegates who voted in 2023 are the ones voting. So this is more of, Bawumia's election than anybody else.
I want to take you to Dom Kwabenya now, have the actual results that we brought you live earlier. So in Dom Kwabenya, the polling state is a huge constituency, so they divide into two. A and B combined is what I'm going to give you. Kennedy has 530 in the Dom Kwabenya polling station there. That's two of them combined. 530. Brian has 240. Bawumia comes in with 900 in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. So that tells you a story. I don't know if you're comparing Dom Kwabenya 2023. I don't have that. But you have Ken, just to repeat that, in Dom Kwabenya, Kennedy Japan comes in 530. And Brian comes in with 240. Bawumia 900 in Dom Kwabenya voting station A and B combined. I want to take you to the constituency live right now, where my colleague Papani Ashale is standing by with Michael Quigg Jr., who was the MPP's candidate there in the 2024 elections but lost. Hello, Michael. We'll get Michael in pretty shortly as he gets the perspective of the Michael Quigg Jr. there. Remember that he had campaigned very aggressively for Bawumia, so it'll be interesting to get his perspective on Bawumia's performance now. I want to take you there right now, where Michael is speaking to Michael Quigg Jr.
Expecting 1,815 of them to exercise their franchise today to decide, or help the MPP decide who will lead them into the 2028 polls. And Evans, I must say that in 2023, when they last had this, Bawumia at the time managed to get 1,061 votes of the 1,840 individuals that came through that day. And Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, 2 years ago in 2023, got 549. Well, the stands, as it stands now, are not so different from what we had in 2023, but the numbers definitely tell us a different story. So today, just the numbers that we have gotten from the Electoral Commission, they had 2 separate polling stations. After putting the 2 of them together, Kennedy Ejapon came through with 530 votes. Brian also got 240 votes, and then Bawumia also got 900 votes. Edutu 22, and then Kennedy Kwabena Ejapon got 3, rejected 2. But some more people have been reacting to this, and we have with us Michael Quay Jr. himself here, who was the parliamentary candidate for the NPP in the 2024 general elections, and he joins me. He's not told us what exactly this means to him, but that's exactly what we're asking. Mike, is this something that makes you happy as somebody from this constituency, first of all?
Yeah, first of all, we want to give thanks to God that the NPP primaries have gone very smoothly. Secondly, we want to congratulate Dr. Bawumia. You know, last time in this constituency, he did not win. If you remember, at that time, my father was the EC chairman, and I am somebody who respects the rules. If my father is supposed to be the neutral arbiter, I will not campaign. So I sat back and let things happen the way they should happen according to the rules. But this time, he is not the EC head for the NPP. So I was able to do what we had to do. But of course, I mean, many people did what they had to do. They did the work. They went round to people. There was no anger. There was no fight. Convincing people about what Dr. Bawumia stands for. Why he should be the person that they should vote for. The people have bought the message. And as you can see, he didn't just win. He won by 900 votes. I mean, that is a big win in Dome Kwabena.
For Bawumia?
Of course, I did. I mean, I was for Dr. Bawumia. My chairman was for Ken. My first vice was for Ken. Others were for Brian. But we are all one. Even last time, when Ken won, he won by a few hundreds, but I won by 70%. It doesn't have anything to do with
Okay, apologies there for that poor audio connection to Papani as he interacts with Michael Quay Jr. Very shortly, in the next hour, we'll be speaking to Professor Michael Quay himself. I know he had led the post-election inquiry across the country and put together the report that formed the basis for the significant changes the party did to their constitution. This particular process is the first major step towards rebuilding to capture power as far as the NPP is concerned. He will give us his own perspective on today and the path forward. Very shortly, he will join us very live from his home. But I want to take you to the headquarters of the Bawumia team, where they've been collating the results to get a sense of what they themselves are making of the initial results coming through. My colleague Kenneth JC is there for us and is joining me right now. And Kenneth, what picture are you getting from the camp of Bawumia and from their collation center?
Collation is still ongoing, but we're getting some results from the collation center. So far, we have about 176, which points to a possible Bawumia victory. And here at the campaign office, it's a bit of optimism. People are optimistic that the former vice president has won, considering the results that have started trickling in. The man himself is in this building, and just about an hour or two ago, he went to the party's national headquarters to cast his vote and is returned to this office. And this is where all the action is going to take place. You see a lot of people entering the building bit by bit. A lot of the executives have entered the building, speaking to the former vice president. And we're getting the sense, as I mentioned earlier, that with the way the results are going, if nothing changes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be declared winner again to lead the New Patriotic Party into the 2028 elections. But of course, let's speak to a few of the individuals who have gathered here. You're live on Joy News. We see that people are in jubilant mode. Do you see victory coming in the direction of the former Vice President?
Definitely. We have heard some of the results, and it's very obvious that Dr. Bawumia is going to be elected as the flag bearer of the MPP again.
Of course, we're getting results from the Coalition Center, and at Joining is also, we're also collating our results. The results put Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia above 50%. Are you expecting more than that percentage, or you think 57, 58% is okay?
Sure, we don't forget, we also have our Coalition Center as well. So we are expecting something in the region of 57, 60, nothing less than that.
Are you surprised by the performance of the other candidates?
Well, it looks as if, I'm not sure, but it looks as if Brian might be able to overtake Ken, which will be a bit surprising to me.
Thank you very much. So, Evans, that's what's going to happen here. And of course, if Dr. Bawumia is declared the winner, there is obviously going to be a party here. People have gathered here in their numbers, ready to hear the final results, which will be announced very soon. Polls, we understand, have closed in a number of constituencies. And with the ones that have not closed is the ones that people are still in queue voting. So here at the campaign office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the people are very optimistic looking at the results that are coming in so far. They believe that the former vice president will lead the party again into the 2028 elections. And the man himself is locked up in the building. He will be coming out any moment from now. And if he does, we'll surely bring our viewers up to speed.
The Stanley, he would have to be moving to the party headquarters for the official declaration there. Where he is and the party headquarters is just a stone's throw. We would keep you updated, and Kenneth will stay with us. He's actually going to be traveling with him when he moves to the party headquarters. You don't want to miss that. You want to stay with us here on the election headquarters. I want to take you back to the Dom Kwabenya constituency, where my colleague Papa Nia Shale was earlier interviewing the MPP 2024 parliamentary candidate shortly after the results were declared there. We had a poor audio connection to him. I believe that has been fixed now. We would go back there when we have him pretty shortly. But I want to bring you some additional results that we are getting across the country. And by the way, some of these results are fascinating indeed, and it keeps coming up. This trend of Brian's strong performance, taking votes from both sides, really, is all across the country. We're seeing this play out, and I want to bring you a few. I want to take you to the Busumchi constituency, obviously because of Educhum's constituency. And in polling station A, that is the Busumchi constituency, Kennedy has 65, Brian has 44, Bawumia has 129, and Educhum has 258. That is the polling station A in the Busumchi constituency. You go to the polling station B, Kennedy has 78, Brian has 52, Bawumia has 101, Educhum has 244. So Educhum, as we expect, will win this constituency because that's his constituency, and he's won it. But still, if you put the combined total of Kennedy and Brian and Bawumia, that significant votes that, of course, he's been deprived of. But again, you see Brian very close, very, very close to Kennedy still, just a few tenths when it comes to the votes there. Now, so that the total, if you combine A and B polling stations, Educhum has 502, Bawumia has 230, Brian had 96, and Kennedy has 143. That's the total in the Busumchi constituency, and that's the constituency of Dr. Yaosei Educhum there. And I want bring you very shortly. We're going to be speaking to Joe Sowusu. Joe Sowusu will be joining us pretty shortly. I mean, he had, supervised this entire process. I'll take you to the party headquarters for that interview. But I want to take you to Fatal Bayaga, and he is in the camp. He's our embed with Kennedy Ejipon, and he's going to join us live right now with an update from the camp there. And the thing about elections, Winston, when the camp that had ultimately lost elections, they know very early. You get the body language, you get the signals if you're close to them, and that gives us a sense. So I want to take you there now. Fatal, what can you report? What's the mood in the camp of Kennedy now that we have a significant number of constituencies declaring their results and being satisfied by the Electoral Commission? Hello, Fatal. Okay, well, we'll get Fatal on pretty shortly as we establish a proper connection to him. Another constituency we're watching today is Boku, obviously because of the security situation there. It's a place we're told by the police that they will have to be deploying military men today, and so the concern was that delegates will be afraid to turn out in their numbers to vote. As it turned out, many braved the odds and went out to cast their ballots. Kennedy in Boku Central constituency came in with 142. 142. Brian had 87. Baumia has 443. A total votes there. Kwabena Japan has 3. And Educhum has 4. Total is 6, 7, 8. And so there too, Baumia wins and wins significantly. So Baumia is winning significantly in many of the areas we've been. If we go to a Kings Radio constituency, for example, Kennedy has 45. Brian has 66. So that's another area where Brian beats Kennedy. Baumia comes in with 177. I want to go to Emmanuel Bright Kweku, who is in Mensha South for us in the Ashanti region. Emmanuel, what can you report from there? What has been the outcome this evening?
All right, so Evans, in fact, the situation here in Mensha South constituency, we've had quite a number of candidates cast their ballots. In fact, they're actually done with the voting process, entire voting, counting and everything has been concluded. In fact, before I came on screen right now, we had some of the supporters, especially of the Baumia camp, jubilating wildly. In fact, they tell me that from the votes so far that they've gathered across the country, they know that their candidate is in the lead. But I want you to have a view of how they voted here at the Mensha South constituency. So the first candidate on the ballot, I'm talking about Ohene Ejapon, that Kennedy Ejapon, he gathered some 65 votes from the Mensha South constituency. We also had Brian Champo, who is second on the ballot, gathering some 51 votes as well. And we're having a third candidate, that's Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, gathering 453 votes from here at the Mensha South constituency. But unfortunately, nobody voted for Dr. Yao Osei Edichum here at the Mensha South constituency. And so Dr. Edichum had 0 here at the constituency. And finally, Engineer Pabna Ejapon gathered some 3 votes from the Mensha South constituency. We were expecting some 649 delegates voting here, and that includes the regional executives. We are talking about Chairman Wuntimi and Ms. Camp, some former executives of the NPP here in the Ashanti region, and also some forefathers of the New Patriotic Party here in the region. So we had quite a number of them voting here. But the voter turnout for the constituency, we had some 572 delegates voting here at the Mensha South constituency. But for them, all of them, they are really excited. It's a lot of excitement for them because their candidates have won the polling votes here at the Mensha South constituency. So even when you come in fact, most of them have actually left the scene. It's just a few of the people who are around. Most of them have left. They are moving on to the regional coalition center to see really what will happen if there will be any result from the Ashanti, but for them, it has been a quite peaceful one. In fact, in the morning, we had some of them really worried about how the Member of Parliament for the area was engaging with some of the candidates.
Yeah, and obviously, there's obviously a lot there, but there's also a lot happening elsewhere. And thank you very much. I want to take you to Adenta constituency right now, where my colleague James Abaji is standing by. The results have been declared there.
0 votes. Total valid votes 716. Total rejected ballots 0. Total votes in ballot box 716. These are the results for Center A. To go over again, Ken Ohini Ajapong 255 votes. Brian Echampong 60 votes. Mahamudu Baumia 398. Yao Osei Educhum 3 votes. Kwabna Eje Ajepong 0. Total valid votes 716. Total rejected ballots 0. Total votes in ballot box 716. Thank you. We'll listen for Center B.
Good afternoon to you all. These are the results of polling center B. Ken Ehini Ojapong had 256 votes. 256 votes. Brian, candidate number 2, Brian Echampong, had 44 votes. 44. Candidate number 3, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, had 380 votes. 380. Candidate number 4, Yao Osei Edichum, had 6 votes. 6. Candidate number 5, Kwabna Eje Ejapong, had 0. Total valid vote is 686. Total rejected ballots 3. Total votes in ballot box 689. Thank you.
And so, Evans, there you have it, the result from the 2 polling stations in the Adentan constituency. For those who might have just missed it, this is what transpired. At polling station A, they had a total valid vote of 710. Out of that, Kennedy Ejapong had 255, Brian Echampo had 60, Dr. Baumia had 398, Dr. Educhum had 3 votes, and Engineer Kwabena Ejapong had 0 votes out of that. And so 0 rejected ballot papers. And so Adenta polling station A has Dr. Baumia leading with 398, followed by Kwabena Ejapong. If you go to the polling station B, as we have just been told, Dr. Baumia led with 380 votes. Kennedy Ejapong followed with 256 votes, and Dr. Brian Echampo followed with 44 votes. Dr. Yao Educhum had 6 votes. Engineer Ejapong again had 0 votes, totaling 686 valid votes cast here at the polling station B. If you put all those together, you would have a total valid vote of about 1,396 that has been casted here. You see there the supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia in some jubilation mode here at the Adenta Light Academy polling station, where it is clear that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has garnered a total of 778 votes so far from the total vote casted here, valid vote counted here at the Adenta polling station. Evans.
In the Adenta constituency, and we're going to be seeing a few of that across the country. If you pay attention to those who support either of the candidates. Either you're jubilating or you are in a pretty somber mood because you're beginning to reflect on what could have been. I want to take you to the camp now of Kennedy Japan, where my colleague Fatao Bayaga, I believe, is standing by. We'll get him on pretty shortly because we need to get the perspective there in the camp of the Kennedy Japan. And Fatao, what can you tell us? We were at the headquarters of Dr. Bawumia, and you saw jubilation there, people running across and waving the handkerchief. They were confident that they had won this because of the early tabulation that they've done. What are the early signals?
Evans, in fact, when it knocked to supporters of Kennedy Japan began to jubilate here, they said they had picked up information that he was winning across the country. But at the moment, the mood is calm, quite calm, because some of them say that what they have picked up at the moment, it looks like it's not favoring their aspirant at this particular moment. Even though a lot of people are trooping into the party office here or his campaign office here at Shiashi, the mood among many of those arriving here is quite very calm and all of that. Not just a few minutes ago, the aspirant himself, Kennedy Japan, came here with a host of other people, and he was, in fact, at that time, the polls were about to end, but many of them that I spoke with, they say that they were optimistic that Kennedy Japan would win this particular election. But at the moment, Evans, it's quite a very calm atmosphere here. But let me speak with some of the people here who are pitching calm at Kennedy Japan's campaign office. Thank you very much. You're live on Joy News. Initially, you were jubilating, saying that you were going to win this election, but you seem to be calm now. What's the challenge?
Well, we are still jubilating. We are still in the jubilation mode. And I would like to correct what you said, that we were winning and now we are not winning. No.
You are still winning?
We are still certain of a win.
Okay.
Coming into this election, right from the beginning of our campaign, we have been optimistic of a win. And we are still very much optimistic. In fact, optimism is the word for the hopeful. We are certain of a win. Yeah.
But I spoke with a lot of people here, and basically they're saying that the results that are trickling in, it looks like Bawumia is in the lead and all of that, and that's why the atmosphere here is quite calm, because if you look at the camp of Bawumia, they are already jubilating based on the coalition that they've done so far. But in your camp, it appears to be different.
All right, so for what we have seen so far, we have seen a little about 26 constituencies collated so far. And we can't base our judgment or base our emotions on 26 constituencies out of 276 constituencies, all right? So we are certain of a win, and we are hoping that at the end of the day, Honorable Kennedy Japan is going to come out, is come to come on top as the flag bearer elect of the New Patriotic Party.
One critical person who has been championing your campaign has to do with the NCISO Member of Parliament. In fact, you lost in that particular constituency. Are you not concerned about that? And even apart from that, the national headquarters, you lost there as well.
Okay, so Honorable Sticker, Honorable Stephen Amwa, he did a very good campaign. He did a very good job for Honorable Kennedy. And of course, he isn't the one going to vote. If it were to be him, I'm sure everyone will vote for his preferred candidate. But it's not up to him. And the candidates have made their voice heard in his constituency. So you may say he lost, but he still did a solid job for Honorable Kennedy. And for the headquarters, I'm sure they all have their voices too, and they're making their voices heard. But at the end of the day, we are waiting for the final results, which will be collated.
Evans, let me speak with a lot more people here. You have been monitoring the election. In fact, I saw you jubilating when Kennedy Japan arrived here. You said that you were going to win this election. It looks like your mood has changed, isn't it?
My mood has not changed. And first of all, I'm your baby, and I'm part of the Lebanon girls Kennedy Akompreko brought to Ghana. And I was very close to the ambassador, and I knew everything that went on there, and I knew what he did for us. For us to be able to be in Ghana, and for me to be able to stand here today, I will say I was very glad, and then I was very happy. He stood up, he came out, and then stand again, and we are winning.
You're winning?
Yes, we are winning. The victory is ours. And at the end of the day, at the end of today, Kennedy Akomprekwe Japan will come out and then we will.
But have you seen the results so far? Have you seen the results that have been collated so far from across the country?
Yes, I've seen the results.
Does it look good for you?
It's okay. It's okay, and I have the belief, I have the faith that we will, at the end of today, everything will come out successfully. Yes.
So Evans, there's still optimism among some of the supporters here of Kennedy Japan, but he is inside this building at the moment. He, together with his spokespersons, all of them are inside this building monitoring the situation nationwide. But the mood here before now, in fact, before the polls closed across the country, was quite high. But it looks like it's quite down at the moment, even though they tell me they are still optimistic of winning this particular election.
Optimism is a word for the hopeful. We are not optimistic. We are certain that at the end of the day, when all results, 276 constituencies are collated, we are certain, not optimistic.
You told me earlier that there was going to be a coalition center here, an internal coalition center here. Based on what you have in that coalition center, is it clear that Kennedy Japan is winning?
Out of 26 constituencies, we are still certain. The word is certainty. We are certain.
Evan, so that's the situation. In fact, they say that they are certain that Kennedy Japan is still going to win the election. But Evans, later we are sure that he would be addressing the media, so we would keep eyes on this particular development, all of them here at Kennedy Japan's campaign camp.
Very much Bayaga there from the camp. Anything you want to say about that? This is the man you support. The view from those on the ground is they are still certain.
One person's view, and so I'm a data person, okay, and clearly from the numbers trickling in, it doesn't look good for Kennedy Japan. He's doing 26%. If you consider that he did 37% the last time around, I don't think he's doing well.
Yeah, okay. So that's the view there from Dr. Makasibebwa, one of the stalwarts who had pitched his camp with Kennedy Japan. I want to take you to Kwabena Japan's camp now. Our embed there is Collins, and Collins is joining us. And Collins, has Kwabena Japan conceded defeat yet?
No, he hasn't. But he has left the campaign office about an hour ago. Before the polls ended, he left through his home in the East Legon. And what I have been told is that he'll be returning to his campaign office along the Ring Road, and he'll be addressing the media there. Here. And that's where I am at the moment. And behind me, you can see his banner, his name, and everything there. So this place is set for him to address the media. But when you come to this campaign office, compared to how things were earlier in the morning, the mood and everything, here is silence. Pure silence.
Yeah, I mean, and that is expected, is it not? Because from the results we are getting so far, he's getting 0 in a lot of the areas. I mean, from 32 constituencies, as we currently have it on our screens, he has now 35, and this is updating very regularly. 35 constituencies. He has 43 votes. That's he has 43 votes. That's quite shocking.
Yeah, and that's less than 0.2%. And they were hoping that contested for the third time, he's doing it for the third time. He's going to do massive numbers. Even if he's not going to win, he's going to garner more numbers in there. But looks like that's not what is happening. Even if you check the results from the party headquarters where he voted, didn't really go into his favor. But they are hoping that by the end of the day, but some of them individually, some of the individuals working within the campaign office seems to have made their own choices already based on the results that is coming. And I know they wouldn't want me to let the world know who they think may have won this particular election, but we all know where the results is pointing us to. So that's what is happening. He is expected to move to the campaign office in few minutes or hours time, so that he will speak maybe he's going to throw his support behind the one he's going to win. But earlier when he voted, he has been talking about how the whole election process has been peaceful, and also he talks about prior to the elections, some of his colleagues, even all the four aside him, have been saying things on printable words against each other, that he thinks that for the unity of the party, for the sake of peace, and also to win 2028 power, some of them need to apologize to each other so that peace will prevail, and also the party will unite going to the 2028 election.
And you say he is scheduled to address the press from his campaign office? Are we expecting that to be a concession speech?
I can confirm that.
Okay.
I can confirm that.
I mean,
I tried to engage the director of elections, and he told me that I should hold on. They are now trying to get their results in. But here at the campaign office, no coalition is happening. They are relying on what is happening at the EC office. But here is silence, pure silence.
Okay. Thank you very much, Collins. And that's from the headquarters, the campaign headquarters of Kwabena Ejapon, who currently, out of 35 constituencies, insofar as we've been collating this, he has 43 votes, not 43%, 43 votes from 35 constituencies, and he's scheduled shortly to address the press. I want to take you to the camp of Brian Champon. Dr. Brian Champon is surprising all of us here as we've been analyzing, and you've heard Dr. Makisibe about the man. He's an economist, he's a man of science, and so he's looking at the numbers and convinced that is not going to end well for the man he supported, just simply looking at the facts. But the man who appears to be doing a lot of damage to Kennedy Ejapon, he's doing some damage to Bawumia too, but he's doing more damage to Kennedy Ejapon, is Dr. Brian Champon. And I want to take you to his campaign headquarters now, where my colleague Gemma Pia is standing by and has been with him all day. Gemma, what's the vibe from the camp? Gemma, please unmute for me on your Zoom. Okay, whilst we get Gemma to unmute so we can hear her speak to us. Gemma, can you hear me, Gemma?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
So Evans, I'm at the campaign office here at Laboni, Brian's campaign office. After he finished voting in Abetifi, he came right here and has been indoors monitoring the situation. I have been eavesdropping on the conversations around the people here. And even though it does not seem that he's going to win per the results coming in, they're quite impressed about his performance. Considering the fact that he's a first-timer. This is the first time he's contesting to lead the NPP in an election, and he's pulling such results. They particularly talk about the Guan constituency, where he even beat one of the leading contenders, Kennedy Ejapon. So they are quite impressed about how he's showing his performance so far per the numbers coming in. And they are also having conversations about who may likely win the elections, but they are very much impressed about his performance as a first-time Evans.
Okay, and for them, what may be accounting for this? We know he expended a lot of energy traveling across the country, courting the delegates, speaking to them, and he very well resourced, we know. Are they putting this down to any particular strategy of theirs?
Down to hard work, that they have done the work. He has visited the constituency, spoken to the delegates, made his message across or made his message known to the delegates. And so they believe that they have done the work. And obviously the delegates have voted and now the results are trickling in, but they still believe that he hasn't done bad at all per the results coming in. It's the fact that he was able to beat one of the leading contenders in one of the constituencies, one constituency. He's done well. They're also looking at the results from the Eastern region, considering that the Eastern region is his home region, and the Abetifi results looks very good in his favor. But the conversation about the Eastern region being a cosmopolitan region, and so he may not do so well or sweep it totally, but they are they're very excited about the numbers also coming in from the Volta region. Everything is not put together yet, but they are impressed so far.
Okay, and Gemma, stay with us because we're looking for, we would love to hear directly from any of his campaign aides the next time we come to you, or himself. Is he there, by the way?
He is in the room, one of the rooms in the campaign office, monitoring the situation. We're expecting him to come out pretty shortly and even join his colleagues at the party headquarters.
We'll be bringing you that pretty shortly when he moves, but also getting the direct comments from those close to him at the campaign headquarters. Gemma, thank you very much. We'll return to you pretty shortly. I want to take you to the camp of Dr. Yawse Duchum, voted in Bosomtwe. I believe he's flown back to Accra. Michelle, is he back in Accra?
So, Evans, Yawse Duchum is yet to return to Accra, as I'm told by the spokesperson for his team. But the mood here is still calm, just as it was in the morning. Eyes are still glued to the screens, looking at the numbers that are coming in. And you've seen a lot of single digits also, but we have the spokesperson for Dr. Yawse Duchum's team, is Opoku Mensah, Yao Opoku Mensah. He's standing right here with me. Let me try and engage him currently, so we know what exactly how exactly they are taking this particular numbers we are seeing from them. Hello, live on Jordan, please.
Okay.
So how are you taking the numbers, seeing the digits we are seeing now?
Oh, we are still keeping hope alive until the final declaration is made. I think lovers of democracy should have to appreciate that it ends when the final declaration is made. That is where the test of maturity comes in. And therefore, in our canvas, you can see it. We are keeping hope alive until the final declaration is made.
But is the numbers not discouraging you?
Oh no, this is a process that we sign up to. And definitely one will have to emerge victorious. And the others will have to also be part of this whole process. And I think we don't have to jump the gun. The Electoral Commission has a duty to the end. And the process is what we sign up to. And we believe that the final declaration, as it happens from the Electoral Commissioner's end, will tell the official position of every candidate. So as I think we're keeping hope alive.
But seeing the numbers we had from Bosomtwe, his constituency, were you impressed?
I expected more. I think the numbers, I would have wished that the numbers also reflected in other constituencies as well. But this is what we are receiving. We are monitoring the numbers and grateful to the good people of Bosomtwe for their massive support and endorsement for their erudite member of parliament who has served the constituency very well per the history of the constituency. And still, numbers are coming, and we want to see the end, what comes after, so we'll be able to make a fair assessment and do a proper judgment to the process.
The delegates have been waiting for Dr. Yawse Duchum to reach. Do you have any idea on exactly going to get here?
Dr. Yawse, the candidate of Ghana, all the 275 constituencies do have faith in him. Therefore, he's not just a but you know that his homeland, that's casted vote, and they monitoring the Ashanti whilst those in Accra stood say 4 hours east away. I'm expecting that he joins me in the office. The team is receiving. He is our hero, and he has open steps, greater heights, and this is a testament what the who's capable of, and therefore that's it. We're still keeping hope till we can. The office space still remains calm as used in the morning. Sure.
So Evans, there you heard from the spokesperson for Dr. Yawse Duchum's team. He's keeping hopes alive, as you mentioned, and we've waited for since morning. Love to see Brian was there. Bakadi going and get morning what's happening ground Evans.
Okay, Michelle, thank you very much. And I want to quickly go to Okankwe Central. I'll come to the studio pretty shortly to analyze and get some perspectives on the results that we're getting so far. One of the areas I'll isolate is the Eastern region, because I have a few results from there, and Dr. Makasebeba will help us make sense of that, because that is his home region too. We understand the dynamics there. I'll be sharing a few. I have like a bunch of results from the Eastern region. Why is that important? Remember that the Brian Champon is from the Eastern region, and he's counting that that region will show up for him significantly. You see it on your screens there. He's doing very well. In third place, he's a third force as far as this race is concerned. Currently, if you're joining us on radio on Joy 99.7 FM, let me just quickly recap for you what we have on our screens right now in terms of the state of play. So in the state of play right now, we're 39 out of the 277 constituencies that we have certified and can tell you the results. We can tell you that Bawumia has 17,459 votes, representing 55.39%. You have Kennedy Japan with 9,415 votes, representing 28.99%. And you have Brian Champon, Dr. Brian Champon, with 4,623 votes, representing 14.60%. And then you have the other two. We have Kwabena Japan, who have just had 62 votes, and Educhum, who has 196 votes. And we're waiting to hear from Kwabena Japan pretty shortly from his headquarters, where we understand he's going to be addressing the press shortly. Okankwe Central is where I take you next, where Stephen is standing by. Stephen, what are the results from Okankwe Central?
I'm currently at Okankwe North instead.
Okankwe
and
North,
I want to pick up from where you just ended as to what the votes will turn out from the Eastern region, because here at Okankwe North, the delegates have chosen Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as their chosen flag bearer for the 2028 elections. And from the camp of Kennedy Japan and Brian Champon, they've already conceded defeat. And they tell us that they would want the win to translate from the other constituencies, reason being they lost over here. I want to take you through the votes from the elections today. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 436 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 436 votes. Dr. Brian Champon had 62 votes. Kennedy Ohine Japan had 299 votes. Engineer Kwabena Japan had 0 votes. And also, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum had 10 votes. And interestingly, since 1992, the Okankwe North has been a stronghold for the NPP, except for 2024, where they had to translate to the NDC. And from what I gathered from the delegates also, it indicates that they say they want Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to be given a second chance to redeem himself. And that's been what most of his agents have been telling me, is right from the start of the elections up to the end, from the counting all throughout. And most of the delegates, before the counting was done, have started jubilating for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. That was right after Dr. Brian Champon votes were counted and announced. Dr. Yaosei Educhum's votes were announced, and Kennedy Ohine Japan's votes were announced.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen, with the results from Okankwe Central, Okankwe South, I believe it says he was, rather, with 436 votes for Bawumia, 62 for Brian, Ken with 299, and then you have 0 for Kwabena Japan and 10 for Educhum. And I want to take you to Eastern region, because I have a few of the votes here, so I can bring in Dr. Makasebeba. Doc, you were talking about Eastern region. I have a few from there. In Swama Duejire is the constituency of the current minority chief whip. I believe that's Arnold Dompre. And there, Kennedy has 147. Brian had 89. Bawumia has 707. Educhum has 2. Kwabena has 1. So that's a very strong performance for Bawumia there. 707. Kennedy has 147 and Brian has 217. Okay.
217. And then Bawumia had 740.
Okay.
So
Brown has taken from both. So it currently has 707.
And Kennedy had 217.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's taken from both. He's taken a bit from all sides there. So that's for Nsama Adredju. You go to Abuakwa South constituency. Abuakwa South constituency now, Kennedy Ejipon has 35. Brian has 76. So Brian beats Kennedy there. Bawumia has 457. 457 in Abuakwa South. So Brian has 76. Kennedy Ejipon has 35. Bawumia has 457. Both Educhum and Kwabena Ejipon, they have 0 each. What was the previous?
So this is President Akufo-Addo's constituency, where Atachian is. And
Atachian is a very strong supporter of Bawumia.
Previously, Bawumia had 503.
Okay.
It goes down to 457.
Yeah.
Previously, Kennedy had 84.
Okay.
Now he gets 35.
Okay.
So again,
and then Brian has
it gets 76.
Drawing from both sides. Drawing from both sides. As that trend is continuing, you go to Suhum. Kennedy has 37. Brian has 117. Bawumia has 438. So Bawumia has 438. Brian has 119. Kennedy has 37.
Brian used to contest elections in Suhum.
Okay.
Suhum is original base.
Okay.
He did 3 primaries in Suhum.
Okay.
2004, 2008, 2012, before he switched to Abetifi. Yeah. And so it's not surprising he comes second in Suhum.
With 119.
But Suhum is the constituency of Bawumia's campaign manager, Opariansa.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so strong showing by Bawumia. It's not surprising. The MP, Protozua, is also a strong Bawumia person. So Kennedy has done poorly in Suhum. Previously had 201.
That's significant, previously in 2020.
37.
Yeah.
But there were about 238 people who were disqualified from the polling station album.
Do we know why?
Because there was an independent candidate in Obuafo.
Yes.
In 2024. He was an MPP MP and he ran as an independent candidate. So those who supported him from the polling station album were dead. And so, so about 230 or so people didn't vote.
But you see, Evans, one thing that is worth mentioning is the fact that what the Brian Achampong team did was to identify people who could, help with the campaign. And as most politicians would do, I know certain people who were strong supporters of, say, Kennedy Ejipon in the Volta region, who became key followers of Brian Achampong. He looked out for them, recruited them, and actually gave them a job of helping him win the elections in their part of the country. Okay, so I'm not surprised at the turn of events, because you'd expect that in getting into this race, if you're Brian Achampong, you know that you cannot move from zero and just become the flag bearer. You know you want to make a strong showing, and if your party doesn't win the next election, then you can come out and convince people and say, you know what, guys, this is me. I have age on my side. I've been with you all this while. Okay, why don't you give me a chance and I'll be able to help you do this? And that's exactly what he's shown.
Yes.
Because he invested his time, he invested his resources into this election, believing that he had to make a showing. And indeed, from all that we have seen, he's made a showing, and he seems to be the one who's really gained in this election.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting one. And then you make the point about this is Brian's home region. So you're expecting that he will get a lot of votes from there, and he seems to be doing exactly that.
Earlier, one of your reporters said Eastern is cosmopolitan. So even though it's Brian's home region, we have about 6 zones. There's the Krobo block, there's the Kwiapim block, there is the Kwawu block, there's the Grabing block, then there's, even in the Action block, we have 3 different Achims. Achim Buakwa, Achim Kotoku, Achim Busome. So Eastern is not a block for one person. So you have to put that in perspective if you want to analyze his showing in the region.
But you must also admit that what Brian has done is to make Eastern region more about him when it comes to the nation's politics. Because when it comes to the NPP's internal politics, anytime there's something to be done, he's always come out to say, leave the Eastern region for me. Okay, even to the extent that in the build-up to, look, if you go to the Kwewu area, and you know this, if you go to the Kwewu area, for instance, that's Brian's area. If you want to be member of parliament within that area, you must be on good terms with him, okay? And so in a place like, say, Abetifi, that's where he's member of parliament. Yeah. Then you get to Mpraeso, that's his boy.
But my point was that he controls the Kwewu area. Mm-hmm. He might not necessarily control the Kwiapim area, where you have Samia Uku. If you go to Opon Kruma's area in the Achim, you know, so even though he's an Eastern boy, he doesn't command support across the region.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah,
I get you. But what he's succeeded in doing is to convince people within the Eastern region and outside the Eastern region that when it comes to the party's politics in the Eastern region, he's the man.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so very clearly, and we are seeing that now we have 47 constituencies out of 277. I mean, if we are 47, I can bet you that all the candidates, particularly Brian, Kennedy, Japan, and Bawumia, their coalition centers will possibly have almost all the centers now in. They will have it because they will set up a very efficient machinery to collate. So they know who was won and who was lost now. And Dr. Makisiwebo has been very clear, although he's been campaigning for him, that as far as he's concerned, you've seen the numbers, he believes this is going to be an impossible task for Ken to surmount. I mean, with the numbers you've seen
Absolutely.
so far.
I've been looking at the percentages. So if this was going to be pushed into a runoff, but I don't think so. I think Bawumia's numbers are holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if even it comes a little bit, he still crosses 50% for me.
It looks like it. It looks like also because of the work that Brian is doing. He's taking from both, but it's clear from the trend that he's taking more from Kennedy than he's taking from Bawumia.
So Kennedy previously got 37%. And so if he's doing 27 right now.
Yeah, that's like 10%. That's a lot.
And then Bawumia had 62 or 61.7.
Yeah.
So he's taking more from Kennedy than from Bawumia.
Yeah, I mean, let's analyze that a bit. Why is that? Why is he taking it? He's damaging both the numbers, but he's doing far more damage to Brian than he's doing to Kennedy.
He's doing far more damage to Kennedy.
He's doing far more damage to Kennedy than he's doing to Bawumia.
Well, so if you are Brian Achampong and you're going into a campaign, you need to ask yourself a few questions. You ask yourself, first of all, you know, of all the supporters, because you have supporters from delegates from 2023 being the same delegates. Whose delegates can I convince the most? So if you decide that I'm going into this election and my target is not to win, but my target is to make an impact, you ask yourself, whose supporters can I actually get more votes from? If you look at it, you would realize that the people that you can get more votes from would be, one, Kennedy Japan. I would explain something, because I know, and in conversations with some of the people, I've told you about, Brian going about to recruit in areas like the Volta region, for instance. The people I knew who were Ken supporters who had said to me, they want to go and support Brian Achampong. Their reason was simple. They said, look, when they came to the MPP's delegates conference in July last year, other candidates came out there to meet them. But Ken Achampong did not come to meet them. Mm-hmm. And so for those of them who were leaders from this region coming here, their colleagues were asking them, where is your man? Where is your man? Where is your man? Now, after that particular meeting, some of these leaders were invited by the Brian Achampong team and said, you see, come. Because people had actually sent information around. They knew what was happening. He invited them, spoke to them about the dynamics in the region, said, I want you to work for me. How much would it take to work for me? So you're working for me as a consultant. And these are not people, so first of all, he recruits you to work as a consultant for him. And if you're working as a consultant, you also have following within the region. His strategy was great, okay? So if you go around and realize that, look, these people are prepared to shift camp, what would you do? You go to them. And so what you've seen is that in certain areas, there were members of the Kennedy group who were prepared to shift camp because they feel, and politics is about, beyond everything about the alternatives, it is about who gets what, okay? So people would support you also.
Who gets what, when and how?
The expectation is that they'll get something from you. Yeah. And nobody here knows this. If they're not going to get anything from you, at the end of the day, they'll dump you and go to the next person. It's the reason you actually have certain people waiting for the motivation from all the camps before they go out there to vote.
Yeah.
Okay? So what Brian Achampong did was to effectively recruit people that he believed could work for them, some as consultants, at the beginning, but eventually had to do the job. If you've been taken as a consultant, and I know somebody who told me, my brother, this man called me and said I should come and do a presentation. He paid me good money.
And another dynamic there that could also possibly account for this is, as we're analyzing, Bawumia comes into this with the evidence of his ultimate performance in the national elections is there for us to see in the 2024 elections. So I expected that he would lose some ground, because you're coming from, we voted for him after the delegates in 2023 to go and win the national elections. Then your performance, we saw the performance. So there'll be people there who definitely would say, will question again, can he do it again for us? So that 4% that he sort of shaved off, the last 5% thereabout, that he shaved off, you can expect that, because ultimately you are voting for him because you wanted to win elections. The last time we did, you delivered a significant defeat. So you expect that to happen. Then you have Kennedy's scenario. Kennedy has a significant baggage coming to do. We all know that. I mean, he had it then when they were in power, but he still managed to do a lot. So for those who are not sure, they don't want to give it to him, but they don't want to give it to Bawumia also. They wanted somebody to give it to. And then Brian pops up in the middle, sort of straddles them and pitches a camp in the middle. They give it to him.
And let me just say this. In Brian, you have a combination of Kennedy's party. Okay? You have a combination of Kennedy's, I'm a party guy, I'm a hard guy, and a bit of, hold on a bit, we can do this, we can do that. Because look, when people actually published the 10 sins...
And I just quickly repeat, for those who are listening to us on radio, we now have 60 out of 277. And it appears the more we count, tabulate, and record the constituencies, Ken appears to, the numbers begin to tell us a story, because it's now at 25%.
Good.
60 out of 277. Bawumia, you're right, it's holding steady. He's now at 57.25%. He's holding steady. Brian is climbing. He's climbed just a percentage, or close to 2% now. He's at 15.55%, with 60 out of 277 already done. Yeah.
Yes. So look at it this way. When they presented the 10 sins of Brian Achampong, they said he was Ayawaso West Wogon. And in the Ayawaso West Wogon, and all the things that you think he has done which will go against him, if you're somebody who's looking for a tough man, you can see that in Brian also. Just as you would say, oh, Kennedy has this. You see that in Brian Achampong. Okay? If you're somebody who says, okay, hold on a bit, I want somebody who can really lead my party, someone who's not, like we say in Ghana, giddy, 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 giddy. Then Brian comes in and says, look, you people, we're going into an election. It's not just a party election. You need to actually think about the Ghanaian population. In the Ghanaian population, if you don't like Dr. Bawumia, you might as well vote for me. And you heard him preach that all over when he went around. He says, look, Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Agyapong are fighting, so why don't you vote for me? When I win, I can bring all of them together. And people bought into this kind of campaign. They bought into it, and they also bought into the fact that, look, it was not only Kennedy saying, I have done this, I've done that, I've done that, but Brian Achampong also comes in to say, oh, this is what I have done for the NPP. This is what I did. Okay? So he was able to match the narrative from the Kennedy Agyapong camp and also attack Dr. Bawumia in a way that said, this man did not perform. So it got to the point where you'd hear more of Brian Achampong using numbers to say, look, guys, the party's candidate in 2024 did a bad job. I can do better. And these are the figures. You're responding to him. Once you respond to him, you're bringing his campaign into the fore. Once you bring his campaign to the fore, you give him a chance to make his point again, and people get to appreciate what the man is talking about. And so I think that, look, while the Kennedy Japan was about the masses' appeal, Brian was able to say, give me this job, and I cut across. If you want the masses' appeal, I'll bring it to you. I'll be able to galvanize the party's base. But if you also want the middle class, I'm right there with them. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a hotelier. I've done business all over. There's evidence to show I have done this. And so I can go out there, meet them, and tell them that I understand their problems, and so they should give me the job. And that's what you're seeing.
And to what extent do you think that Ken's, look at the baggage that he came to this campaign with, I mean, and they use it against him. His previous comments, his previous public posture, which was his biggest disadvantage. And the thing was, how do you check that? To what extent would that have accounted for what we're seeing? And people then, they will not give it to Bawumia necessarily, but they would then give it to somebody else. And we've seen that they're possibly giving it to Brian.
Its results are still trickling in. But my interpretation of the numbers right now is that there's some 40% of MPP delegates who don't like Bawumia. Yeah. If we go to the 2023 primaries, where he also did 61%. So clearly there's some 40% who say we want a different candidate. And that's the 40% being shared between Brian and Kennedy. The other side is that Brian came out as a unifier. Yeah. So I can easily see that, okay, if the 15% is going to Brian, then it can easily come back to Bawumia.
Yeah.
I hope you get the point.
Yeah.
So if I'm Bawumia, I'm happy that the votes that are not coming to me are going to Brian, and I can easily reconcile with Brian. Whereas previously, it was about 37% to Kennedy. But the Kennedy numbers are going down. And if they are going to Brian, it's not terrible for me. If I'm working with Bawumia, I'm like, okay, these people don't like me, but they are voting for Brian. Previously, they were voting for Kennedy. But now they are voting for Brian. I can get some. It's a good starting point for me to start the unification process. And then, so I think Dr. Bawumia is in a good place. 56, from 61 to 56. That's not a terrible result.
But that group of people you talk about, if they don't want to give it to Bawumia, why aren't they not giving it to Kennedy? What do you think the reason will be?
So previously they gave it to Kennedy.
Yeah, but why not now?
Because
the Kennedy hasn't changed, right? Because you see the Bawumia thing I made earlier. He went into national elections and lost. So that for him, something has happened to him that should cause people to reevaluate. But for Ken, nothing has happened. Same Ken in 2023, same Ken now. He hasn't done anything. So why are they not still giving it to him? Why is his votes appear to have dropped?
So previously, there was Adainimu and Usrefri Akuto, who didn't look strong. Okay, now there comes a Brian Champon, a stronger candidate. And so I don't like Bawumia, but I would rather vote for Brian.
Evans, the other point also is that you cannot be a surprise candidate twice. See, Ken in 2023 was a surprise candidate. Okay, he came in there, beat Alan Tremantin to second in the super delegates, and eventually went there to pull some 37%. At the time, he spoke the language of the grassroots. Now, this was a party that at the time, in 2023, felt that the party's hierarchy was out of touch with the party's base. And Ken came and spoke their language. At that time, they hailed him. Now, the party's gone into opposition. Okay? You cannot come back and speak that same language again without doing anything. Okay, Evans?
Yeah.
This is the real deal. See, if you come back speaking the same tone, same voice, same thing. People would ask you, so over the period, over the last 3 years, that you've had a chance to do something for us. Well, you say, oh, but I'm not your flag bearer, I'm not a government. But the expectation is that if you still have this ambition, you would touch base with the people. What have you done for us? And I just shared with you what some people said. You don't know what others may have said. And these things spread like wildfire. Yehushe. By the time you realize, oh, they're Kasankwa. Oh, Kasankwa. The doc is here. He knows. He's been in the fray for a very long time. You know, in politics, if you go every time you talk and you go, if you go every time you talk and you go, the people will say, you know, I mean, because at some point in time, the people after your talk, they expect some help from you. And the leaders of the group would expect certain things from you because the expectation is that they should also go back and tell their people, oh, the person that I brought to you, this is what he's doing. If they cannot go back and say that to the people, then they have a problem. And what you may be seeing now is when you have a Brian Acheampong coming in, and apart from talking tough also, being able to meet certain needs of the people, a lot of people would jump to him and throw their support behind him. Because at the end of the day, it's who gets what, when, and how. So just don't be the man who says, you see, if we're doing a national election and you spoke like that, that's it. Okay, it's good you're actually talking like that for people to believe that you are the person that your party needs. But before you get to the person that your party needs, you must also oil the base. And I remember we had a conversation, Evans, with the former member of parliament who said, you need maize for the chicken. In all of it, and Dr. Makasibe Yeboah is here, he'll tell you, after everything, you need maize for the chicken. Okay, you've done everything. And this is not to say, oh, monocracy is good, but you've done everything. But the reality, and I believe in what Machiavelli said, that he who thinks of how life ought to be is on a path of destruction, but he who thinks of how life is on a path of preservation. Let's talk about the path of preservation. The path of preservation today is that at the end of it, you need maize for the chicken. Where is your maize?
Yeah, I mean, and another thing that we are seeing that Bawumia did extremely well in the northern regions, I mean, which is expected. But one of the areas that I also see that he's doing extremely well is in the Bono East constituencies. Is completely wiping the floor with the rest of the candidates. I want to go through a few for you. Techiman South constituency, Kennedy Acheampong had 132. Brian had 154. So in some of these areas, Brian is actually beating Kennedy there. But look at what Bawumia secures. 1,047. That is significant in terms of the margin of victory there. Techiman South constituency. Yaduchum has 8, Kwabena Acheampong has 1. And you have Kennedy Acheampong. I just want to repeat that in Techiman South constituency, 132 for Kennedy. Brian had 154, so that's another area where Brian beats Kennedy in a constituency. But Dr. Bawumia is streets ahead with 1,047 there. Techiman North constituency, Kennedy Acheampong comes in with 146. Brian had 89. Bawumia has 335. That's in Techiman North. Kintampo North constituency. Kennedy has 69 constituency. Brian has 143 in the Kintampo North constituency. Dr. Bawumia has 655. And again, the trend that we've been analyzing, it's showing itself very strongly in these parts. It's just the significant margins Brian is beating Kennedy with in that part of the country is quite significant indeed and fascinating. You have Kintampo South, same story. Kennedy has 73. Brian had 128. Bawumia had 464 in the Kintampo South constituency. In Kranzam North, Kennedy has, again, same story. Kennedy has 68. Brian had 144 in the Kranzam North. And Bawumia has 244. So you see how close that is there. But of course, Brian is in second place there, where the significant margin beating Kennedy. We have in Kranzam South, same story. Kennedy has 52. Brian had 107 there. Dr. Bawumia had 632. We have Atebubu, Amantem constituency. Kennedy had 82. Brian had 155. So in all the places I've mentioned so far in the Bono East, Brian is second place in almost all of them, by significant margins. Pru, same story. Pru East constituency. Kennedy had 74. Brian had 131. Bawumia had 288. Pru West, same story. Kennedy has 38. Brian had 82. Bawumia had 299. And then you go to Senate East constituency, again, same story. Twice as many votes as Kennedy. Brian had 102. Kennedy has 50. And then you have Dr. Bawumia with 215. Senate West, same story there. Kennedy had 44. Brian had 156. You have Dr. Bawumia with 237. So if you look at it in the broad scope of things, and we did a tabulation there for the 11 constituencies in the Bono East constituencies altogether, there are 11 of them. Kennedy comes in with 828. 828 in total. Brian had 1,391, right, in total. And then you have Bawumia with 5,049 votes.
Can you go by the
Yeah, so this is the total in the 11 constituencies. Kennedy has 828. Brian had 1,391. And then you have Dr. Bawumia with 5,049.
Okay, so in 2023, Bawumia had 5,434 in total for Bono East. Now he comes down to 5,040, a reduction of 400.
Yeah.
Kennedy, who had 1,548, now gets 828. So a reduction of about 700. Now Brian gets 1,391. 700 from Kennedy, 400 from Bawumia.
And maybe the new ones that came in.
Yeah.
So like I told you, he picks from both sides. So,
but he's doing more damage to Kennedy
yes, than he is to Bawumia, because then what has happened? So, so one of the things the Kennedy team should look at as part of the post-mortem is what went wrong. Because if he gains more votes from Kennedy, it means that if you have this same number, or these same delegates voting, what happened over the period?
Yeah, I mean, that is, for me, is the big mystery. It's a big mystery.
I've told you.
You've mentioned a few, but it would be interesting to hear his own thoughts on this. What did he do differently about the campaign, for example? Was the style the same? I think he was possibly more mature in this campaign in terms of his approach. Remember the showdown? Showdown was the 2023.
Yeah.
His approach has been calmer, and you could see even his public posture. He's tried to deal with this public persona of being uncouth and simply insulting people and running a campaign of vitriol to one that was more substance, but also a calmer posture. Is it possible that, and this, we are all speculating here, and maybe you know this better than I do, but is it possible that what really made him exciting then was that he was different, he was refreshing?
It was the surprise element of...
Yes, but he was himself, was he not?
Yes, he was
Then himself. He was himself. Now, I watched his last social media address. This is Kennedy Japon, who is sitting in the sofa. I don't know if you watched that. Sitting in a sofa with his hand like this, speaking calmly and gently and talking to us. And I felt it was very... He didn't look himself. The Kennedy Japon I know should be standing in front of the camera and speaking, not seated in the sofa. Because that is what I've come to know. That is what I believe it was quite unique about. He wasn't a traditional politician who would do fantastic speeches and written for him. And, I don't know whether, I think we said he was a grassroots person. The grassroots people are attracted to somebody who is raw, who represents them, who is not scripted so heavily, who is politically correct.
I think that...
But you have a Kennedy now, in this campaign, in some moments, he's tried to be politically correct. I don't know whether that may have played a role. And I had this conversation with you. I don't know whether it's important to mention, but I thought your analysis was very reasonable. That the NDC, you can repeat it because you hear yourself, that the party appears to have lost the middle class. Yeah. And we want somebody, because if you want to win power again, you made the analysis, and I thought there's some sense in there, you will need to appeal to the mass, base of this country, the grassroots, if you like, akin to what we have nationally. And you believe Kennedy sort of appealed to that base, right? So why don't you then let him be himself? Because that is what will appeal to that base anyway. But they tried to sort of manage him to come close to where Bawumia will offer. He launched a book. And I thought that was okay. People say he's not intellectual. So let's launch a book. And then let's use that to sort of say, well, he also has something about him. Was that a strategy that possibly could work? Seeing your own analysis about what his strength really was.
So far, from the results trickling, I still see Bawumia inching close to the 60%. He could end up doing about 59, 60%. So there's some 40% of the people who are like, okay, I want a different candidate. Now, some of them saw in Brian that different candidate that they are looking for. So they go for Brian. So it's that same space that Kennedy and Brian shared this time around. And Kennedy lost ground to Brian. Brian started this passing delegates to Kwawu. He brought a lot of resources into this campaign. He energized the base.
So that's where he had his hotel. And
he energized the base, going around where everybody gives TNT. He was giving the most of all the delegates going out for transportation and the rest. So now that we are doing the Monday morning quarterback, and you get to see that this guy really, upped his game, and kudos to him for the campaign he ran. And I think going into the future, who knows?
Yes, he ran a good campaign. You get to, Rock City.
Yeah.
You're spoken to. He had, and I've told you, he had people that became consultants. So, when he's bringing all treasurers of the party, he's recruited some treasurers who are consultants for him. And these people are actually talking to him, okay, and are saying, oh, we believe in what you do. Because, man, at the end of the day, this is your client who's telling you, come and do a job for me. And some of these people were people that belonged to, say, Kennedy Japan, okay? And they felt that beyond the 2023 election, there's some people who told me when I'd done my checks with them that after 2023, they did not hear from candidate Kennedy Japan. They were actually expecting him to even come back and say, thank you for voting for me. And they didn't hear from him. And they were very, very unhappy because they actually had to go against the establishment in 2023 to support Kennedy.
At great cost. Okay, at great cost to them, by the way. Yes.
So if they went against the establishment in 2023 to support you, the least they felt you could do for them was to come and say thank you. And look, if you are any candidate going around seeking election, you would hear these Kennedy Japan guys who are unhappy. What do you do, Evans? You talk to them. You tell them, guys, come to my side. I hear you're very influential in this part of the country. Come to my side and let's work together. I'll make sure you're happy. And once I'll make sure you're happy and you're getting something, those guys, when they go around, they'll talk to their people because they have control. They have influence. And so that's what has worked. But beyond that also, one of the things we have learned in this election is that resources, financial, are very crucial in an election. Let nobody deceive you. My brother, if you're going into an election and you don't have what it takes, step aside.
Yeah, and I've seen the details on the central region, all constituencies that Kanketsi, Dr. Sebuiba has shared with me. I want to analyze that one return because it's very fascinating. That trend we're talking about is here. Because you see Brian's performance there is quite strong. He has 15%.
In the central region.
In the central region. I mean, a constituency, a region that is a home region for Kennedy Japan. We'll come and analyze what that is telling us because we have all the constituencies in the central region coming through that we'll look at pretty shortly. And I want to take you to the MPP headquarters now, where my colleague, Kweku Asante, has been speaking with Joe Sowusu. He chaired the committee that supervised the entire process. He gave his perspective on how the day had gone and what to expect?
Before everywhere I went, I saw the enthusiasm and the quietness with which people were voting. It confirmed clearly that the rules we made, people were respecting it, and it assured that there will be peace. I'm so happy to see that in the end, we have finished the elections peacefully.
Yeah, the polling has closed, and a lot of stations are reporting. At what time will you start getting something from the Electoral Commission and here?
I do not want to. Yes. We gave them an assignment. When we finish, we have people waiting there. When they finish, they'll hand it over to us, and they will come and declare it here. Right. So I know almost all the conferences are finished now. They have declared, but they will go to their regions to also collate, and before they forward it to the national. So let's give ourselves a period of about 3 hours for all that to be done.
Has the candidates themselves raised any issues with you at all, or it's just been really a smooth ride?
As of today, nobody has raised any issue with us. In the course of the process, a few alarms were raised. When we followed up, there were no such things. So there was no big deal.
Thank you very much, Jose Usu, the chairman of the Elections Committee, telling us about the election and what they have done. He says it's generally been a peaceful process. They've not had complaints. They are giving themselves, give or take, 3 hours to receive the election results from the regional levels, because from the constituency, every region will collate their results. From the region, they will come to the national at the Electoral Commission headquarters. Right after that, then you come here. You see behind me, there are a lot of arrangement of chairs happening with people getting ready for an event this evening. It is 3:35, getting to 3:35 now. The party is going to hold an event here which will formally outdoor the presidential candidate. That is, if there is one. If one is elected today, they will do so. Unless, of course, it goes for a runoff, at which time the party will then decide when exactly they intend to hold the runoff. So it's really a very calm atmosphere here. You turn around, you see people around dancing, making merry, as we await the full complement of results from all the polling stations, from all the regions, to get an idea as to who is winning or whether or not they can be a runoff. But so far, impressive showing by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is really winning a lot of the polling stations that are reporting so far. Also, very incredible performance from Henry Nanabuache, from Dr. Brian Achampon. He also has done a lot. Let's talk to Popofo there. Just briefly. I mean, for you in Team Bawumia, what is the signal looking at from the ground up? You are collating your own results. What is it looking like?
Yeah, so far, Dr. Bawumia's figure in terms of percentage is around 60%. Honorable Ken is around the early 20s, and Honorable Brian is around 17-18%. And that is what I expect the final results to look like, even though we've not had the full complement of the results. I mean, I always said Dr. Brian Champon was going to take from Honorable Ken's votes, and that is exactly what has happened. But now that the elections is over, it's not a question of who got what, but it's a question of unity and how we can all come together to prosecute a good campaign and take on the NDC in election 2020.
You expect that Bawumia will win this election? No runoff, nothing?
Not at all. It's a one-touch victory. Dr. Bawumia is not doing less than 60% from the figures we are seeing so far.
Kofi Ofosu Nkansa, the former CEO of the NEIP, he says as far as they are concerned, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning, and they're going to get, give or take, 60%. That is what their internal data, as they collect the result from the various polling stations across the country, is showing them. Take it back in the studio. Let's go across the country and let's get to see whether his teasers of 60% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia gets confirmed or not.
That there is my colleague from the NPP headquarters, and that is where we are expecting very shortly in the next hour that the Electoral Commission will be declaring the final results, and then we will hear the victory speech, the concession speeches, and then we'll bring this to a close. So we're keeping a close eye on that. We understand that the stage is now set, waiting for the Electoral Commission to bring the final results in. The declaration will be done, and then we can hear what Bawumia have to say, but also what Kennedy has to say. And I want to quickly update you on our results, especially for our radio audiences. And we now have 95 out of 277 voting centers. And from that, Kennedy Agyapong has 24.39%. So you notice that he's dropped slightly in percentage terms, 24.39%. He has 17,675 votes. You have Brian Champon with 10,925 votes, representing 14.99%. You have Dr. Bawumia with 43,193, representing 59.26%. You may have heard Dr. Marcus Boyebwa predict that he may end up at 60 or above 60, and it appears that as we get more votes, he's inching closer there, whilst you will notice that Kennedy Agyapong's percentages appear to drop. And then you have Educhum with 927 votes, representing 1.29%, and then you have Kwabena Agyapong with 128 votes, representing 0.18%. So those are the numbers. If you're just joining us on Joy 99.7 FM, on Love, Kumasi affiliates across the country. We're also on Joy Prime. But I know most of you are mobile, and so you want to connect with us on our social media, digital platforms. We are live across YouTube. You can find us if you can just browse with us on the Joy 99.7 FM page on YouTube. You can get the Joy News page on YouTube too. We're live there. You can get us on Facebook, Joy News, or Joy 99.7. We are obviously on Twitter and across all the other digital platforms. And for those of you who are mobile, you can definitely get us and watch this unfold on your screens with the real live data coming in from our collators spread across the country, but also at the Electoral Commission, bringing us the certified results that we input and to give you the view you have on your screens. If you're on radio, you can also join the stream so you can see this unfold. And one of the things we're doing very shortly is to take you into the home of Professor Mike Oquaye, who's going to be joining us live on your election headquarters. It's very important to hear from him because he played a very important role in establishing the basis for the party to rebuild following the defeat in 2024. And he has some perspectives on what today means for the party and how the party can forge ahead. My colleague, Papani Ashali, will be joining us with him pretty shortly so we can hear his perspective. He went to vote himself and is back at home, and he'll be joining us live here on your election headquarters. And so stay with us for that. That's coming up next. And then we'll also be taking you to the camps of Bawumia, for example. We'll be going to the campaign headquarters of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, where the last time we went there, Kanajisi told us they're jubilating. Kanajisi is setting up a satellite studio there, where we'll be hearing from Bawumia's aides and campaign managers very shortly to give us their own perspective on what is happening pretty shortly. And then we'll also take you back to Brian Champon, the man who really appears to be causing Kennedy Agyapong a lot of pain. We have Gemma, who will join us. My colleague Gemma Pierre will join us pretty shortly. I want to take you to Papani Ashali, who is speaking right now with Professor Michael Oquaye.
Now, where the EC is expected to announce their final results and tell us who exactly will lead the NPP into the next elections. So, yes, once again, we're coming to you live from the residence of Professor Mike Oquaye, Senior, picking his perspectives on what he makes of the processes so far. Again, as the results keep coming in, we'll be reacting to some of it. At least from journeys, we have managed to certify about 98 out of the 277 results. What he thinks the party should also do in going forward. And for the other four candidates who may not make the pole position, what should they do? It's a pleasure to have you, Professor Michael Oquaye.
Thank you very much. You are most welcome.
Prof, I know that since morning you have been going around. We'll come to what exactly your observations were on the ground. But in 2023, you were the chairman of the vetting committee. You were at the thick of the affairs in the run-up to electing a presidential candidate for the NPP. If you juxtapose what 2023 looked at in 2025 or 2026, what do you make of the processes so far? Fair to everybody?
Oh, definitely fair to everybody. And that's the essence of all the arrangements that we came to. You know, the NPP is the lead of democracy in this country, traditionally. Today, as the party voted, there were over 200,000 voters. In the past, it was the business of only 10 from each constituency throughout the country. You can imagine how colossal the improvement has been. The idea is to democratize the party, the voting process, the participatory aspect of our democracy, and strengthen governance as a whole in our country. And largely, the NPP has been the trailblazer in this process, and we are proud of that process. Some few years ago, we identified a number of difficulties. You know, in the past, the police came to party elections more like observers. They were not in control as such. This time round, we had a system whereby the police was absolutely in charge of the security and the management of people at the polling stations, so that you could not go and say later that some people have outreached in any manner whatsoever, being party people. It was a very good idea, which we introduced a few years ago. No party security, no party person in charge of any process. It was something that some people didn't understand a few years ago, but which we had to do so that the genuineness of our electoral process will become something to write home about. And I'm glad to see Honorable Joe Wise doing such a wonderful job, following what had been laid down already and making sure that the Electoral Commission was in charge of all electoral matters, including even the choice of venue. The choice of venue, you will be surprised to hear, have sometimes been a source of big trouble and fights, because some people want to take the people into an enclosed room and maybe squeeze a few people's hands, whilst others also want it plain. Now we say it must be in the full glare of the public. Today I went to vote at my constituency up there at the Atomic School Park, and it was a beauty to behold. They had 4 main polling stands, and with reasonable distances. The internal parameter was well set out. When you got there, you met police people as well as electoral commission people. No party people were in charge. If you're a party person and you came there, you will be at the outer periphery. But inside the voting parameters, you could not enter until you have been admitted to go and vote. It is also a good thing for other parties to learn from, because you went there, you voted as a voter, and then you left like anybody else, like we used to do in our general elections. It was not a matter of people just behaving as if everybody was in charge here. And I think this is something that is very, very laudable and worthy of emulation for the democracy of our people.
So overall, what would you rate it in terms of the organization? How would you rate it?
Oh, a human organization may not be 100% perfect, but actually you will give this, in any serious analytical giving of marks, a minimum of 95%. It was very good. What I saw and what I have heard from other centers, it is a very, very important development in our country.
Before we come to today's event, the 5%, you said 95, so the remaining 5, where did they go wrong, or what did they have to improve on?
In fact, I have not been to everywhere. Okay. And we are talking within what in social science we talk the general limits of human error. If you look at the fact that man is not perfect, then 95% is a real distinction. That's what I mean. I've marked papers all over the world, you know.
Okay. So, additionally, let's talk about the campaign process in itself. I mean, it's been months of campaign with all 5 candidates crisscrossing the country, trying to get over 200,000 delegates to believe in their message and effectively today choose them as the person to lead the party. What would you make of the campaign process? We had a lot of bickering, backbiting, a lot of argument, a lot of conversations here and there. Even on the day of signing the supposed peace pact, had some conversation. What do you make of the campaigning process?
It was murky sometimes. We as leaders, on many occasions, the Council of Elders, the National Council itself, individuals came in, spoke with these contestants. The principal message being, we are only out here to choose a candidate. We are not electing a president yet. When you take out this elected leader to Ghana as a whole, then of course you expect that a different campaign will apply. If we have brought a candidate who is already wounded, decimated, dissipated by internal encounters, then what do you think we are doing to ourselves? Especially when even some of the things that were said against individuals were not verifiable or were not true, but they became just what one may call just campaign talk. That is not the real standard of the NPP. And it is good this was held quite early so that all cracks can be healed before the election really comes on. And let me just emphasize, this is not a bottom-down approach. We wanted an early Congress, among other things, to stop this kind of bickering and so on and so forth. It was within the constitutional framework that we could hold that election at this time. And if we are holding it early at this time, what do? Those people who already have the mandate to choose a presidential candidate are already there to choose. On top of that, in view of the need for enlargement, a whole lot of people were also added to the process. And it all went beautifully. Can you imagine a former chairman of a constituency not voting when there is a vote in his constituency? And yet is active and has even become a patron within the constituency. So all these, what we call unfortunate gaps, were filled. And there was a new enthusiasm. I can see the possibility of even a larger process in due course to make all our followers happy, participatory in the process, and then going along in 3 years' time to win an election.
So, from your point of view, the campaign, at least from the 5 gentlemen that were seeking to lead the party, was murky. That only means that, okay.
In some regards, and we all know that in Ghana, we cannot sit here and tell lies. I mean, yes, some of the arguments were not called for. But nevertheless, I would say I congratulate all 5 gentlemen. It's not been an easy cause. They've fought a good fight. At the end of the day, all 5 can't win. Even 2 can't win. It's only one who will win. I trust that after today, all the 5 will come on board, such that those who have won, the person who has won, will embrace those who have lost, and those who have also lost will graciously think of the higher interest of the party and work towards our forward march.
So let's talk about the numbers that we are getting so far, at least from the joint newsroom, what we've managed to collate so far is 123 out of the 277. As it stands now, Dr. Bawumia has about 53,000 votes. Also, Kennedy Japan, 21,000 votes. And then Brian with some 14,000, and then we have Educhumu some 1,000, and then Kwabena Ejapon also has some votes in there. Is this what you, I mean, are you one of those who were looking out for something similar like this?
Well, you'll see that there's a pattern, a very clear pattern, and that pattern is a national pattern. In other words, the person who is leading across the entire country, generally speaking. And it tells you one thing. Ghana is quite a homogeneous country. Tribalism is not our lifestyle. If a person wins so largely across the country, it's a good sign. A sign that the people as a whole have spoken. They have spoken irrespective of whether a person belongs to a certain tribe or not. I personally, I like to see such things. That generality and commonality of the voting pattern across the country also shows that we are not voting upon certain religious lines by which you will find that certain parts of the country tend to be more of one particular religion or the other. That is also good. It tells you that we are people who can rise above some of these things that cause conflicts in other countries. I'm particularly happy about that. And from now, it will be easy to say that Ghanaians will not vote on tribalistic lines nor on religious lines, but upon what they believe are the qualities of a particular person who they want to lead the country into better governance and better development.
You believe this is solely on the message they preach to the people, and not the handouts that we've confirmed all over the country that people received monies from all five, or at least all five candidates?
I will not be able to vouch for monies received. But one thing that you know that I've spoken strongly against moneycracy in our politics. And I really wish that, just like the Constitutional Amendment Committee has made certain recommendations in that regard, we will take steps to stamp out moneycracy in our country. It is not a good thing. And you should ask that in such matters, what is the vision of the man you want to elect? It doesn't matter who has got more money, because nobody can share his money among Ghanaians and we shall prosper. Who? So that money matter, it should be eschewed. And rather, you want to let us know how you are going to manage our economy, our industry, how we are going to be able, by our agricultural performance, to feed ourselves, how we will cater for food, clothing, and shelter, which are the principal things that human beings need, apart from, of course, education and medication. When you give us viable plans that would lift Ghana up, when you are able to tell us how you will manage our mineral resources in such a way that we will no more be begging those who come to exploit these minerals to their own advantage, but that it will be to the best advantage of the Ghanaian people. These are policy-oriented issues, and I'll be glad if these become the quintessence of the campaign in Ghana as a whole in the near future.
Okay. So, based on the numbers that we are seeing so far, how significant will this change the party whilst you are working towards 2028? Is this what you've all been praying for?
I personally am happy about the commonality of a person leading throughout the country. It means we are one people, one destiny, and it's very, very important. If that happens, then in future, when any good person emerges, any brilliant person with good ideas emerges, it doesn't matter whether he's from Western Ghana or Eastern Ghana or Accra or the middle part of Ghana or the northern part of Ghana, but what is the qualitative essence of that person? And what ideas, beliefs, and values is that person bringing into our governance and our development? When we really mature more in this process, I think it will make things better for Ghana.
Let me ask you directly, should Bawumia win? Is he what the MPP needs to win 2028?
Well, now it looks as if he's winning throughout the country, generally speaking, from the figures that we are seeing on the TV right now before us. If that is the end result, it approximates to about 60%, more or less. When that happens, I think we should settle everything and then together move along with the leader of the next election in favor of the MPP and win the election.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that the campaign appears a bit acrimonious to some extent. Whoever wins, how would you suggest the person goes ahead to unite, especially the sort of fractured MPP from the 2024 right to the campaigning process right becoming to presidential candidates? How would you say the person should try and heal the party?
There are difficulties. There should be a healing process, but it is not fractured. Maybe there are a few lacerations, if I may beg from the medical language, a few lacerations here and there, or contusions as well, but there is no fracture. And in that connection, I trust that we will manage things quite well. And the elders will also play a healing a role in the process.
So how would you, for instance, advise whoever wins today's elections to, say, bring the remaining 4 people to the table? What should he be doing if he had to do one thing to keep them together? What should he do?
In victory, be gracious. In victory, be gracious. After all, you have won. There have been a lot of difficulties in party politics in Ghana because this person did not support me. This person, even though competent, don't give him the position of so and so. Why? Because he supported somebody else during the primaries. It does not help Ghana. If that is the best man for the job, give the job to him and let the party move on. After all, we are not only all Ghanaians, but we are also all of the MPP fraternity. And I want that this should become a serious aspect of our governance. This kind of discriminating internally among us because a person supported or did not support a candidate does not augur well for us.
Okay. So, whilst we are also trying to wrap up here, I know that you also led a team that went around the country after the 2024 defeat to the NDC, trying to collate, try to find out what exactly may have happened to the MPP going into that elections. Largely, this report hasn't come out. But does what is happening right now fit into that report and recommendations that you gave to the party at the time?
Thank you very much. I was chairman of the committee. It was a high-powered committee with all manner of experienced people thereon. We had academics who did research. There was a desk research unit. We had others who accompanied us actually to the grounds. I traveled to many of the constituencies in Greater Accra. With me, Honorable Gifty Kusi and other members of the team over here. We went everywhere. The committee had a group in Ashanti, Upper East, throughout the country. So really we came to gather what were the real causative factors for our difficulty. And then of course, the recommendations that were given unto us by way of the therapeutic aspects of the process, we did that also as well. And then we presented the recommendations. You talk about the report not having come out. It has come out to the appropriate people. It has come out it's not meant to be published in the Daily Graphic, nor to be given to Joy FM.
I mean, we would have appreciated if you gave us something.
It's not possible. You know, such reports, those who commission the report, those are the people who report to. it was not within my power, nor that of any other persons, honestly speaking, to start talking about a report. And I must tell you, on the day of presentation, the time was 2 p.m. at the party office at a hotel. You know, we left our camp at 12 noon, having just printed one copy for the party chairman and the National Council, which we presented to them, of course, with a commentary that I made a summation, by way of a summation to the National Council as a whole. After that, nobody else has a copy. If the committee should, if the report should ever leak, which I don't expect, otherwise it will have leaked now, it must be the business of the party chairman or the party secretary only. And they are the appropriate people now to work along as National Council together with all the people who are there, including all our former presidents who are all part of it, to come out with whatever they want. But let me add, we did not take the position of those who were bringing in or trying to smuggle in religious and ethnic factors. Oh. Because they were not there scientifically as part of the process. And our position, which we briefed the National Council on, has come out clearly in this. You get my point. And it is very, very important that when people in the future are commissioned to do such work, don't bring in extraneous matters, maybe just to satisfy certain gossips or certain people, but go to the truth and come out clearly and plainly with the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth.
So the choice of the delegates today is one of the recommendations that you made to the party at that time?
No, I'm saying that the outcome today shows, one, the generality of the support of the winner throughout the country. So it's not an ethnic matter. Two, it also defeats those who are trying to steal into the process a religious connotation. And we are proud that this has shown clearly how truthful our position has been.
I'm grateful. So final question here. Can Bawumia win the 2028 elections for the MPP?
Definitely he can.
Given all the people who saw him as vice president in the country, who are still in the country, by the way. And don't forget that he's the one the NDC is also asking you to make flag bearer. Okay.
When the MPP don't want, the NDC don't want him, I don't expect them to, because he will beat them. If you put achievements, ideas introduced, policies that were really brought about by the man called Bawumia, he is the best of all vice presidents in the history of this country since the Fourth Republic.
Prof, I'm grateful. For the sake of time,